And we're off. It's one of the best days of the year on the sports calendar. March Madness, the NCAA Tournament, Day 1, round of 64 game action, coming at you live here at Chat Sports. My name is Harrison Graham. Nic Rohloff is with me. We got Jack Lauderay on the ones and twos behind the scenes as well, updating the scores of all these games. And we'll go ahead and get things going, Rolly, as we bring you in. We are at halftime in the first game. Little Michigan State, Mississippi State action, 31-24 as Tom Izzo's crew came out hot. Mississippi State made it kind of a knuckle fight. They're hanging around here, down 7 at halftime. Duquesne up a touchdown, 17-10 over BYU midway through the first half.
Yeah, the Spartans came out absolutely firing. We're up 20-8 at one point in that first half. Tyson Walker just came out on a man with a mission mentality, Harrison. He could not miss from three. And you look at that other game on truTV right now, Duquesne and BYU. I originally was on the A-10 champs, Duquesne to win that ball game. I made a late switch in my bracket. No one cares about your bracket, by the way, to the BYU Cougars. But Duquesne, one of the better three-point shooter teams, they were absolutely firing on all cylinders in the A-10 tournament, and they're continuing that three-point hot streak with the early start against BYU, who have not defended the three-point line whatsoever early on.
So here's what we're going to do. First of all, shout out your favorite team or the team you got winning the whole thing, whatever it is. What we're going to do is we're going to have live updates for every game, play-by-play, update scores. Obviously, we can't, once 4 games are going at once, can't literally be focusing on all 4 at once, but we will have scoreboards for every single game throughout the day. The scoreboard that's up right now will kind of be the featured game since Michigan State and Mississippi State are at halftime. We'll kind of lock in on Duquesne BYU for the time being, but shout out your favorite team. We'll get some shout outs. The Dukies just attempting a 3 off the side of the backboard. They had to get a shot off before the shot clock. 10 minutes left in the first half as BYU trying to crawl back into it. Darian says Baylor. Mason says, let's go Texas Longhorns. Mike saying FGB. We might have some Bears now minions in here, Rolly.
I also see some Duquesne riders in the chat.
Go, Clyde
Anderson riding with the Dukes.
There we
Keith
go.
Dambro in his last dance as he is set to retire after this
Oh,
March
really?
Madness run. Hey, he took Duquesne to the big dance for the first time and since 1977. He said, yeah, I'm good. But they got some studs, man. Day is an absolute marksman. And what do they always say, Harrison? Guards win in March, and Duquesne's got a solid pair of guards in their backcourt that have just been lighting up BYU early in this one.
Good defense there by the Dukes as it's coming the other way. Duquesne up 7, having it at the top of the key. Play a little half-court offense. Both these teams are good from 3. BYU's been a little sluggish today, so we'll see if they can pick it up. Duquesne working on the low block, little one-on-one action, big on big. Lefty jump hook, pump fake, goes up, misses. BYU clears the board coming the other way.
Those are the shots you can't miss. I mean, he gets in the air, gets an easy left hook shot, and he just throws it right off the glass.
BYU kicks it out to the three-point line. They'll take one from deep. It's Cash.
Maybe
Here come the
Cougars
Cougs.
woke up.
Here come the
might have
Cougs.
woke up. We always knew they were going to have a fight in them. One of the better offensive teams in the entire field.
Yep.
Some would argue they were underseeded as a 6 seed. They were likely going to get a 5.
Well, so that was discussed. They were the 17th overall team in the field, but since BYU can't play on Sundays, they had to be on the 6 line based on the scheduling. So,
which is why Duquesne was on the 11 line, by the way. A lot of people thought they should have been the 12 seed, but they're basically a 12 seed to accommodate BYU.
It's basically a 12-5 game here. BYU getting the stop defensively. Kicks it out. Turnover. Here comes Duquesne. No numbers here, but they're going to go and get the lay-in.
What is this Olay defense? This is March, Harrison. I need better effort than that. That was ridiculous.
What to look forward to, by the way. Coming up here in 25 minutes, the 14th seeded Akron Zips will take on Creighton, as you see on your screen here. We can go to kind of what's coming up as well.
You want to switch Duquesne to the top game?
Then 2 o'clock Eastern time, Long Beach State, the beach. They better be rocking those jerseys, by the way. Take it on 2-seeded Arizona.
It's an interesting first quadrant, Harrison. You got the classic 8-9 between Michigan State and Mississippi State. Duquesne, BYU.
Got to get a blue blood in there as well with Michigan State.
I feel very eerie about that 1:30 p.m. game. Creighton, Akron. Creighton, a lot of people have them in their Final Four.
I've got them
at
in the
least
Final Four.
Elite 8. I tell you what, the Zips should not be here. They should have lost to Kent State in the MAC championship.
Playing with house money?
That aggressive foul. But there's something about the Zips that tell me they're going to hang around. 12.5, I like it.
There's always a 13 or 14 that makes a team sweat on day one and perhaps even pulls the upset. So we'll see. 19-15 here as a wild layup attempt is no good by Duquesne. Here comes BYU. They like to run when they can get numbers. Little baseline drive here. Reverse layup. Oh! No good, but going to the line for two. Athletic play there as they'll try to make this a one-possession game.
Yeah, Duquesne jumped out to a 7-0 lead. I believe it was up 12-2, but you knew the Cougs were going to have to fight back in this one. They're too talented offensively to be held down for as long as they were.
Well, and there's times, Rolly, where they have all five players on the court can make threes.
Yeah, so I mean, that's just a dynamic offense, especially in the college game.
They can play 5 out. So it's 19-15 here. Remember, with multiple games going on, we're going to update the scores as quickly as we can here for you guys as first free throw's good. Now it's 19-16. 19-16 here. So as he takes the second free throw here, we do want to tell you guys about our sponsor here. That is PrizePicks. And listen, daily fantasy made easy. And I don't know about you, Rolly, but is there a better time than March Madness to get going with PrizePicks?
No, there is not.
PrizePicks.com/CLNS, code CLNS to get started today for a $100 deposit match.
No, there really isn't, because it is the best daily fantasy sports app out there, and they're offering great deals on a daily basis to switch things up for you for new users just joining and people returning on a daily basis. You'll never have the same thing every time you open up the app, and the best way they're doing that now is actually this little special that you see on screen right here. How about this? More than on Caitlin Clark, half a point. 98% off. You're getting a freebie when you go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Just pick more than on Caitlin Clark, half a point when she tips off with the Hawkeyes on Saturday. Pair that up with any other pick in the field, and you could win up to 3 times your money. If you want to get aggressive and make 2 picks alongside Clark, you could win up to 5 times your money. But it's so easy to play PrizePicks on a daily basis. Just pick more than, pick less than, and get that money for you. Just go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get that first deposit match up to $100. Link is in the live chat and description of today's live show. You can also just download the app and input code CLNS to get that deposit match up to $100.
Yeah, the Caitlin Clark's a freebie out the gate, new or returning customers. Get started right now, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. BYU has stormed back here, but Duquesne did hit a 3 to go up 22-20, but we're officially in a battle here as we're at the under 8 mark. Next dead ball will be a TV timeout. BYU working on the low block.
Oh, what a rejection!
Rejection from the Dukes. Here comes Duquesne the other way. Kicks it out to the top of the key.
Slowing 3 blocks for the Duquesne Dukes today so far.
Duquesne, a little pick and roll action. Floater is good.
I mean, that guard play is just so dang elite for Duquesne, man. That's what propelled them as a 6 seed in the A-10 tournament all the way to the championship game, and they held off the 5th-seeded VCU Rams to earn this AQ bid.
And BYU is going to take a timeout. So after getting up 20-19, a quick 5-0 spurt from Duquesne. Ooh, that might have been goaltending. It looked like that ball was connecting with the rim, but no call, and Duquesne took advantage. 24-20, 6:15 left in the first half. Since this game's at a timeout, Michigan State, Mississippi State is at a timeout. Perfect time for you guys to like the video. We want to get more people in here. The more likes we get, it tells the YouTube algorithm, hey, this is a popular video right now. We're going to show it to more people. So help us out. If you love March Madness, hit that like button. I think the beauty of March Madness that really you don't see in other sports, like if you're not a fan of college football, there's really, bowl games aren't going to be what brings you in. But people that don't even like March Madness, they love filling out their bracket. They love watching the tournament. That's what makes it special. Hit that like button right now.
They fall in love with the Cinderellas making a run. If you're looking for one this year, may I introduce you to the New Mexico Lobos. They're not underdogs in a Cinderella team for people that have watched them all season long. But if you haven't seen New Mexico play before, be prepared for tomorrow afternoon when they take on the Clemson Tigers. Those 11-seeded Lobos are going to make a run. But hit that like button. Come on. It's March Madness. And this is why college basketball is the best. Some people say it's boring. Some people say it's not as entertaining as the NBA. You mentioned the postseason. The NFL playoffs, that is very fun. There is no better postseason in all of sports than the college basketball.
It's electric.
8 teams, tournament, single elimination. What else could you ask for?
You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
In one game, 40 minutes, I mean, there's a reason 16 seeds have won in recent years. Obviously, Purdue hoping lightning doesn't strike twice. They'll be in action tomorrow night. But hit the like button. Keep the comment section flowing as well. Maya's in the chat says, what's up, Rolly?
Myers?
Is that one of your
That is.
heat
Maya's
report?
comes around. He's a real one. But look at that. She also says, what's up, Harrison Graham? Let's go Bears.
What's up? What's good, Maya's? Appreciate you tuning in. Tony Fuentes hanging out. No surprise there. What's up, Tony?
We have 160 people watching. We got to get those like meetings up.
Yeah, get more likes in the chat. Or just hit the like button and get the chat flowing as well. Tony Fuentes saying, sup, guys. Caden says BYU should win. We'll see. Mason says watching from school. We won't tell anybody, Mason. You're all good.
Well,
there.
that's how it's done right there.
Yeah, I mean, the best was in college where you'd probably just skip class, but even if you were in class, you would just have it up on your laptop. I mean, that was the best.
I mean, I had to be put in timeout, and they took my laptop and phone away in high school when I first entered the building. Because they knew I was a serial college basketball fan and a avid watcher, so they were not allowing me to do that.
Again, Michigan State, Mississippi State at halftime. Second half action should be going in the next 5 or 6 minutes. Duquesne 24, BYU 20 right now. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we got, I believe it's Akron and Creighton, and then Long Beach State and Arizona coming up after that. That's kind of the first 4 games here on a busy day 1 of the NCAA tournament. All right, back in action here. BYU out of the timeout, just under 6 minutes, trying to get into a good offensive set here. Big man working at the top, dribble handoff with 10 on the shot clock. Duquesne playing good defense here. Big pump fakes from the 3, driving inside, kicks it out. Now they'll take a 3, in and out.
Ooh, good
fighting for the rebound.
They're going to say over
and back
call
over the back
one?
there. I thought
he went
clean.
straight up, Harrison.
Yeah, that was a tough call there. But now the classic back-to-back TV timeouts.
There is nothing.
BYU took a timeout. Now the under 8 timeout.
I've always said this, and I thought they made the rule change. I guess evidently not, that when you call a timeout under 8 minutes, or in between 8 minutes, 4 minutes, or
when there hasn't been a TV timeout yet.
Whenever in between the section, I thought when you called a timeout, that took care of it. Evidently, not the case.
Got to sell those ads, baby.
Got to sell those ads,
I
man.
can fill that TV ad space if you're CBS. Who do you like? You got any, takes on some of these games coming up later on as well? I mean, looking into the second window, North Carolina, the first 1 seed, gets in action. They take on Wagner. You got Illinois, Morehead State. Oregon, South Carolina. I think that's a pretty juicy matchup. An 11-6 game coming up at 4 Eastern time.
I actually am disappointed that those two got matched up because I am a big-time advocate for the Gamecocks. I think South Carolina is a great team. They had a potential first-round pick in Colin, the big man inside, for the South Carolina Gamecocks. Unfortunately, for us NBA fans, he already said he will be returning for his true sophomore season. But that's just a bad matchup for South Carolina. I say everything nice for them, but Oregon
Altman
is very good. Dana Altman, when he makes the tournament, he never loses in the first round. He always makes it at least past the first round of the tournament. And then also they've got Dante inside. Their center is playing at such a high level right now. He's erasing shots. He's dominating the glass. He's finishing inside. I really think Oregon is going to get the win. And I don't really think it's an upset when the odds makers actually have them favored in that ballgame.
By the way, if you guys want to get on screen, you can super chat to do so. Every super chat will Beers Cheers you. I am parched right now. Would love to crack this happy dad. You got to get a beverage going on day 1 of March Madness. So got to make that happen. If you have any questions, if you want us to talk about your favorite team, fire a super chat in there. Get some big super chats. We could get a little crazy, maybe do some beer bongs. So kind of up to you guys if you guys want to make all that happen. Obviously, the focus here is to keep tabs on all of these games. And
John Edward Kruger is a Gamecocks fan. Well, that means I'm rooting for Oregon.
John Jen says 1, not 1. Tony says, how's PJ? He's doing great. First birthday party coming up, so we're excited about that.
Oh, when's that?
Couple weeks. His first birthday is in mid-April, but we got to do the party a little early because we have some weekend conflicts coming up. But yeah, it's flying by,
What's
man.
What's the theme?
It's like cowboy, like Texas themed for his first birthday. So
I didn't know if we were going to see the T-Rex come out yet.
We're gonna do some Tex-Mex for food. He really loves like quesadillas and refried beans. Those are like his favorite. Like,
how old is he?
Food. Yeah, he's eating real food. He's just under a year.
I didn't know they ate real food that
It
early.
depends on the baby, but it's like hybrid now. He eats some baby food, some real food. He's doing it. Join says, who has made money so far? Well, unless you had, I guess, Michigan State first half.
First half, yeah. They covered and they won outright.
Guessing the under hit in that half as well.
What was his score?
31-24.
Let's check out the score here. It was 31-24. Yeah, likely hitting the under there at 55. Not surprised. Join says it's UConn versus the field. It wouldn't shock me if the Huskies went back-to-back. But I have a hard time.
Who did you have winning it? Did you go Arizona?
I have the Arizona Wildcats, the Pac-12 in their final year. Go out with a bang. They just came up short in the football scene. They're going to get the job done. I'll say this, by the way. The path for Arizona could not be easier. They meet all the metrics defensively, offensively. Now the question is, can they finally beat that one metric and trend of no national champion over the last 30 years coming from the West Coast and Western Hemisphere? That's what we have to take our eyes on.
Get to our first super chat here in a moment. Duquesne working at the top. They'll take a three here, short, long rebound. Going to go to BYU, but I think they're going to get BYU with the foul.
Yeah, Duquesne just outworking them.
Yeah. BYU kind of made a run there, and now they haven't scored in the last couple of minutes here.
Shout out to Tito, though, with a $5 super chat.
What's up, Tito? Says, don't even care about college basketball, but going to chill with my dudes, Harrison and Rolia. Bear down, baby. Tito, you could always hang out with us. You know what's up. Appreciate the 5. Time to crack open a Happy Dad for Tito. Cheers, fellas. Let us know what you guys are drinking in the chat.
Oh,
Duquesne
what a lefty
tough
scoop.
Layup.
Grant inside for Duquesne. Just made a 3 a second ago as well. The BYU perimeter defense has been atrocious to start this game.
Yeah, they're kind of built to outscore people. Pump fake from 3 from the Cougars. Kick it out. Another pump fake. That's got to be a foul. There it is.
BYU is in the bonus, so they're going to go to the charity stripe for 2 to try to cut in this 6-point deficit.
Be 1-1.
I also love that, by the way. That's something that I enjoy about the college scene compared to the NBA. Little one-on-one.
You're a one-on-one guy.
I love it because
it's good for drama. I don't know if it's actually great for.
Well, I'll say this. Obviously, you get 2 shots on a shot, but if you get fouled on a little hand check action, it should be a 1-and-1. Make him earn it. And like that, BYU misses.
Did you see that? That ball came out and it shot right.
The Cougars are absolutely in shambles.
They're a little
They did
rattled.
not come ready to play today.
They started slow, picked it up, and now they're in a funk again.
Or is it just the LeBron effect on Duquesne?
Duquesne for 3, no good. That would have been a big one to go up 9. BYU clears the rebound with 4.5 minutes to go. Coming the other way, the Cougs. Little pick and roll action.
Right,
blocked again. Oh, they're going to get him with the foul. I thought that was clean.
That was a good pick and roll there by the Cougars. And I think that's the funniest thing. Did LeBron curse Duquesne? As we say, we like to make a lot of things about LeBron.
What did he say? I missed this.
Well, if you didn't know, I assume you did, but Keith Dambro, the coach for Duquesne, was LeBron's high school coach.
Okay.
And so
I did know that.
He's actually supporting him. Sent the entire team at Duquesne a pair of LeBrons as BYU misses yet another free throw.
I mean, they haven't put the ball in the hoop in like 10 minutes in real time.
So Duquesne, I wasn't sure if the jinx was there. It's also wild to think LeBron is just sitting watching an A-10 hoop school.
Second free throw coming here.
Let us know who you got in this game.
And good. So BYU finally gets a point here. 5-point game, 26-21. Let us know who you got. Next time out in this game at the under 4, we'll kind of flip some focus back to Michigan State, Mississippi State. Second half action set to get going there momentarily. Duke's working at the top. Swing it over to the right. Little screen action. Little long mid-range J.
Day is just feeling it. They have no answer for Day Grant.
28-21. Cougs coming the other way.
Physical defense. I'm surprised they didn't call that for a little hand check there.
Right baseline, kicking
Oh,
across,
they're
pick
everywhere.
6. Here comes Duquesne, 3-on-2. Now a little 3-on-3. Late shooter coming in, right wing. Good!
Oh!
It's a 10-point game. Duquesne 31, BYU 21.
It's
as they're on a
12-run
12-1 run.
I tell you what, if I had to give you one lock on the sports betting scene, it was Duquesne plus 9.5. They're up by 19.5 if you count for the spread.
BYU for 3, no good. They do get the rebound. Second chance opportunity. Trapped on the
Another
right wing.
steal.
Turnover again. Here comes Duquesne. It's 2-on-3, but they're going to take a 3 anyway.
Oh.
No good. Foul on the floor on BYU. The Dukes coming out with the energy, Rolly.
Oh, man. Tony rocking with BYU, so is Cole. Cedric saying Duquesne. I tell you what, I had Duquesne originally winning this game in my bracket. I made a late switch to BYU, but I still bet on the Dukes. Unfortunately, I should have stuck with my gut. It was always Keith Dambro in his last dance.
So under 4 timeout there. We'll kind of shift some focus here to Michigan State. You want to flip the main screen here, try and get to CBS as Michigan State and Mississippi State, second half action here. The Spartans and
This thing got a
the
previous
Bulldogs. Might say last. 33-24 Sparty early in the second half as
button. Ah, shit.
Tom Izzo's trying to get going here. 33-27, excuse me.
Yeah.
Foul going up, and Sparty's going to go to the line for 2.
Yeah, they were down by, what was it, 9 at halftime?
31-24 at the half, 7-point
Okay.
games, and they've made up a point here.
Yeah, Mississippi State came out and knocked down a 3 in their first possession.
We might be cooked here.
What's going on? This thing just died?
Michigan State free throw is good, 34-27.
What's going on?
Dude, we're blacked out. Unbelievable.
Why is this a black screen? Ah, there we go.
There we go. Second free throw's good as well. 35-27, Michigan State. Mississippi State working on the other end. Trap inside. They back off of it now. Oh, here comes a trap again. Bully ball from the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Tolu Smith is Mississippi State's best player. If they want to come back in this one, I think they got to play good defense, obviously get some stops.
Play through him.
But they got to work through Smith inside.
He's defending on the block on the other end right now. Kick out back to the top of the key. 15 on the shot clock. Swing it to the right corner for Michigan State. Spartans slowing it down here. Trying to
the
throw
turnover.
inside, and the big
Here
was
come the
not ready for
Bulldogs
it.
out and running.
Bulldogs leaking out. Blocked!
Oh!
Here come the Spartans the other way.
What a play by Akins of Michigan State, but another turnover.
Steal! Maybe another steal.
Chaos in March, baby.
Mississippi State going to slow things down.
And we got an injury. That's Hubbard. That's actually the leading scorer for Mississippi State, averaging just about 18 points a game, I believe, for the Bulldogs. Funny enough, though, he shoots 38.4% from the field, but he does average 18 a game.
High volume there.
Looks like he had a free layup, but Akins for Michigan State out of nowhere.
Great
That
block.
could be argued as goaltending. That's a bad angle. I didn't know if it was above the cylinder or not, but it stood and he's down.
Big collision after that. I thought he got it early.
Ooh,
I
that's
think he
close.
got
I'd
it
like
early.
an overhead angle if I could.
They may not have that.
They
angle.
might not have it, but I'd like an overhead angle.
Ooh, his elbow, the guy who blocked the shot, came down on the scorer attempt's head, and now he's going to have to check out of the game.
It's a 6-point game, and Michigan State does have the recipe of a team that can make a little bit of a run here, because what win in March, Harrison?
Well, good coaching and guard play.
And what does Michigan State hypothetically have?
Both of
good
those
guard
things.
play with Tyson Walker, Agbard. I definitely said that wrong. And then Akins. They have a good trio of guards there.
200 people watching. If you're just joining us, subscribe. We'd love to go live again tomorrow. Need more subscribers, need more people in the chat, so let's make that happen. All right, Mississippi State with the possession, working at the elbow.
They're going to feed Tolu inside. Just let
Here's
him go to
Tolu.
work.
They're going to trap him. He's going to have to pass out. Tough low
turnover.
pass leading to a turnover.
So
there.
what has to happen there for Mississippi State? They double Tolu inside, but the issue is that they have a guard coming across right in front of them, and it's a sharp pass outside. What needs to happen is that needs to be reset to the top of the key, so an extra pass to the right wing where the defender who went to double leaves, and that's how you get an open three-point look.
Oh, my goodness. BYU, I think, just banked in a 3 and a foul away from the ball on the made 3. So they're
4-point opportunity.
So they're going to get a free throw on top of it. A huge swing there potentially as Michigan State also gets a second chance opportunity and cashes in on the layup. They're up 8. 37-29 here, 33-24 between Duquesne and BYU.
Yeah, Malik Hall there with the easy bucket for the Spartans. And this is the team that was on paper as the number 4 team in the entire country when you came into the year at the AP poll. I mean, they have good guard play. They have a solid forward. They just never quite reached their expectations, Harrison. You wonder if Izzo is going to bring the best out of his crew in March like he does so often, because if they're able to win this game, I'm not going to put it out of it for them to upset North Carolina in the round of 32. But it has to all start with this game, obviously.
You don't want to face Michigan State any year in March, especially as a top seed. You know they're going to be ready to play.
Oh, what are you doing?
Mississippi
Shoot the
State
ball.
should have shot that floater. They don't. Here come the Spartans the other way. Don't really have numbers, but they're still attacking. Now they'll kick it out and reset here.
Good swing.
Good swing on the weak side. Floater game, good. 10-point game. Sparty up double digits here.
There's nothing that is more infuriating to a coach and me as a fan than people passing up wide open shots like that guard just did for Mississippi State, and then that same guard just absolutely bricked a 3. He's having a rough go of it.
By the way, they changed that 3 to a 2 in the BYU-Duquesne game, and the free throw must have been missed. So BYU down double figures here.
Bulldogs are in trouble here if they don't get things together. Now, I will say Hubbard, the leading scorer for Mississippi State, did check back in after leaving for a little bit with a little head concern at least, but he should be back.
Probably did a little concussion test.
And we're about to get underway, by the way.
Creighton here in a couple minutes.
I don't think it will add it, by the way. You might have to manually do it.
Yeah, I'll look at it in a sec. Free throw is good, so they did head the free throw. So they were reviewing to see if that was a 2 or a 3.
That was a 3.
That was a 3.
Did they review it and change it to a 2?
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, wait, now they're saying there's 2 free. I'm completely confused.
Yeah, it's tough.
Not sure what happened
that's
there.
March for you is because you got
So
your
much
eyes on
going
so
on.
many different games. You don't know the ins and outs of every single game.
I guess it's fine because they made 2 free throws.
Tom Downey's in the chat saying Tom Izzo is dead to me for saying mid-majors shouldn't get auto bids. Yeah, that was ridiculous. In disrespect from someone.
A small part of me wanted to change my pick to Mississippi State after he said that.
For someone who respects March as much as Izzo, I was disheartened to hear what he had to say.
It's a 68-team field. Every conference needs a representative.
Mississippi State's in trouble. Down 12. Just missed another shot. Michigan State smells blood in the water. Are they going to go for a kill shot
here? If they score here, this is going to be a timeout. Mid-range J, no good. That will bring us to the under 16.
It might be over. How could you ever doubt the Spartans? I don't know.
I don't know, Rolly. How could you?
I don't know. I don't know how I could. It's because everybody and their mother picked the Spartans to win this game.
But they're the one team you stick with that.
I know. I had to fade them. It didn't work out.
You're a big fade guy.
I am. I zig when everyone else zags.
BYU chipping away here as well. We can shift our focus there during this TV timeout. Final minute or so of the first half. Duquesne 33, BYU 27. Duquesne actually took their use it or lose it timeout because you can't carry 4 timeouts to the second half. So timeout on the floor there. Let's get to 100 likes.
We got to get to 100
Let's get to 100 likes. Let's go. We got 50 likes right now. Let's double that number.
220 people watching. We need to get to at least 50%. Let's get the triple digits in likes. Come on.
Here we go.
Creighton game got underway if you want to put on the TV now.
Okay, let's see here.
Other remote. Oh,
I got it.
Make sure you do like that video. 55 likes. Let's get to triple digits. There's no reason why you shouldn't like the video. We're live here, completely free, breaking down every game, having the scoreboard. We will have it all. So make sure you hit that like button.
A quad box is a pretty good
Quad
look.
box is back, and that is a disaster for me.
Which ones?
Bottom left.
Bottom left?
I simply cannot see the game at all.
The game, the score, or all of it?
The entire thing.
Is there a way to switch it?
It's fine. I think if we could move that TV a little bit more that way.
Well, just tell Jack when he comes back in.
We'll see what happens.
Creighton and Akron underway. It's 2-0 Creighton, as the Zips in the tournament. Rolly needs an adjustment here.
Yeah, could you potentially move this TV like closer to the door? I don't know how that impacts Harrison, but
I'm good, whatever.
I can't see the bottom left game whatsoever.
Do you want to, like...
If you straighten that out, too,
Yeah.
if that works for you, Harrison, that is money.
Yeah, I'm good with that. All right. Akron responds with a 3 as they're up 3-2. Creighton working on the low block. They've got one of the best players in this tournament, Rolly, and Baylor Shireman.
Yeah, he's an elite scorer, lefty. They have it all. They have a good guard in Trey Alexander, the big man inside, Kalkbrenner, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year in the Big East, and then you got the sniper Shireman. They also have another guard, Ashworth, transfer from Utah State. He's been fantastic as their 2 guard as well.
Creighton, a trendy Final Four pick this year. We're at 66 likes. Got to get to 100. Got to get to 100.
The Zips don't deserve to be here. If you saw that wild finish against Kent State in the MAC championship game, they were down by 1 with 8 seconds to go. Kent State just scored to put themselves up 1, but then fouled Akron intentionally with 8 seconds left. And then next thing you know, the Zips go up 1, and they stop Kent State in the final seconds to get to the tournament.
An interesting super chat here that I'm going to have to look into, I guess. We'll get that on screen when we get a second here.
Too big inside for Kalkbrenner.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. They're going to play through him until Akron makes an adjustment. Another easy basket there, 6-3. Tito, we got this one. Kevin Warren says, hey, guys, I can't send supers to Bears now, but I am on every other channel. Am I banned? I don't think so. I will look into this and try to get back to you, Kevin Warren. I assume this isn't the real Kevin Warren, but appreciate the donation. I will look into that, and our next live show will be Monday, so tune in then, and we'll see if it's fixed by then. We'll look into it.
Ali hits a triple for the Zips, and it's even at 6. Not good for my under 142.5 bet early on.
Mississippi State trying to scratch back into this. Good pass down low. Blocked at the rim. Late foul call.
I needed that one bad, Harrison.
Sparty up 43-29.
Oh, yeah, Jack. Just the first half. Appreciate that, Mark.
It is second half. It is second half here, Michigan State, Mississippi State. As first free throw is no good for the Bulldogs.
Make your free throws. That's all I have to say.
Duquesne did add a late basket there, 38-30. That one is also at halftime as BYU's got some work to do if they're going to win that game.
Yeah, Mississippi State, they're just getting beat way too easily to loose balls. We always say in the biz, 50-50 balls become 80-20 balls when everything's going right. That's how it feels for Michigan State. Any loose ball, they're getting to the ball first.
Feels like that in the Duquesne-BYU game, too.
Yeah.
Duquesne's getting all the 50-50 plays. So
we call the missed jumper there. Mississippi State with a stop, and here they come as they trail by 13, 43-30. Inside,
good
drop
pass.
Off to Tolu for a slam dunk, and that maybe gets the Bulldogs out and running in a little bit here.
Yeah, you got to get the crowd into it a little bit. You would assume.
Oh, press. We got a loose ball. Turnover.
3-on-1.
They're out
good
and running.
Pass.
Layup. I'm going to expect Izzo to call TO here.
I am too. Oh, not yet.
Not yet, as Mississippi State cuts it to 43-34.
They're running a little press action here. Sparty's got to get over the timeline. They do. They break the press, and now Mississippi State will hop back in their man-to-man coverage.
I'm always intrigued on how teams handle the press. You'd expect a team like Michigan State that has very strong guard play to handle it well, but turnover there, almost a turnover there, as Mississippi State goes to, looks like a matchup zone almost.
Good step back here, but it's short.
I mean, you're going to live with deep step back twos in the college game every single time of the week.
Here comes the Bulldogs on a 5-0 spurt to cut it to single digits, looking to go on a 7-0 run. Drives inside.
No continuation in college. It's disappointing for sure.
I like the college rule better on that. He got fouled 2 dribbles earlier.
I don't know, Jim.
Oh, come on.
Matthews inside, just had the slam dunk, and then he got it. He actually got the turnover, I believe, too.
It's a good pass up ahead for the easy deuce on the turnover.
Creighton Akron can't stop scoring. It's 8-6, and it's not even under the first 4 yet.
Shout out your team. You got winning it all in the comments. We'll keep the scores on screen, but we want the chat to be engaging. Shout out the team you got winning it. Sir says thanks for this.
Oh, T.O.
Yeah, classic dribble off the knee there.
A lot of control for Matthews inside after a little nice stretch by him to pull the Bulldogs within 9.
Jamin says Indiana State. That was tough on Selection Sunday.
Sorry for you, Jamin.
Sorry for your loss. Sparty alley-oop to make it a double-digit game once again, 45-34. Not sure where the breakdown happened there. Just off an inbounds pass. Next thing you know, it's a 3-on-1 alley-oop. Here
8-8 in Creighton, Akron.
Oh, good pass inside,
Foul
but there is a
pass.
foul. It's a good foul by Michigan State. That was going to be an easy dunk. Zips and Blue Jays tied at 8. By the way, great mascot battle there. The Zips and the Blue Jays.
Oh, Kalkbrenner's alley-oop attempt just hung on the rim, couldn't get to go. Akron the other way now. Transition 3 in the trail position.
It's good.
And the Zips take an 11-8 lead over the Blue Jays early in this one.
It's early, but you said you thought that game could be complicated for
Creighton.
Creighton.
And a big 3 from the Bulldogs to pull within 8.
Back and forth we go between MSU.
The juices are flowing. An answer from Creighton, and that one's even at 11. How about Kalkbrenner stepping out from beyond the arc?
Michigan State getting into the paint. Layups up and good. Playing through contact there. Nice take. 10-point game, 47-37. Here come the Bulldogs the other way. Trying to find their big Tolu inside. Michigan State's denying the entry pass. Oh, good Hezzy. Kicks it out to the 3, but they're going to call foul. Michigan State racking up some fouls here. Already at 5, 7 minutes into the second half.
How about the Zips? Another 3 to go up 14-11. Also, Freeman, 3 for 4 from 3. That center for Akron is just bringing out Kalkbrenner.
And then Creighton with the response. This is a high-octane scoring battle, Rolly.
Yeah, hate to have the under in this one.
14 all. We're not even 6 minutes in. Zips playing slow here in the half court.
Oh, Bulldogs inside with a dunk, and their offense is starting to get going here.
Yeah, they've had some good possessions here. They're getting inside. They're not settling for jumpers.
Creighton gets a stop. They're out and running now. They'll slow it down. It's almost time to have all 4 games. We're 20 minutes away from Arizona and Long Beach State getting tipped.
Oh, good pass inside. Sparty lays it up and in. Both teams not settling, Rolly. They're getting into the paint.
Creighton now jumps ahead by 2. They're 6 of 8 from the field. The Zips are 5 of 10. 30 points in the first 6 minutes of the game. This is not Virginia, Colorado State, folks.
Another foul on Michigan State. They're 1 away from the bonus, or the Bulldogs.
And that's key. When
they can get to the line and chip away.
When you try to make a comeback, being in the bonus and getting more chance to get points without time coming off the clock is ever so important. And Mississippi State's been doing a good job of not settling, even though they've been down by double digits, and attacking the glass.
The Spartans are having trouble defending Tolu one-on-one. He's too physical. Oh, good pass inside, but it's stripped.
Can't happen. Loose ball. This time Mississippi State gets to it.
Trap on the baseline.
That's off them, yeah.
That's going the other way. A lot of contact there, but no foul as the Spartans get a stop there.
Patented Michigan State team just playing defense like their lives depend on it. That's Izzo right there.
It's March, baby. Every possession feels like it's your last, or it should. Tolu's going to get a break, I believe, here. Mississippi State showing a little pressure here. They're going to try and trap. They're going to back out of it here. Michigan State, they are going to try and
It does
trap
look like they're
top.
in a matchup zone here.
Like a 1-2-2.
Oh, and it works. The turnover. It's a 2-on-1.
Good pass ahead.
Oh, that's how you go up strong. No weak shit, Harrison. Go up and slam it with 2 hands.
Easy basket. A couple of turnovers have been sloppy from Michigan State here. They're not handling this kind of diamond zone, if you will, very well.
Mississippi State has done a good job of defending and creating turnovers. They're just having a hard time in the half court, I should say.
Yeah, once Michigan State gets into their sets, they're getting pretty easy baskets in the paint. We'll see if they can do so here. They're still trying to trap up top. Michigan State beats it, kicks it into the corner. Little mid-range J. Good. That's just good offense.
I mean, a guy wearing number 5 with a headband for Michigan State. What is this, 2019? And Cassius Winston? What am I watching here?
You know he's got a jumper. You can't rock 5 with the heady and not have a jumper. Mississippi State working baseline up and in.
Love the physicality there. Go up strong.
been a fun second half here between these two teams, but Mississippi State's going to have to get some stops. They can't exchange buckets.
Oh! How do you do? Jordan Akins to the rack for a two-handed slam.
That's the best dunk of the tournament so far.
You'll see that on One Shining Moment.
Oh, we got 1-on-1 action already for Mississippi State. It's going to be after the under 12 timeout. Michigan State 53, Mississippi State 43. Timeout on the floor. The elevation from Akins.
I didn't see that one coming, Harrison. I thought it was just going to be a nice little contested layup, and next thing you know, he's throwing it down.
So we got a 10-point game here. Duquesne 38, BYU 30. We can focus in on Creighton, Akron a little bit here. But before we do that, let's tell you a little bit more about our sponsor here on today's show. That is PrizePicks Daily Fantasy made easy. And there's no better time to get going with PrizePicks than during March Madness. Sign up today. Download the app at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. We'll kind of cycle through just some kind of examples of some different options that are available. You take more or less on 2 to 6 player entries with points, rebounds, assists, fantasy score, combo statistics. Also, you get a deal right now, whether you're a new or returning customer. Caitlin Clark, they're going to give you 98% off. The more or less would have been set at 31.5. Half a point. You take the more there, obviously. Pair that with another pick. A game today, a game tomorrow with different players available. Lots of games coming up. Again, points, rebounds, assists, fantasy score, three-pointers made. You just take more or less with different players available. 2 to 6 player entries. The more players you put in there, the more bang for your buck you get. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS to get a deposit match up to $100 today. March Madness is already fun. Why not have more fun to make some money with PrizePicks? Link is in the live chat. Download the app right now. All right. Halftime here, Duquesne, BYU. We got Creighton 18, Akron 14. We'll focus on that one here for a moment as Akron swings it to the left corner and takes a three, and it's good.
Wow.
I think that's their 4th or 5th three of the half, Rolly, to hang in.
Both teams are just unconscious to start this game. You really feel like a dumb person right now if you took the under in this ball game.
18-17 Creighton. We're not even at the under 12 yet. Just over 12 minutes to go. Creighton working at the top. Little double screen action. Deep three here. Good! Oh, these teams can't miss.
It is a scoring fest. Where's this in Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh, PA is where Creighton and Akron are facing off, and my goodness, they can't miss.
Akron 5 for 9 from 3, 1 for 3 from 2.
They say the three-point ball is more efficient.
They just get to the lane there and lay it up and in. 21-19.
I mean,
I will say this. If you're Creighton and you're a team trying to make a run, you can't give up easy baskets like this.
I'll say this. Creighton's a good defensive team analytically. I'm kind of surprised that the amount of easy looks Akron has just been given, basically.
Yeah, it's been mostly from 3, but it's not like they've been a lot of contested shots here. Creighton working on the block, lay it up and in. Yeah. That's an and one.
No, he walked. He traveled.
Oh, wow. Called travel. Okay.
Yeah, he shuffled that left foot.
I thought he may have gotten bumped there, but that might have been after the travel. TV timeout there as well as.
Can't miss the 1-and-1s, folks, when you're trying to make a comeback. Mississippi State misses the first end. Can't happen.
Still showing that pressure here. Just got across the timeline. Oh, now getting to the paint. Kick it out for 3. Good.
I mean, it's just their day. This is the best they've shot all year long from 3. Of course, that's when I put money against them. That's just how it works.
Well, that's the risk of showing pressure and playing that kind of press coverage, too. If you break it, someone's going to have an open look. And that's what happened there. Bulldogs pump fake from 3. They get inside, and they'll lay it up. Oh, they'll just flat out throw it up.
Mississippi State's done a good job of scoring the basketball. They just can't get any stops when they get into the half court.
Yeah, you can't trade baskets at this point if you're Mississippi State. They'll foul 60 feet from the hoop, little trip midway through the second half there.
Bucks, number 1, I'm with you, man. Mississippi State is going to make my bracket go unperfect after game 1.
D'Angelo says, my therapist is a Duquesne alum. All right, D'Angelo. Go Dukes.
The A-10s, baby.
More pressure from Mississippi State. Leads to another wide open 3. No good this time. Mississippi State does get the rebound, down 11, trying to chip away here.
I mean, you're just going to have to start getting stops. It doesn't matter if you could score. You got to get the defensive end.
In and out from
that's
three.
not going to help.
Here comes Michigan State.
Oh,
Wide open three, left side. No good. But they do get the offensive board. Lays it up. No good again. Follow through. Three again.
What I say about the 80-20 balls.
Can't give up third possessions, Rolly.
It's not
that's
50-50 balls right now. It's 80-20 in front of Michigan State. And it just feels like the Spartans want it more right now.
January, February, Izzo. Here come the Spartans up 14 with 9:15 to go.
I cannot believe I bet against Tom Izzo.
Hey, it's not how you start. It's how you finish. We got a long way to go in this on this slate. Long way to go here. So the rare moment where all three games in action are either at halftime or in TV timeouts, 2 at the timeout mark and 1 at halftime here, as Duquesne and BYU should pick up the action soon. Long Beach State, Arizona, about 12 minutes away from tip it up. They are playing that game in the West region, the 15th-seeded Long Beach State going up against 2nd-seeded Arizona. Subscribe to the channel. We got almost 400 people watching live. This is our first year ever doing live March Madness whip-around action, watch parties. We're keeping tabs on every single game. Rolly and I are March Madness junkies. We're going to hang out until about 4 o'clock Eastern, and then we'll do a little line change. Some more folks will come in here and take over for us. If it goes well today, we'll be doing it again tomorrow, so subscribe. Don't miss out. Let's have a hell of a first couple of days of the NCAA Tournament, shall we?
Shall we indeed? John says, shit, I have Creighton going to the final game versus UConn, all Big East final. What do you think about that, Rolly? John, that's music to my ears. I am a Big East enthusiast. I am probably...
Rolly might have to change his pants if that happens.
I am the biggest Big East guy in the chat sports office. Smitty is a nice rivaled second, but I just don't think he likes it as much as I do.
You definitely top him after he tweeted about St. Bonaventure 20 times in the last 2 days.
Yeah, I think I am the resident Big East guy now in the office, and I am an alum of a Big East school. No, I'm not. It just means more up in the Northeast. That's where I'm from. I'm from Rochester, New York. Big East basketball is what I grew up on. Syracuse, Cincinnati, Louisville.
Philip in the chat says Samford is the way. Did you ride with Samford or did you go Kansas?
I bet on Samford. I did pick Kansas to win.
Okay.
It just feels like it's too popular of an upset.
I'm with you. I think Kansas wins. They're just going to feed Dickinson all day.
John says, I'm from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Isn't that where Teacher's from?
Mark says, yes, it is. Mark says, Rolly, UConn will not make it past the first week, and will that trend continue?
I disagree. I think the trend of like the last 10 years, the national champion repeating at least, or looking to repeat, doesn't make it out of the first weekend. I just don't see a way this Husky team
They're too good.
Doesn't make it to the Sweet 16. You could talk me into Auburn potentially taking down UConn in the Sweet 16, but that's the first time I think UConn could go down.
What's the 8-9 game feeding into?
FAU and
FAU's Final Four team last year.
FAU stinks.
They don't.
They do. They're horrific. They don't deserve to be in the tournament.
What do you mean?
They have 2 quad 4 losses. That can't happen.
Yeah.
They only got in because of what they did last year. That is a fact.
No.
Yes, it is.
They should have been in. I think they're
if you slap their resume on another South Florida, for example, in their own conference, they're not making it. It's just because they made it last year and they started in the AP top 25.
I do think there's some truth to Michigan State not even being on the bubble due to who they are. But they're showing they belong today. Michigan State in the paint gets fouled.
Hogard inside. I mean, he was expected to take a next step for this team. Just really never did, but played well today, man. And it's kind of the theme of this game so far between Michigan State and Mississippi State. It was always like, well, Michigan State, you can argue, is one of the most talented teams in the entire tournament. They just never got things going in Big Ten play this year. They started off the year as the number 4 team in the country, AP poll. They lost at home to the JMU, James Madison Dukes, who are a 12 seed playing Wisconsin in the first round, and they just never got it going this year. But it is Izzo, they say. In the month of March, that's when Michigan State comes alive, no matter the seed.
And they're looking to add to this lead. They'll go to the line for 2 here to potentially go up 16 with 8.5 minutes to go.
What a disaster.
Running out of time if you're the Bulldogs.
Disaster class for Rolly. I'm going to start off 0-2 because the Dukes are going to win.
Been some ugly free throws here. They got that up high camera above the basket. I've seen at least 2 free throws now that just, it almost looks like it's slipping out of the shooter's hand. I mean, that one shot straight left.
I just realized that brackets are now
good.
public to go watch and see. I'm looking to see on my bracket groups who picked the same teams to win it all as me.
How many brackets did you do this year? Obviously,
just one. I'm
me
a
too.
one and done guy.
I'm a one bracket guy too.
I usually
when
fill
I was
out
younger,
multiple, but I'm changing my opinion. I'm going one.
Yeah, I think post college, you got to be a one bracket guy. 3 ball from Mississippi State, no good. Offensive board,
And
missed
he smoked the
layup.
This is ridiculous.
Here comes Sparty the other way.
Bulldogs betters look away.
It's getting ugly out here. Sparty working at the top. Next dead ball will be a timeout. We are under 8 minutes left. 2-3 zone from Mississippi State. They kick it out to the right wing. 3-pointer, no good.
See that almost went Michigan State's way in terms of getting the ball.
Oh, my God, and Mississippi State blew the layup.
Oh,
and
they're going to call
the classic, he missed the layup, so we'll call it.
I'll tell you what, though, how close was Michigan State to getting that offensive rebound? This is a life and death. Down 15 with 7.5 to go. You got to fight tooth and nail. You got to scratch your way back into this one. And I just don't see the effort from the Bulldogs.
Oh, Rebel Montana
Rebel
in the chat.
Rebel Montana with $1 super chat. Appreciate you, Rebel.
We appreciate it, Rebel. Cheers.
Did get to 100 likes. Keep on hitting that thumbs up icon. As the more likes we get, the longer we'll be able to stay live for March Madness Day 1.
I think we'll shift the focus to this game as our featured matchup for now. If that Michigan State-Mississippi State game gets tight late, we'll pivot back. But Creighton and Akron in a battle here in the first half. The scoring has slowed down a touch in the last couple of minutes, but Akron, right on cue, ties it up. We are tied at 21 midway through the first half.
John went to Marquette, asked the chances of us or them getting a deep run. I got to be honest, it all depends on Tyler Kolick's health, John. As you know, he's dealing with that oblique injury. He is expected to play in the first-round game against Western Kentucky.
I picked Florida to beat him.
As Baylor Shireman knocks down a triple to put Creighton back up by 3. I like Marquette. I like Cam Jones. I like the lefty duo. I like Osa Ighodaro. But you guys got screwed by your first-round matchup having to play second-round matchup, potentially Florida if they defeat Colorado in the 7-10 game. Because Florida got underseeded at the 7 spot. They should have been on the 6th line. They got criminally underseeded, and I think the Gators might take you guys down, unfortunately.
Duquesne BYU, second half action should get going here in the next couple of minutes. We're also 5 minutes away from the start of 15th seeded Long Beach State.
My national championship.
2 seeded Arizona in the West region. That'll get going at 2 o'clock Eastern here. So
Shireman knocks down another triple.
He can get going in a hurry.
Back-to-back threes for Baylor.
Third-team All-American this year.
He averages 3 triples a game for the Blue Jays. He already has 2 here early.
Kick ball. Akron keeps possession here. 8:50 to go here in the first half. Looks like BYU Duquesne going to get going in second half action. We will pivot some focus over there once we get to the under 8 timeout here between Akron and Creighton. Akron and Creighton, excuse me.
John Wayne says, I think Kansas will not get past the second round because they have too many injuries. And their best player is not playing in the entire tournament, Kevin McCullough. So it's not great.
Where's last here?
It doesn't exist, I'm telling you.
It does.
Oh, give me, hold on.
The last button's right there. I don't know what just happened, but Creighton 27, Akron 23. 25 now as the Zips get another basket. Good drive inside, but they'll get a foul on the floor. We'll see if that's in the act of shooting or not. BYU trying to play bully ball to start the second half. Jump hook, air ball. Oh! It's getting chippy. Jump ball, and
love it.
2 guys went down, and it's getting a little feisty between the Cougs
I
and
love
Duquesne.
it. I love when it gets feisty in March, baby.
This is just, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. They're fighting for it.
Oh.
Now that was a bit of a, whoa. Could that be deemed a punch, Roy?
No.
I don't know.
A punch has to have intent, Harrison.
That wasn't. You don't think you didn't think that was a little extra here, right?
To call this a punch is a little much.
I agree. Not a punch.
He never actually got hit at all. The BYU guy, if we're going to be honest.
It wasn't nothing. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I'm speaking out of my BYU to the Sweet 16 mouth. Who knows?
I mean, if that is considered a punch, that's what we call ultra.
I don't think it's a punch. I could see a flagrant one here, though. This was definitely extra. Like that it was after the play. Here comes Creighton. Oh, turnover, 2-on-1. Good give. Why did he dribble that? Still laid it up and in. We're tied at 27. Creighton, I mean, you don't want this team to hang around. The Zips got a little juice today.
See if Mississippi State can make a run here. They're down 13. Matthews with another bucket, all 6 points coming in the second half.
You would think the messaging at that under 8 was we got to get this to single digits by the under 4.
Yeah, you get it to 6, 7 points, you have a chance.
This 3 from Michigan State.
See, there it is again. Loose ball right to Michigan State.
That's why you can't play zone because you're just not going to get rebounds. 16-point game now.
March is the most predictable thing of all time.
Why is Mississippi State playing zone down 13?
Well, they're playing a runaround defense where it's a zone, but it's really just chaos.
You're just not going to get rebounds doing that, though.
I mean, they got the rebound. He just got it poked from behind. You get the rebound high and tight, folks. High and tight. Don't let those pesky guards come in from behind and steal it, which is exactly what happened. Mark, I'm going to say
tied at 37. They're reviewing this still, by the way, at Duquesne BYU play.
I'm going to say, Mark, that this year ends. I don't see. Could be wrong, and obviously it's not bold to say this, but I just don't see a way that any of the 1s or 2s this year lose in the first round. They're just too good.
Yeah, in the first round, I'm with you. Second round, I think there's potential.
I think you could argue.
Have Marquette losing in round 2.
I think you could argue Marquette because of Kolek's injury, and if he's not fully healthy,
Florida's also a very good 7.
Well, I was talking first round.
Oh, okay. Who are they playing? Who's the 15 they're playing?
Western Kentucky.
Okay, maybe.
The winners of the CUSA, the CUSA.
The CUSA. 63-49, the Bulldogs get a deuce, so 14-point game there, 6:40 to go. I mean, the time is now if you're Mississippi State. Spartans going to use some clock here, be methodical, kick it back out to the top.
You still got a chance. Go on a little 6-0 spurt here in the next 2.5 minutes. You have a shot. Spartans swing it out, get into the paint, lay it up. No good. Got to get the boards, man.
It's going to be a shot clock violation. They're not going to get a shot off. Oh, air ball. Shot clock violation.
There's a good possession from Mississippi State. If it's 6 minutes, 12 seconds to go in that ball game. If they can just get a pair of buckets here with a pair of stops, they can get right back into it.
They're still looking at this in the BYU Duquesne game. That's a long review here, Rolly. I don't think this should be a flagrant 2, but I bet they're going to give them a flagrant 1.
I don't think so.
Double technical foul is what they settled on.
Yeah, if they called that that is the most weak flagrant would have been of all time. By the way, Noah Waterman from Rochester, New York.
Okay. I'm surprised they called that equal both ways. I thought the Duquesne guy did more, but
Big 12 bias strikes again.
It's not. You thought that was equal both ways?
I do. Yeah. I mean, sure.
Did you watch the same replay?
Sure, he was more aggressive. I don't know. Maybe if that's how you guys call it in the Big 12, then that's how you call it in the Big 12. In the A-10, we play physical.
If after the whistle, one guy
I mean, you can't act like the BYU guy did not
after the whistle
do anything.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's why it's a double technical.
Doesn't matter. Double technical now. Here comes Duquesne the other way. Top of the key. Step back. No good. BYU gets the rebound coming the other way. Cougs trying to get back into this one. They have not played very well today, and they're going to turn it over. Here comes Duquesne, one-on-one. Wow, nice dunk there. 10-point game as Duquesne goes up double figures. They have just been the scrappier team in this one. It's pretty simple.
Streets are going to have to bring up what conference is better, A-10 or Big 12. Streets are talking already. A-10 might be 1-0. That also might have been the kiss of death right there.
Could be, man. I mean, they're just getting hands on every ball.
This is why I never take BYU. I should have never done it. I should have stuck with my gut of Duquesne.
Hey, that's a Rolly problem. 3 ball at the end of the shot clock. Air ball.
They're horrible. BYU plays no defense. They're horrible.
The absolutes that you get from Rolly.
Arizona's getting underway now. They're about to get underway, and it's officially the quad box time. All 4 games
we made it.
Are live.
Michigan State up 17 with 4:40 to go. I think you can kiss the Bulldogs goodbye, 66-49, as the Spartans are all but certainly going to advance to the round of 32. Big boy ball again from Creighton to go up 31-29.
Wagner, North Carolina, following that game between Michigan State and Mississippi State, 1 versus 16. It's the first time we'll see a 1 seed take the floor. I'll tell you what, if you're a betting man, I like the Tar Heels minus 24.5 against Wagner.
Win big.
Wagner's bad.
They're 16 for a reason. Duquesne inbound.
I thought that said Tony Snell for a second.
That stat line was close.
Day Grant puts the Dukes up 13, and here comes Keith Dambro and the Fighting Dukes, baby.
First upset could happen early. 10-0 run from Duquesne. I feel like they've had 3 runs, Rolly, of 10 points or better.
I think that's dating back to the last possession of the second half as well.
First half.
Or first half, yes.
Tip out on the offensive rebound. BYU keeps possession, but they are not having good looks hardly at all. They're not even able to dribble the ball that crisply. Get a good seal screen, lay it up, and almost missed it, but it gets to go. 11-point game here.
Finally get on the board in the second half here.
I think they're going to have to stop settling for threes. They're a
also
three-point
have to play
shooting
defense,
team.
which is not the BYU strong suit.
No, it is not.
They try to outscore you. But the one issue is when you try to outscore your opponents and you fall down early, well, it's hard to come back in ball games.
Good defense there. Duquesne barely keeps possession. 8 on the shot clock here. Gets a screen, little 2-man game. Glass, no good. Good rebound by the Cougs. Coming the other way. 3 minutes into the second half.
Long
BYU.
Beach State. Ooh, smokes the layup there.
Little nerves early for the 15 seed. BYU stripped from behind. Duquesne gets another turnover. They're coming the other way.
Ooh, Long
Kick
Bay
out to the
State
3.
Takes the lead.
Good! Duquesne up 14.
You can cut. There's a lot of time left in this ball game. I don't give a shit. This ball.
Timeout BYU.
BYU doesn't stand a chance.
They're not looking good early, that's for sure.
BYU does not stand a chance to come back in this one.
Akron and Creighton tied at 31 as the Blue Jays letting the Zips hang around here.
And Arizona finally gets on the board to take a 3-2 lead. Corner tray ball.
Swing out to the left wing for Creighton.
Lottery, are you rooting for Arizona, by the way? Or do you hate Arizona? Okay.
Post move, no good from Creighton. Here come the Zips, looking for a lead, tied at 31. Oh, that's going to be a foul. Yep.
Corner 3 for Arizona again as they go up 6-5. Arizona, very good offensive team, streaky as well. I will say that. They scored under 70 points for like the second time all year when their season ended against Oregon. They don't score less than 70 often. They're a high-scoring team, but they also play some defense.
Under 4 timeout here between Michigan State and Mississippi State. The Spartans up 15, looking to be the first team to advance to the round of 32. Not going to lie, when I heard that jingle this morning, you just feel back at home.
Another 3 by the Wildcats as they jump out to a 9-5 lead now. 3 threes, all coming from the corner, all from different shooters.
This one might get ugly early. That's my prediction.
Don't doubt the beach. Don't doubt the beach.
That's a lot
Arizona's
of
my national championship pick, but I think Beach might keep it close. And when I say close, within 20.
Here come the Wildcats getting downhill. Easy layup, but it was smoked.
Also, by the way, if you were not aware of this, the coach for Long Beach State was actually fired the week of his conference tournament.
And they won the tournament?
And they won the conference tournament. He was fired on Monday, and then the Beach go on a magical run as a 4 seed in their conference.
So is he still coaching?
He is still coaching.
But they have fired him.
He is fired.
What if they win this game? Do they unfire him?
It's a great question.
I mean, I think you almost have to if that happens. That is
my question is, as Long Beach State, if you're the 4 seed in your tournament, they won 20 games.
Why are you firing your coach?
Why are you firing your head coach?
Yeah, seriously.
That's my question.
Hit that like button. Let's get to 150 likes. We had 124 right now. Let's get to 150. Got almost 500 people watching live. Whip around March Madness coverage as it's looking like right now the best game is Creighton and Akron, which I would not have expected in this early window. Michigan State up 15. Duquesne rolling up 14 on BYU. Duquesne riding that hot streak, Rolly. They got through the A-10, and they have carried that over to the NCAA Tournament. Dancing like it's 1977. That's a pretty cool shirt for some Duquesne fans.
My question is, why isn't LeBron at this game? The Lakers don't play today, and they didn't play yesterday either.
When do they play next?
Friday. You can take a nice little jet out
PJ?
there. Come go support your former high school coach. Come on.
BYU cannot make a basket, man. They just missed a 3-footer, and here comes Duquesne.
Oh, we got our guy Wasim Khan with a $2
in
super
the
chat. We'll get to that here.
Duquesne swings it to the left side. They're on a 8-2 run to start this half. Miss a midi.
Let's go Illinois from Wasim.
Yeah, Illinois plays at 3:10 Eastern.
Morehead State. I'm in a survivor pool where you pick one team each day and you can't repeat your picks. I went with the Fighting Illini today.
That had to have been blocked, right? Oh, whoa. They're changing that. Yeah, that's BYU possession. But it's all Duquesne right now at the under 16. They lead 46-32.
Oh.
Final stretch for Mississippi State here.
Yeah, Mark, maybe that is what's going on with the Long Beach State, the beach, because
could be.
It feels like there has to be something.
I guess my question is, if something like that happened, why would they let him coach out the rest of the way?
That's a good point as well.
Who knows? When does UConn play? They're
tomorrow,
I believe.
Tomorrow or early afternoon, they take on Stetson, coming out of the A-Sun.
What's good, Harry and Rolly? What's up, Christian? We're good.
By the way, quick note on that Stetson team. I believe that is the first time that program has ever reached the NCAA tournament.
That's awesome. They're a baseball school. They're good in baseball.
Yeah, Jacob deGrom. That's where he comes from.
They hosted a couple years ago. They were a 1 seed. All right, we'll see if Mississippi State's got anything left in the tank. I think it's pretty much done.
They are
15-point game with 3 minutes to go. They're going to try and leak out here, though.
Oh,
my goodness.
This team is an embarrassment. Mississippi State, I will never, ever, ever, ever trust you again.
I think the lesson is just you can't pick against Izzo in the first round.
I will say this. I don't even know if it's as much as how well Michigan State has played. I just think Mississippi State stinks. I mean, they've missed layups left and right. They have not been able to get a rebound.
Yeah, it's been ugly.
Giving up alley-oops like it's nothing, even though that one was missed by Jordan Akins.
You know who has showed up? The Zips have a lead on Creighton.
33-31. Oh, boy.
Here come the Zips.
I need some defense.
Some good pressure here in the half court. That's going the other way. Let's go, Akron.
I tell you what, me and my friends hopped on a call last night to talk about the bracket and the first-round matchups one last time, and I said last night, I have Smitty as my reference, that I said, I don't think we're talking enough as a crew and a nation about how much the Zips can give the Blue Jays some issues.
I mean, they are playing with the ultimate house money. They were done.
Yeah. I mean, I think Akron is way better than people realized. Creighton, just everyone's sexy pick after they made the Elite Eight last year. I just don't know if they have it in them.
Oh, shocker. Another 50-50 ball goes to Michigan State.
I mean, that
game's done. Final minute and a half there. The Zips up 2 with possession. Under 3 minutes left here. Arizona 9, Long Beach State 6. Quad action going. The next game is going to be North Carolina Wagner. That one tips off in about 35 minutes. That's actually right after the conclusion of Mississippi State, Michigan State.
Yeah, well, what
30
is it?
minutes to clear the floor.
What is it, 15, 20, 30 minutes?
I think it's 30.
30?
Because they got to get fans in and out, all that stuff. So.
Well, it's the same session.
Yeah.
So they don't really have to worry about fans.
That's true. They got to clear the court, though, do all that.
That's what they do have to do.
All right. BYU trying to get something going. Just blew another tough shot. I mean, they just look out of sorts.
BYU is not. They don't have their heart in the game.
I watched them a lot this year. This is maybe the worst offensive display I've seen them have. I mean, they're 1 for 7 from the floor this half.
Oh,
that was.
Oh, see,
that's got to be
a foul. But I like that.
The effort's been
difference.
there.
BYU's not doing that. They're not diving on the floor and biting into people's kneecaps, as Dan Campbell would say, to try to get that loose ball. That's the A-10 difference right there.
Only the Bonnies could have done it. Arizona, deep three.
Caleb Love,
that was
a little
ugly.
iffy start in this one. I believe he's 0 for 2 from the three-point land.
Comes Long Beach, little floater inside, tough shot, in and out. Arizona coming the other way.
Creighton down 3. Akron holding firm here.
They don't look.
Creighton's at a standstill on offense, by the way. They haven't scored in a while.
Tough layup, no good. They wanted the foul.
And now the under is back and alive more than ever. BYU finally gets on the board with a layup inside, cutting it to a 12-point game.
Trying to chip away there.
Oh,
Creighton from 3. We're tied at 34.
68 first half. It was 142.5. We get a couple stops here.
Duquesne with the floater, air ball.
Whoa.
And here comes BYU. 3-pointer here would make it a single-digit game.
Arizona inside and 1, and here come the Wildcats.
Good take from the Cougs, and they're down 10. Back-to-back baskets for the first time in a while.
The Wildcats are starting to get into it here.
46-36. Duquesne.
Creighton with a 3, and they jump out into a 3-point lead with a minute and a half to go.
Get these scores updated for you guys. Oh, my God. Duquesne should have dunked that.
Late foul call, I think.
Wow, that was – I feel like BYU kind of just let that go, and the guy missed it. See here, a little replay. Great pass. Oh, no look pass.
Day Grant, he's a March player.
That was not a foul.
You know what they whistled? There's a little hand on the back, little push action here.
Man, that is.
Right there. You see, arm extended.
Is that a push, though?
You extend your arm, you're going to get called for it.
That's a tough one.
Nature of the biz. It's over.
6th straight round of 64 win for the Spartans.
And my bracket's busted. No, just kidding. But I did.
Your perfect bracket's busted.
My perfect bracket is done.
I'm still alive. 1 game in.
After starting off 2 of 2 in my official picks in the 2 at-large playing games.
Dare I say ball don't lie as Duquesne misses both free throws. Here comes BYU the other way.
Creighton on a 8-0 run here as Baylor Shireman puts up the Blue Jays of 8.
You know they can score in a hurry.
5, I should say.
BYU trying to get to the rack. Good defense. They're going to call a foul there. I didn't think that was a foul either.
Foul on the floor here. What's the
I don't want the
here?
officials to start taking over
We're
these
at
games.
73. Ooh,
Let the boys play.
It's going to be a dicey second half. Don't get a bet against Izzo. I told you what, this was the worst Michigan State team I have witnessed in quite a long time. And I said, they're bad. I'm picking against them. And I told my colleagues here that no matter what happened, if Michigan State wins this game, I will never bet against Tom Izzo again. And so
in the first round.
I will never bet against Tom Izzo again.
Period or in the first round?
Never.
So you're betting them in the next round?
If it's a toss-up, I'm not betting against them.
Arizona 17-13 over Long Beach State.
Wasteland's in the building saying, hey, Nick, go Gators. What's up, what's up, what's up? I got the Florida Gators advancing to the Sweet 16.
I do too.
I got them beating Marquette in the second round.
I don't know what just happened there. Free throw is good for BYU.
Appreciate that comment, John. To answer the second part of the question, I am going to hope and pray that it is a North Carolina quarterback, Drake May. Jaden Bradley to the rack, another Rochester, New York native. Got some Rochester, New York people showing out.
BYU's made it an 8-point game. They're on a 6-0 spurt. Trying to get back into this one. Looks like the crowd getting into it as well. Free throws kind of keeping BYU in it. They're 9 for 11. Duquesne's 1 for 3.
Ref show. Duquesne does not get inside often, though. I will say they like to take a lot of jumpers. Great pass.
Stripped, and then loose ball goes to Duquesne, and they lay it in, back up 10.
Day Grant just has full control of this game. Leading scorer for Duquesne, but he's just making these passes like it's absolutely nothing, Harrison.
Yeah, he's been the best player on the floor in this one. BYU take a deep 3. No good. Long rebound goes to Duquesne.
I don't know how that player just hit the deck. But
Yeah, it just looked like he slipped or something. Thought he was going to get that rebound. Step back from Duquesne. Triple bounce.
I tell you what, if that bounced in,
it'd be game over.
I had a line ready to go for Day Grant, and I'm mad I wasn't able to use it.
BYU coming the other way. In the half court, they'll pass it inside. He should have gone
what
straight
is he
up.
doing?
What is he doing? Back to the weak side. They'll get into the paint. Up and in.
There's
Good
nothing
take.
more infuriating, Harrison, than people wide open and they don't take the
Just
shot
lay it
or
up.
don't even look at the basket.
BYU, I will say this. They're getting into the paint this half.
They're hanging around.
Hanging around.
They're in position to be in position.
Yes. Shout out John Rothstein. 8-point game here. I think if you're Duquesne, you got to keep playing the way you have been. You can't just try and grind this one out. Too much time left. Mid-range J is long. Here comes BYU. Basket here, and it's a two-possession game.
And that's the half in Creighton. They lead 39-34.
Wide open three for the Cougars.
Oh, whoa. What happened inside? Missed call by
Another
the
three on the
officials.
second opportunity. No good. These are threes that BYU does not normally miss. One of the best three-point shooting teams in the country.
I tell you.
Haven't been so today. They're 5 for 19 from downtown. Two wide open threes there, Rolly. Under 12 here. Next dead ball is going to be a timeout.
Day Grant playing with his food.
5 on the shot clock here.
Oh, see, I hate that call.
That's not a foul.
I hate that call.
The
They
guard
call it
falls.
every single time in the NBA, in college basketball. It doesn't matter. If a guard drives and falls to the ground,
They
they
get the
always
call.
whistle to foul, and it's disgusting.
I agree. A late shot clock, too. That's
gross.
brutal. That is brutal.
613 people watching. Make sure you guys have liked the video. Come on. You love March Madness? I expect everybody in here to love March Madness. We need to get those likes up. We're 140. Let's get to 300 likes. Come on. We're live here breaking down every game. Free content on YouTube. Hit that like icon.
We got to get to at least 200 here. Like the video. If you're just joining us, Michigan State, the first team to punch their ticket to the second round. They beat Mississippi State 69-51. Duquesne 48-40 lead over BYU here. Creighton up 39-33, by the way, at the half. They must have turned a 3 into a 2 for Akron. 6-point game there. And then
that's huge for the under.
And then Arizona 17, Long Beach State 15 as the Beach hanging around midway through the first
Oh, my
half.
God, that's electric. They took away a point out of thin air. Underbetters, we're alive. That's 72 in the first half.
Philip says Zach Wilson must be at the BYU game. Is that just in a reference to him being a loser?
I think so. We got a little bit of a battle here. 9 minutes in. Yeah. That's why.
They're saying he's
loser.
bringing that losing energy to his alma mater.
Arizona misses a 3. It's 17-15.
The Beach is hanging.
The Long Beach State always was going to hang around in this ballgame.
The Beach is hanging.
Make sure you guys like the video. Come on. I'm sad to see the like number we have.
Do you have Solo Box available? I was going to hop off for a couple minutes.
I mean, it's just a standard.
All right, Rolly's going to keep you guys up to date here. I'm going to get some lunch. We might do a switcheroo after that. Take it away, Rolly.
Yeah. I tell you what, I thought Long Beach State, which if you weren't here when I told the story earlier, they don't have a head coach. Their head coach was fired the week of their conference tournament, and they just got an 11-0 run for the Beach to open up a 3-point lead over the Wildcats, 20-17. What a run here by the Beach. To finish the story, if you're just joining us, head coach Sam Monson, might not be Sam, but it's something Monson, fired on last Monday, before the conference tournament where the Beach were their 4th seed. They go on, they win the tournament, get the AQ, and they're just sitting here like, well, what are we doing here? We fired our head coach, and he just took us to the NCAA tournament, and he's still coaching for free. He's not getting paid, folks. Missed free throw by the Beach, though, so it stays at 2017. Arizona now brings it the other way. Good offensive team. They've been good defensively, but not good today. On pace to give up 40 points. They got it. Looks like the Beach are in a little bit of a zone here. Swung into the quarter. I believe that's Larson. I can't tell. He drives inside, and he turns it over. The Beach have a chance to extend their lead as they're out and running. We'll slow it down a little bit now. I tell you what, Arizona, I have them as my national championship pick. And I didn't see any 2 seed going down or 1 seed, but it would be something. If you remember just a year ago today almost, they lost in the first round as a 2 seed to 15th seeded Princeton out of the Ivy League. Foul inside on the floor, though, for Arizona. So Long Beach State, I believe, will have it side out. It's just the 3rd foul on the Wildcats. And here come the BYU Cougars as they got inside for an easy layup. And now they only trail by 6 with 11.5 to go. This is March, baby. We got a game at half, a game finalized, a 15 seed above a 2 right now, and a 6 seed clawing their way back against an 11. But Duquesne with an answer inside, a right hook. They don't go into the post often, but they do there. And Keith Dambro is absolutely livid and energized on the sideline for Duquesne. BYU, one of the best three-point shooting teams in the entire country, 0 for 5 from 3 in this half. They get inside, running layup, rejected! Dikembe Mutombo would be proud of that rejection from the Dukes. Can't go up weak in the paint during March Madness, folks. No weak shit allowed. We shift our attention back to Arizona here as they trail by 3. Insert it to Omar Ballo inside. He's double teamed. He's stripped. It's a turnover. Arizona looks sloppy. They don't look good against this Long Beach State zone defense. And the Beach answer with an and one. Another and one for Long Beach State. And now they open up a 5-point lead. Chance to make it 6. I honestly thought this was a charge. Yeah, I would stand with my charge. I think that's a charge, but they rule it and one for the Beach, and they are up 22-17 as that game is about 40 seconds away from a TV timeout. We'll get to daily basis super chats in just a second. BYU still trails 50-42. Long Beach State up 5 at the line for another one here. The first 1 or 2 seed to play today, Arizona. Like I said a little bit ago, they lost to Princeton in the first round last year as a 2 seed. Missed free throw again from the Beach. That is something that can't happen. When you are an underdog, a high seed, you can't miss free throws. Caleb Love from the parking lot rattles in and out. Offensive rebound for the Wildcats. Floater miss. Another offensive rebound. Another miss. Love with the offensive rebound. Another miss. And the Beach take it away. Arizona with a lid on the basket. They can't score. They haven't put up a point in the last 5 minutes of game action. Beach up by 5. They're looking inside the post. Missing a floater there. Both teams struggling now here. The Beach are on an 11-0 run. Here comes Arizona. They've missed 10 in a row. That ends with an and one. Caleb Love, the former North Carolina point guard, Pac-12 Player of the Year, with a bucket plus the harm. And they'll cut it to a one-possession game. And that will head to a TV timeout, so it's time to focus our attention back to the 11-6 matchup between the Big 12 and the A-10, Duquesne BYU, where the Duke still hold an 8-point lead. 9.5 to go in that second half. We'll flash the super chat from Daily Basis here as the game that is only on is Duquesne. $2, I'm an Illini. We're streaming games in class right now. Daily Basis knows how to do it. Listen, I don't condone passing up on your education in high school or college to watch the March Madness games, but all I'm going to say is that I did the same exact thing, and I absolutely ruined my education. That's how I ended up here. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. This is good. This is good. We're having fun. BYU inside, layup, good. No foul call. Looks like it stopped there for a second. 50-44 is the score now, as the Cougars like to climb back into this one. They would be the first top seed to lose. Top seed, close call. Wouldn't be the first higher seed to lose because Mississippi State technically was a higher seed. Pull-up jumper for Duquesne. Good. Those guards are just dominating this game. Say it with me, folks. Guards win in March. That's why we saw Michigan State win. That's why we see Duquesne with an 8-point lead right now. Day Grant really just taking this game over for Duquesne. BYU to the rim, kicks it out, a 3-point attempt. Good, the first 3 of the half for the Cougars. They were previously 0 for 5. One of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country finally gets on the board. It's a 5-point game, folks. Robinson has 20 for the Cougs. He's keeping them in it. Step back jumper. Duquesne can't answer. 8 minutes to go in the ball game, and the Cougars have the momentum. BYU dribbles inside, sees a double team, kicks it out to the big man, hands it off. Cougs will work it around. It's Robinson again in the corner. Drives baseline, finger roll, layup is good. Robinson doing it all for BYU. It's a 3-point ball game. The Cougs are here and they're ready to play. 22 points, and we got a timeout by Keith Dambro and the Dukes. And this is March. Long Beach State now as they return to action with a 3-point lead. Caleb Love will look to return and finish his and one and cut it to a 2-point game.
Lead for about 8 minutes, Rolly, and BYU's back in it. Here we go.
Yeah, that Robinson fella for the Cougs has been taken over. It's 22 for the ball game.
Yeah, he's keeping them afloat, 22 of their 49. The 3-point ball has not been BYU's friend today, but they hit one a minute ago, 6 for 21 on the day. On the season, one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country.
Hayes says if BYU wins, then I'm going to get paid.
Hey,
well, the best way for BYU to win and you to get paid, hit that thumbs up icon. Let's get to 200 likes. We're 5 away. Let's go, folks. Caleb Love misses the free throw, by the way.
Arizona's in a funk here. What is it, a 15-2 run or something like that?
Yeah, 13-2. They just have struggled to put the ball in the basket here. They'll have a chance to tie it up with a 3, and there they go. The Wildcats tie it up at 22.
That's a big one. I got Arizona, I think in my my final 4.
Arizona's my national champion.
Oh, boy. It's early. They're going to win this game. All right.
I'm not really fearing it.
Lot of action going on, and you should get in on the excitement with our friends over at PrizePicks. Our March Madness live coverage here is sponsored by PrizePicks, and they got specials for you, new customers, returning customers. Head over to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. The action on the hardwood is heating up, whether it's March Madness. Maybe you're an NBA or NHL fan, as those sports make their playoff pushes as well. But I encourage you to get signed up right now for the March Madness action. You just take more or less on 2 to 6 players on any given entry. Points, rebounds, assists, points plus rebounds plus assists. 3-pointers made, fantasy points, more or less. Cash in today. You get the freebie with Caitlin Clark, 98% off, half a point. You just take the more than there. Obviously, pair that with another pick or up to 6 total picks. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Use code CLNS. If you get going with Demon and Goblin picks, by the way, Demon picks are tougher to hit. You can win up to 100 times your money with PrizePicks. Check it out. It's fun. It's easy. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Code CLNS. For a deposit match up to $100.
Yeah, while we were in that little ad read for PrizePicks, shout out to them. Omar Ballo got inside and laid it up and in, so a little spurt for Arizona after trailing by 5, a 7-0 run to go up by 2.
Here comes the Wildcats. If you missed it earlier, Michigan State dismantled at Mississippi State 59-51. 69-51,
Very nice.
Excuse me. North Carolina and Wagner get going in about 15 minutes. We'll work that game on screen once that one tips off.
10 minutes from tip, we put it on screen.
Yeah, that's probably good, or 5 till, either way. And then second half action between Creighton and Akron. That was a fun first half, Rolly. Creighton finished the first half pretty strong.
Yeah, I believe it's 39-33 as they took away a point.
Yeah, correct? Let me double check. I think that is correct, so we'll change that. Yeah. 39-33, one of the Zips 3-pointers got changed to a 2.
Hazy, I tell you what, that is one of the games I had the most difficult picking. I had no clue who to pick from between Texas Tech and NC State. I went with Tech.
Get that pushed across here. Duquesne trying to get a good shot. Late shot clock. No good. Good defense by the
settling
Cougs.
on offense right now, Duquesne is. They're not getting inside.
Yeah, BYU's locked in a little bit on that end after not defending for much of the first 30 minutes of this game. 7 minutes to go. You feel like this could come down to the wire. BYU at the top of the key. Three-pointer to tie the game. No good.
Great box out.
Good box out by the Dukes. That's another good look from BYU. They have just not been able to connect from three today. 6 for 22 overall.
I believe 1 of 8 in the second half now.
Not good. They're going to have to make, you would think, a couple of those down the stretch if they're going to win this game.
You know Duquesne is going to knock down a couple shots from the outside. They're a good three-point shooting team, just like BYU.
Working baseline here. Good defense. BYU cuts them off, kicking it back out to the top. 5 on the shot clock. Duquesne's got to go. 3, 2. Good defense. That's shot clock violation.
I'll say this as well, something to keep your eye out for. Duquesne ended up winning the A-10 championship game against VCU, but they scored like 6 points in the final 6 minutes of that game.
Yeah, they stopped scoring.
So it wouldn't surprise me if this is a common theme for the Dukes, and they just hit a plateau offensively, almost at that 50-point mark once again, and just start, no scoring.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like BYU's defensive intensity has picked up here the last 3 or 4 minutes.
I mean, you'd have expected the intensity to be higher, considering it's March Madness.
No doubt about it. Oh, good two-man game. Oh, good
what
defense.
A block.
BYU saves it, kicks it back out, now working back inside. Good defense again. Good drop-down pass. Lays it up. Blows it, but there is a foul. They're calling a lot of ticky-tack fouls here in the second half. I thought that was pretty good defense.
I mean, the Cougs, they've done a good job here of getting down and gritty. Not the flashy, high offense, high-scoring game that they usually play. They've played excellent defense over the last 3 or 4 minutes, and they've gotten inside rather than relying on that three-point shot.
It seems like that was a talking point during one of the timeouts is the three ball's just not falling. We just got to try and get to the rim. Obviously, they're going to take open looks, but they're not going to settle for tough threes.
Long Beach State fouled. Horrific shot analytically, but they get bailed out by a foul.
All right, here we go, Rolly. 1-point game with 6 minutes to go.
What's up, Leanne Pope?
There's going to be some sups on Twitter for that one, I think.
It's a 7-0 run for the Cougs.
Here comes not Arizona. Oh, this could be a turnover. Duquesne gets it back, but only 10 on the shot clock as they bring it back across the half-court line.
Yeah,
a little hand check there from BYU.
Can't do it, folks. Can't do it.
That's just a sloppy foul. I mean, you've got them at a tough spot there with 8 on the shot clock. Duquesne bailed out there.
No need.
Not in the bonus, so.
Just a clear, too. I mean, you just didn't let him go. Physical defense is fine. Just can't be that physical.
It's kind of like holding an offensive line play. Eventually, you have to. If you don't let go, they're going to get you.
It happens every single play.
You can grab initially, but you got to let go.
Oh, man, Arizona's really struggling from beyond the arc, and the Beach are out and running for an easy dunk, and they reclaim the lead on a 4-0 run to go up 26-24.
So I want to ask you bracket philosophy-wise after we get to this possession from Duquesne. 7 on the shot clock. A little step back 3. Tough shot. Air ball. Offensive rebound. 2 on the shot clock.
And 1. That's a big shot for the Dukes.
Yeah, that feels like a pretty big moment there for them.
That's a momentum stopper.
Yeah.
And killer. Another turnover for Arizona. Man, they do not look sharp.
So I was going to ask you, are you rooting for the upset? Or are you like indifferent? You picked them to win it all.
I want money.
Okay.
Beach with another bucket inside. They're up 4. I tell you what, Arizona has just – I regret.
They've had games like this year where they just don't look
good. It passed inside to Omar Ballo, kicked out to Jaden Bradley for 3, in and out.
Here comes the Beach. Trailing 3 here. Oh, pump fake.
I expect them to figure it out, but it's not
a promising start.
Especially after – that's a travel. Not called. Loose ball. It's turned over. Here come the Wildcats. But after losing as a 2 seed last year to 15-seeded Princeton, you'd expected them to come out more engaged and locked in. They get a layup there in transition to cut it to 2. But, I just didn't expect them to come out. And as this game goes on, Harrison, you wonder if it's more nervy.
Yeah, for sure. Step back 3 from BYU to cut it to 1. 5 minutes to go as this game's getting tight. Robinson with 25 for the Cougars. He's hit 5 of their 7 threes, Rolly.
And Long Beach State knocks down a triple to go up 5.
Wow. That's going to be a nervy locker room at halftime if they're trailing at the half, considering what happened last year. Duquesne turns the corner, lays it up and in, but they're going to get a foul on the floor, I think, before the shot. So that'll be 1-and-1 action here as Duquesne is in the bonus with 4:45 to go.
Omar Ballo inside for Arizona for a bucket.
31-28, Long Beach State. Working at the elbow, pull up Jay. No good. I think you'll live with that shot.
Arizona will figure it out offensively in this game. I trust that. It's all about if he can get that figured out defensively. And on cue, Arizona triple to even the game at 31. I'm not worried about the Wildcats offense. They're going to get to 75, 80 points. But they need to pencil in and get some stops to stop the Beach from scoring, because I did not anticipate them allowing Long Beach State to score as easily as they have. I mean, they've been getting everything they want.
There's another layup.
Layup right there.
Wow. 8 minutes until North Carolina and Wagner tip off. That's the West region, but that game's being played in Charlotte. Duquesne, first free throw good, second one up and no good. So they split the free throws, 2-point game. BYU can tie it with the basket or take a lead. BYU is 1-10 this season with trailing with 5 minutes left. So this would be their second win of the year in that scenario.
Oh, that's a foul. Really?
Yeah, I thought on the catch he got fouled. No call.
Arizona evens it up at 33. They guys got to play defense. I tell you what, Caleb Love, very polarizing player in college basketball. He either looks like a top 5 pick in the draft or looks like someone who doesn't belong on a basketball court. He has been horrific to start this game.
I mean, that tournament run 2 years ago, he was awesome, but then the next year he was bad.
I mean, he was the reason why they beat Duke in the Final Four.
Yep. 2-man game for BYU. In and out.
Rattles in and
Tight
out.
rims there.
The Ides of March.
Oh, man. 4:15 to go. That's a tough break for the Cougars.
By the way, my favorite part about March Madness, underrated part, the random start times for games.
Yeah,
2:47 Eastern time is just a ridiculous start time.
Pull up Jay from Duquesne.
Oh.
So they get the roll and BYU doesn't.
The Dukes get a favorable bounce and they're back up 4 with under 4 to go.
BYU in the paint, kicks it back out. Little contact there, no foul. Kick it back up to the top. Next dead ball will be a TV timeout. Pump fake from 3, gets downhill, lays it up. And in, 2-point game.
And we're back in action in Creighton, Akron as well as they get underway in the second half.
It's always when your team's trailing, Roy, I feel like you need to see that score tied. And BYU has not been able to tie it yet. They've cut it to 1 a couple of times, and now they're down 2. 3.5 to go. Every possession critical here down the stretch.
What's key is that Duquesne was able to keep their lead by taking Day Grant out to rest them before the final 3 minutes.
Tough shot on the elbow. Kind of a wild shot, and BYU clears. Basket here would tie it. A 3 would take the lead. They're going to get downhill. Contact, backside pass. Blocked. Is that a foul or a block? Looks like a block, and that's going to bring us to the final TV timeout. BYU scrapping, clawing, trying to avoid being the first upset of 2024 March Madness. We'll get back to that action in just a few moments.
790 people watching. Shout out to all of you. Make sure you have subscribed to the channel as we'll take you to the end of these games here. BYU Duquesne coming down to the wire. We also got Akron, Creighton just tipping off, and Long Beach State and Arizona tied up in a close battle here. Hit that sub button. Continue to go. If we get good reviews on the stream today, we'll come back again tomorrow.
We got Ty Man the Buckeye saying what's up. Hit that subscribe button. We want to go live tomorrow as well. Need more subscribers.
Creighton also up now 8 as they hit a 3 coming out of the break. By the way, they might have reverted it back to a 3 because they've got 34 points for Akron.
Okay. Wow. ESPN Gamecast had it at 33 all of halftime.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. By the way, someone in the chat says MSU was an upset. That was not an upset.
They were actually favored in that game.
They were favored. 8-9 games, in my opinion, do not qualify as upsets. That's 50-50.
Continue to hit that sub button and let us know who you got in this game coming down to the wire. Type your D-U-K, Duke, for Duquesne, BYU for BYU.
Let's
2
go.
minutes to go. It's a 2-point game. It's BYU basketball.
Go vote on the poll. Who you got, Duquesne or BYU?
3
Who you
minutes
got?
left. 3 minutes left in BYU Duquesne. And Creighton now up 9, 45-36. I'm seeing a lot of BYUs. We got Duquesne from Secret Gamer. Fisher says Duquesne wins 63-61. Robin with Duquesne. Justin Duquesne.
Wasim going Duquesne. Jonathan Taylor says BYU. Thomas says Duquesne. Why are the Arizona Wildcats always look bad in the first round? It's been a
Great
rough
question.
recent years for them.
They are up 1, 34-33.
Yeah, if you're Arizona, you really want to lock in here and try and be up 5 or 6 at the half.
They get a stop, but they can't get the board. Omar Ballo inside with a rejection,
Third
but a put
effort.
back by the beach.
Third effort from Long Beach State.
And they
take
jump
the
ahead
lead.
35-34. This is where we stand right now. Wagner in North Carolina tipping off in 5 minutes. So, Jack, when you have a chance,
Yeah,
I'd flash that.
switch out that final score. Easy layup. Oh, he gets cut off. It's going to be a foul.
See, Arizona's offense is starting to pick up here, which I anticipated. They're a really talented offensive team. I didn't think they were going to be held down forever. But they just got to play better defense, man.
Yeah, that's been true in this BYU game as well. They finally started defending at about the 10-minute mark in the second half, and that's allowed them to claw back into this one on the inbound. Oh, my God, a bad
Turnover, can't
turnover for
happen.
BYU.
And Duquesne with a vicious slam dunk.
I mean, that is an all-time bad turnover out of a TV timeout at the under 4. And now with under 3 minutes to go, it's a 2-possession game. BYU has not been able to get this game tied or the lead. Duquesne has held them off.
It's all about the Dukes, baby. A10 hoops at its finest on display. Robinson's been the go-to guy for the Cougars, 25 points.
Thought about a step back there.
Bottled off, though.
Good pass inside. Layup is good.
They have been feeding the big man
He's been
inside.
good, too. It's him and Robinson. That's BYU right now.
Tredore, if I'm saying that.
Traore and
Oh,
Robinson.
My God. Traore. Sounds Italian. Traore.
2:15 to go. What does Duquesne have here? They drive on Traore. Backside pass,
turned over.
turnover. Here comes BYU. They don't have numbers. That's no foul?
They call.
Oh, my goodness. Late whistle here after Duquesne. I basically just stopped the fast break intentionally there. Well, so you are if they don't?
Did you bet BYU money line?
Sammy Betts on the mic. He took the what's the over-under? So it's unless they go to OT, you're good.
Caleb Love with a 3. He finally gets on the board with a triple.
Here we go. Arizona
Duquesne
up
plus
4.
9.5 is a lock, by the way.
Does BYU tie this game or even take the lead? 2 minutes to go. The
Oh,
Cougs
another
almost turn it
turnover.
over, but get it back. They work it inside, and we're tied. We're tied at 60.
Under 2 to go. Minute 45. We're even at 60, baby.
This is March, baby. BYU's biggest lead today is 1. Duquesne's is 14. Right now, we're tied.
There's been like 2 lead changes the entire game. And Duquesne is fouled, and they're going to go to the line to try to reclaim the lead.
This is a battle, Rolly. This is a battle. Good seal pass there. Tied at 60. Creighton up 7, so they've generated a little bit of separation from Akron. Arizona up 39-35.
We're going to turn our sole attention to Duquesne BYU. We'll revisit the scores of the other games in a bit.
First free throw is good. 61-60 Duquesne.
But make sure you let us know who you got in this one. DUQ for Duquesne, BYU for the Cougs.
Minute 28 to go. BYU fans looking nervous.
I'd be nervous too.
They've been playing from a hole all day long. Both free throws are good. 62-60. Duquesne out in front. BYU, both teams have 2
It just
timeouts.
feels like BYU's going to finally hit a 3 here, doesn't it?
You could feel that. They're going inside. Traore at the elbow. Little floater. Doesn't get the bounce. That was a hesitant shot there, Rolly.
He rushed it a little bit, too. He hesitated, and then when he decided to go for the floater,
he didn't have to.
He just, kind of threw it up super quickly, so you could tell he was a little strong.
He shot that like he felt like he had to, and he didn't have to. If he didn't feel comfortable, he should have kicked that out.
Duquesne has a chance to hit a dagger shot here.
Under a minute to go. If they score here. Oh, backside pass! Blocked from behind! Oh, and they call the whistle. A late whistle here.
I was absolutely stunned that the whistle didn't come sooner. It looked like he got shoved in the back.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a foul.
Guy forearmed him in the back. I was stunned it took so long to call it.
Lower back, left arm got him. Good foul. He didn't give up the free layup, but Duquesne in business if they can make both of these.
Make sure you guys join the channel and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the longer we'll be able to stay live for March Madness.
Jimmy Clark, 71% from free throw line this year. Nothing but nylon in the first one. It's a 3-point game.
This is a big one to make it a 2-score ball game.
Is that a double headband he's rocking there?
That might be a double headband.
I've never seen that before.
Talk about a double headband. I've never seen that. The double headband giving them powers is
no good.
Jinxed it.
Oh, they get the rebound. It's a loose ball. BYU's got it.
A jump ball. Possession to Duquesne.
Disaster class from the Cougars.
Oh, it was gift wrapped too strong off back iron, and BYU couldn't corral the board.
We got soccer moms in the crowd yelling at BYU players. Oh, my goodness. I mean, they fought each other for it. Unbelievable.
Well, Duquesne came up with it, lost it for a second time, and then it just became an all-out scrum on the hardwood.
And that's kind of been the story of this game. Duquesne they've been the scrappier team. I don't think BYU will foul. It's going to be a 15-second differential here, but a basket here would just about do it. We are underway, North Carolina and Wagner.
Continue to hit that sub button.
We're focusing on this game for the finish here. Duquesne and BYU, 3-point game, timeout on the floor.
Before we do revisit the other scores, though, Arizona is up 6 with 8 seconds to go in the half, so they've kind of studied the ship slightly to end the first 20 minutes.
Yep, no doubt about it.
Let us know who you got in this ball game and subscribe to the channel.
You cannot miss that rebound if you're BYU.
I mean,
just can't happen.
If you're a BYU bettor, how disgusting is that? You get the missed free throw you needed, and you can't come away with the board.
It's bad, man.
That's number one priority. That's the thing you tell your team. Get a rebound when you're at the line in case of a miss.
So this is actually a pretty big detail. The shot clock only goes to 20 because technically it's an offensive rebound on the jump ball. It stays here. So you definitely do not foul if you're BYU. You play this straight up.
Yeah, you can get a stop and be down 3.
Duquesne having trouble getting it in.
They're going to call TO. When it gets this late in March, man, people tighten up. The muscles get tense. The people get scared.
If I was Duquesne, I would try to steal a basket here if they're playing that tight defense on the inbound. I would back screen someone to the basket.
Yeah.
I would try to get an easy deuce here. North Carolina out to a quick 4-0 lead.
I mean, they're going to win by 30.
They might. Wagner was the first 4 team, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the 16 seeds that always win in the first 4, they usually get bludgeoned.
They beat Howard, which I was shocked because Wagner was analytically the worst team in the entire field. They get a win, and led by actually Melvin Council Jr., another Rochester, New York native.
And now they're down 6-0.
And I couldn't bet on this game because Wagner's from New York and Staten Island.
Creighton airballs the 3 Akron does, as Creighton has gone up 8 here, 50-42. All right, back to BYU Duquesne for the final 45 seconds. 1 timeout each.
They get the ball
into the backcourt. BYU showing pressure. They should not foul here.
They're going to press.
They got 3. They trap them. Duquesne gets it out.
What this does
Got to be careful. You can't foul if you're BYU.
I get it, but now it took off so much from the shot clock. They don't have much time to work with.
Now he gets downhill. Layup is up and good! I just do not get that strategy from BYU.
I mean, if they just played better man-to-man defense at the end there, they actually did it perfectly. They took time off the shot clock and forced them into a one-on-one situation. You just got to have better one-on-one defense.
And then Duquesne just fouls 40 feet from the basket for some reason.
That's a great hesitation move, and BYU struggles all year long of defending the perimeter, haunts them again as Duquesne potentially put the dagger in this one with a lefty layup.
Wow.
Keith Danbro going nuts on the sideline.
BYU came all the way back to tie it at 60, and then they have not scored in the last 2.5 minutes or so. That was a hell of a take to make that a 5-point game.
And we're going to have our first
1-and-1 action here. So
double-digit seed potentially.
These are, oh my God, 61% free throw shooter in a must-make situation in a 1-and-1. Not ideal for BYU. First one is good.
Good. College kids make free throws? Not usually.
Got to make this one to cut it to 3 and then bring some full-court pressure. Do you use your last time out off the make here and set up your press?
I think you got it, right?
Yeah, maybe, unless you want to save it for the next possession. Made them both. Clutch free throws.
Like the
They're
video
not going to
if you
use the
haven't already.
timeout.
Whoever you're rooting for, I've been told will win if you like the video.
Duquesne gets it in. Trapped in the corner. They're going to foul right away.
Makes sense. Extend the game as long as possible.
Yeah. 17.7 left.
As long as it isn't Day-Day Grant shooting the free throws, the players on the floor for Duquesne aren't the best free throw
except for
shooters.
Clark. Who is this going to be?
It's I believe it's Nika.
So he's 67%, I think that said. So
it's 1-and-1. The Duquesne will be in the 1-and-1 for the next 2 fouls.
It's 2 shots, it says.
Oh.
Yeah, that was their 10th foul. So this is 2 shots.
Thanks for showing me the wrong graphic.
Yeah, I don't know why there's not a plus sign next to that under BYU. 69%. Lefty shooter. First free throw is up. And it's good.
Kids got stones.
Absolutely
stepping
buried
to the
it.
line.
Just had to make 1. Obviously 2 makes you feel more comfortable. Duquesne doesn't have any other guys into rebound. They're making sure to not give up a quick basket on the other end. Next one is good. So both teams have made free throws here. BYU.
If you're BYU, you don't have to take a 3 yet. Just take the easy bucket.
Gets it up.
Wow.
Ooh, that would have been huge. Fouled on the layup. Barely missed.
What you can't do if you're Duquesne is foul the Cougars and allow them to score without time running off the clock, and that is exactly what they did, almost allowing a 3-point opportunity.
If you're BYU, you really needed that one to drop.
Come on, we got 1,500 people, only 285 likes. Hit that like button right now. March is the best time of year. Come on.
Got to make them both if you're BYU. First free throw's up and good.
This kid was just at the line for
61%, and he's made 3 in a row. This kid's got too good of a stroke to be 61%.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just pure off, like not a lot of
low volume, maybe.
Yeah, low volume, so he missed some shots here and there.
Got to make this one. If that was an and one, it would have been huge, but it wasn't.
Made
them both. Still have a timeout if you're BYU. They're going to save it here. Official hands it to the inbounder. Trapped in the corner. Oh, that's there. They're going to review that one.
I thought
they're going to review that one. I thought you just pointed the other way, as in who has the possession. They inbound it, and then the guy who caught the inbound bounced past it back. Oh, is it? Are they calling foul? Or are they calling?
I thought they called a foul.
What's the call here?
Great job, but yeah, they called a foul.
They did call a foul. Okay,
that's what I mean.
Well, the official pointed that way.
I thought he signaled this and then quickly went that way.
Oh, and they fouled the one guy you can't foul. Day-Day Grant's 94%, and you get 2 free throws. He's going to make at least 1.
You'd think.
It was 1-and-1. I could maybe.
He hasn't been in the line all day.
That's ugly. That's a weird looking shot. That's cash.
Duquesne up 4. It's not over just yet, I'd say.
Got to go 3 this time if you're BYU.
Can't believe I switched my pick and picked BYU.
Cougs just didn't have the stroke today. Is there any magic left? That is a bizarre free throw alignment.
He gets really on his base there. Wide base.
They roll it in. BYU brings it across half court. Pretty good look for 3. Good!
Oh, it's not over yet.
2-point game with 6 seconds to go. Timeout, BYU.
It is not over yet,
Don't go anywhere, folks. Hit that subscribe button. 69-67.
Here we go.
69-67.
5 seconds to go in the ball game.
Sub if you're loving our March Madness coverage. Here we go.
My.
We will get to some other game action here in a second. North Carolina up 4. Creighton has extended its lead to 14. Arizona at halftime. 5 seconds left. Are there any onions left for the Cougars?
Oh, my.
You got to foul right away. So you're going to try to steal, but as soon as it's caught, you got to foul. This is a nice little behind the back to create separation.
This guy's got the last 7 points for BYU.
He's been cash. You tell me that guy with that stroke is 61% from the free throw line.
Yeah.
That's wild. College hoops, baby.
Yeah, what else are you going to do, man?
College hoops, baby. How big is that and one opportunity not going down now? It'd be a 1-point game.
Oh, who y'all got?
Robin says, calm down, the games are over. We will not calm down. This is March Madness. We will not calm down. That is one thing I can promise.
Who you got, Duquesne or BYU? Let us know. Is BYU going to have a magical come-from-behind win?
We'll see. 5.7 on the clock.
I need these two teams to still continue to struggle scoring is what I need.
Duquesne to inbound. Duquesne does have a timeout, Rolly, so if they don't like the look here, they can take a timeout.
5.7 seconds exactly.
BYU not really defending the inbounds.
Day Grant inbounding. He's their best playmaker, but he's also their best free throw shooter. He
gets it in. Back to Grant. That's well executed.
Yeah.
Well executed.
That's
this guy's 94% from the line.
Can he make both? I'll tell you what, if he makes both, that officially ends the game.
Yeah, it's over if he makes both.
They get it to the guy who's their best free throw shooter.
Oh, man. Here we go. I think that's a double headband, dude.
Or is it just a white headband with red outline that's really poking through?
Maybe.
The first free throw is always the most important one.
Here we
it
go.
Guarantees a 3-point game.
Yep. First one is up, and it's good.
Not even a sweat.
This guy stands 6 inches behind the free throw line.
And
it's the weirdest alignment I've ever seen.
It almost
94%.
looks like he's setting up to do a granny style.
Dude, look how far back he is. It's almost a high school 3. Second free throw.
Put the game away.
It's up.
It's good.
It's good. That should do it. Barring
Streets are talking. A-10, 1-0. BYU 0-1 in the tournament.
Trying to get contact. No
Ball
good.
game.
BYU goes down. Our first upset of the tournament.
Good for the Dukes.
Duquesne 71. BYU 67 as Harrison loses a Sweet 16 team.
Ooh, never want to lose your Sweet 16 teams early. It's better to preserve your Elite Eights, but
this is March.
I can't believe I switched off Duquesne. That was a yesterday switch.
You're an A-10 guy. You got to stick by your guns.
That's my thing, though. I was being too biased. What a win for the Dukes. Keith Dambro's story continues.
Oh, they're going to review to see if there's any time left.
Dambro announced that he is going to retire after this season. It's the first time Duquesne has been to the big dance since 1977, and they return in fashion with an upset victory over the BYU Cougars out of the Big 12.
I don't know why they're doing it like this. We are at halftime. Arizona, Long Beach State, 41-35. Creighton, 56-42.
I guess we'll switch to that game for now.
Yeah, our next game tips off coming up here in 10 minutes.
Should be
Illinois and Morehead State.
Illinois-Duquesne would be a fascinating matchup, I tell you what.
We'll see what happens there.
We'll turn our attention to the game that is being played, which is Creighton-Akron. It's kind of a bloodbath, so I'm glad I did not take Akron plus 12.
Akron was balling in the first half, but the final couple minutes of the first half and all the second half has been Creighton as Greg McDermott has gotten the boys' attention the last couple of minutes here.
I'm 0 for 2 in my bracket picks. 0 for 2.
0 for 2. What's harder, a perfect bracket or an unperfect bracket, not getting a single game?
Well, you'd imagine a perfect or unperfect bracket because you just got to get the first 32 games wrong.
So you're saying that, yeah, that one's easier.
Yeah, way easier.
Well, I asked which one was harder.
Oh, well, obviously perfect bracket.
Yeah.
Perfect bracket's basically impossible.
Yeah.
How about Wagner? It's tied ball game 13-all, 7 minutes in.
The low seeds have shown up. I mean, even Akron played good for a half. Wagner hanging around with Carolina.
I will say, we do have to stop overreacting to first halves.
Oh, I know.
Because
it happens every year.
We like to overreact like Akron, like Arizona. The higher seeds will always...
They typically win by 20.
Fizz out. Because the high seeds, like the 15s, 16s, they come out and give it their best shot in the first 10 minutes of the ball game to keep it close. And then they just usually fizzle out and run out of gas.
Yep.
Usually.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Illinois, Morehead State will be coming up next after that Duquesne BYU game. We do have a super chat
from Rebel.
From Rebel Montana. Rebel Montana.
He said, there goes my perfect bracket. Yep.
At least you got a game in for you.
Yep.
At least you got a game.
Yep. It is what it is, man. Duquesne they just wanted it more, man. BYU didn't bring their A game offensively, and I thought Duquesne was just scrappier.
If that game was another 3 minutes long, BYU might be able to win it, but the problem is that's why you can't fall behind.
They never got over the top, Rolly. They briefly tied it, but they could never get that lead and put the pressure on Duquesne.
Yeah.
It's just such a mental hurdle when you're playing from behind as the higher-seeded team. You got to get that lead, and they never did. And Creighton is just absolutely humming now, and won here. Oof. Up 17 points, 61-44.
Yeah, they got to stop scoring, though, if you ask me.
Yeah, you could be in trouble over there. Have you hit a bet yet?
Yeah, Duquesne plus 9.5, the biggest lock. It was actually my biggest lock of the entire day, to be honest.
That was a lock. That game was always going to be tight.
So far, actually, my other lock is Colorado State money line. Hammer 'em if the Rams.
Free throw's no good.
Thank God. Where am I in points here? What's
the total?
105. I had 142.5.
I don't love your chances.
37
more points,
or 37 points allowed in the last 12 minutes.
And that'd be 20-17 down the stretch.
Probably not. Probably not going to happen. You want to hold it down while I grab lunch?
Yeah, go for it. Rolly's going to get some food.
Yeah, you want to come over? Nah, it's fine. I'll hold out.
Well, no, I mean, just leave me on this screen.
Well, Jack can't come produce. Oh, yeah, I guess if you leave it here, Jack, you can just. You
want to just hand me can the keyboard get here? I can just click spacebar.
Oh, yeah, that's the issue. Now I'll stay here.
All right. North Carolina up 18-15 here as we keep tabs on that game as well. Akron down 16, lays it up, no good. Late foul, the classic, the layup miss, so you get the whistle call. Long Beach State making a late push in this first half, just a 1-point game. Or wait, no, these are highlights. That's right, it's halftime in that game. 41-35, Arizona. Jumper is good from Akron, so a couple of baskets here, and they've cut it to 14. They have cut it to 14. Here comes Creighton the other way, taking control of this game in the second half. Working on the left wing. Little inside ball here, kicking it out. Floater is good. Back up 16, 63-47. Akron coming the other way, top of the key, 10:50 to go here in the first half. Shireman up to 15 points now, 6 of 8 from the floor. Tough floater from Akron there is no good as they're starting to fizzle out. Here comes Creighton. Shireman working again, kicks it out to the weak side. Top of the key here as Creighton gets into the paint now. Reverse layup is good. A little English on that one. 65-57, the Blue Jays starting to separate. Alexander up to 15 points, and the Zips are going to take a timeout. Timeout at Akron, down 18, looking for some answers here. So, rare moment where every single game has either gone final or is at halftime or is in a TV timeout. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We're up to 357 likes. Let's try and get to 400 here. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hershey says, so far I have a perfect bracket. There you go. You're 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Let's get to 400 likes. 35 away. Let's go. Here we go. Monarch says Michigan State is a dark horse, but they shouldn't have made it to the tournament. I thought I'm kind of with you. I thought they should have either been Dayton or out. They got a 9 seed, and anytime they're in the field, they're always dangerous. January, February, Izzo. Shout out John Rothstein. Justin says Creighton is about to make it 3 for 3, and Arizona's going to make it 4 for 4. Not a bad start. Hey, it's fun when you get through the first 4 games and you're 4 for 4. That is not happening to me because I had BYU. I had BYU to the Sweet 16, so not a great start. That is huge for Illinois. That is huge for Illinois. I don't think Duquesne's got 2 wins in them. I mean, that was BYU, though, and they held them in check. The BYU just could not make a 3 today. Didn't play well. Creighton gets a block out of the timeout, and they got their half-court offense set up. Pump fake the 3. Good pass. Oh, another pump fake. Creighton gets downhill, lays it up. No good, but the foul comes in. So they'll look to go to the line and make it a 20-point game. North Carolina up 20-15 now. About 8 minutes into that one. Arizona Long Beach State second half action should get going here in a few moments. Morehead State and Illinois. That game tips off in 2 minutes, so if we want to, we'll try to get that one on screen here in a moment. First free throw's good from Creighton. Makes it a 19-point game. Both free throws good. 20-point game. The Blue Jays have separated here in the second half. Gotta love the March Madness jingle. Akron takes a 3, no good. Long rebound goes to Creighton. Everything going the Blue Jays' way right now. Everything going the Blue Jays' way right now. Working just inside the half-court stripe. Now I get a screen. Kicks it out. Wide open 3. No good. Here comes the Zips. Gotta love the Zips. Great mascot. Oh, good pass. Foul on the post. Probably shift our focus to North Carolina Wagner here momentarily. Make that the featured game here as Creighton appears to have this game under control. Once second half action gets going. Akron inbounds it. Is that game on channel? Is that one? CBS here. Today. All right. North Carolina Wagner, as Carolina is starting to separate just a little bit here. Up 24-17. Wagner was the, I think, lowest team in the field, the 68th team. They did win their first 4 game in Dayton over Howard. Here comes Wagner the other way. Foul on the layup attempt as they'll go to the line for 2. We'll go to the line for 2. Wagner 17-15 on the year. The Seahawks. Name that school. Who else has the mascot Seahawks? Yes, they won a tournament game a few years ago, I believe. Devontae Kaycock. I knew that as well. Lakers legend Devontae Kaycock played there. Both free throws good. 5-point game midway through the first half. 24-19 North Carolina. R.J. Davis brings it across. Looking to get it to Baycott, who goes up stripped. Ball will stay here. Good defense from the Seahawks.
Perfect little break in the action for me. I mean, I got my lunch in there.
Not a ton going on right now.
And I also was able to place my bets for the official second quadrant.
For the next window, there you go.
So that was needed as well.
Did you get a bet in for this game?
No, because Wagner's in New York, so I can't bet on him.
Oh, tragic.
Yeah, I was devastated because I was so on North Carolina minus 24.5.
Well, they're up 7 right now, 26-19. As the Tar Heels.
Looks like I'm going to be 1 for 3 to start the day. Well,
Creighton.
I was just talking bets, but.
Bracket 2, right? Creighton?
Yeah, Duquesne +8.
So we have a Smitty filling in for Jack on the scoreboards right now, 24-21. Smitty, how much cheddar did you put down today? Is it still ongoing? Have you done all the games yet?
You can't do all of it. You can't.
You got to wait closer to. How much? What are you up to so far? How much have you placed?
Priority client.
Priority client Smitty. Okay, so probably talking 200, 150. Okay. All right. More to come from better extraordinaire Smitty. Wagner misses the 3. 26-21 Carolina. R.J. Davis coming the other way. Feeds it to Baycott at the elbow. Who drives inside. Tough lefty shot. Misses and one opportunity on the offensive glass. Goes down. 28-21 Carolina. Second half underway, Arizona, Long Beach State. If this one stays tight, we'll definitely keep some focus on that one. Well, TBS action.
We'll also have to keep an eye on how Arizona handles it if they are tight late, as they got upset by 15-seeded Princeton last year.
Got off to a good start in the second half here. Nice little layup to go up 43-35.
I was on the beach plus 19.5. We'll see if they're able to hold firm after trailing by 6 at the break. I was going to say, Monson's out the door.
I was telling Rolly, if they win this game somehow, do they bring him back? Yeah.
Better job.
Better
upwards,
job.
as they say.
Yeah. The Cliff Kingsbury of Long Beach State. Wagner down 8 with the ball at the top of the key. Drives inside. Tough fadeaway. In and out.
I tell you what, I've seen a couple possessions here. Arizona's figured out the Long Beach State zone. They're just getting good look after good look after good look.
Davis thought about the 3. Kick inside. Baycott. Oh, he missed the dunk. Got his own rebound, laid it in, but foul before the shot. Armando Baycott. I think they counted that. That's going to be an and one opportunity. 31-21, North Carolina.
Jack, you want to make the Arizona game the primary game?
Yeah,
here?
we'll go Arizona. Long Beach State is the featured game here.
TBS?
It should, yeah, TBS. It should be right near truTV. 45 maybe. Somewhere in that range. 44, yep. TBS, for those watching at home. Alley-oop for Arizona.
Oh, now they've opened up the double-digit lead. It might be over.
Quick timeout from the beach here. They're not going to let it extend out.
It might be over,
I like
folks.
that timeout from Long Beach. It's only a 4-0 spurt, but you can't let this get out of hand. How about Armando Baycott, a commercial during his own game?
That's impressive. Try telling someone 10 years ago in the college basketball scene that was going to happen.
2 years ago. That's legendary stuff.
We should probably do another prize picks, right?
Yeah, we can talk about our good pals over at PrizePicks. The next wave of games have come through, which means more games to get in on the action. Daily fantasy made easy with PrizePicks. The action on the hardwood is red hot right now, and get in on the action at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. You got more or less on 2 to 6 player entries, points, rebounds, assists, combos, all kinds of stuff. Also get a special right out the gate, whether you're a new or returning customer. Caitlin Clark, the more or less, normally would have been 31.5 points in their first game on Saturday. Right now, half a point. So you take the more. If it's a 2-player entry, you're already halfway home. You can win up to 3 times your money with the Caitlin Clark pick already there. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS to get that deposit match up to $100. That link is in the comments and in the description. The best daily fantasy sports app in North America, the most used as well. That link is available. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. It's PrizePicks. All right. Illinois and Morehead State a little bit delayed as that BYU game ran a little bit long. So we'll get out the tip-off just as soon as we can. Let me see if we have a updated time for tip-off there. Looks like 3:34 Eastern, so we'll try to fix that on the graphic. 3:34 Eastern.
Gotta love the pushed back time.
ESPN says 3:30, but if you're seeing 3:34.
It's officially time to scoreboard watch on 68:53. This is the hardest part about betting. You gotta do math.
It's I can get it for you. 121.
So I got 21 points to play with in 6 minutes. That's doable.
All of a
folks.
sudden, you're back.
That is very doable.
You might be. That was a good 4-minute burst for you.
21 points in 6 minutes. That's doable, folks. Will I win? Yes or no? Type Y for yes, N for no. I'm rooting for pure misses.
We need a tight game here, man. This is kind of a lull.
Oh, Cockbrenner's too big inside. This piece of shit.
There's 2 points.
19 to go. Now that I know the number,
Katie and Hershey say
I'm going to just start counting down.
What was it, 142?
Yeah, so I got 19 to play with.
70-53, Creighton.
5.5 minutes to go. 19 points to go for Nic Rohloff.
Long Beach State down 10. Largest lead of the day for Arizona.
Get that shit out of here. Can't go up weak in this day and age, folks.
The Beach get the rebound and miss the 3. Arizona will take over.
Sage, yeah, I'm back, man. Quick lunch for me.
In and out, as they say.
No messing around.
Creighton trying to get downhill.
Travel.
Kicks it out. Under 5 to play, Rolly. You're hanging in.
I kind of like where I am.
Hanging in.
Still get 19 points.
And
don't make it, Baylor.
Yes. Baylor Shireman misses.
And that used
30 seconds folks. On the...
We might be locked in.
Arizona from 3. Here come the Wildcats.
Here come the Wildcats. This is what made me pick them for my national championship.
Your cover's cooked.
17.
Long Beach has missed 12 out of 13 shots.
I'm fine losing the cover as long as it makes my national championship pick look good.
Here comes Arizona on a 7-0 run. Going quickly. That's a travel. How do they miss that one? My goodness. Getting to the lane, lay it up, no good.
Omar Balos is wearing these guys down, dude.
3-pointer off the miss, no good. Another offensive rebound. This one's no good. The 4th try is tipped in.
Omar Balo and company is putting in work inside for the Wildcats.
The Beach has been hit with a tidal wave, Rolly.
Yeah.
They're in trouble.
I mean, we saw that coming. I said it. I said in the first half, Arizona's offense will pick up. It's just if they could start playing defense, they have, and then now they've opened up a 15-point lead. Fortunately, none of these games are close right now. There is always a time in the day where games just become blowouts.
Yeah.
Well, we were spoiled with good ones early.
And I think the second 8 games is honestly a better slate than the first
night
8.
Slate today is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you want to talk about college basketball to a full extent. You talk about the early evening quadrant and the late evening quadrant. I mean, those are elite games.
Yeah,
but even though the late afternoon, we have Oregon and
South Carolina
coming up. Nevada-Dayton is going to be a fantastic game.
Kicking off the night slate, Colorado State, Texas.
Woo!
I know you're on the Rams.
McNeese Gonzaga, my game of the day.
Kentucky and Oakland, I think, could be a little trap.
By the way, I have officially put Oakland or Kentucky at upset watch.
Oh, let's go.
I have
love
them
it.
in my Elite Eight, but they're
Can
on
St.
upset
Peter's
watch.
do it again?
Upset watch. They play
The
Tennessee
Peacocks.
tonight, right?
They play Tennessee tonight.
A 3 there, so I'm allowed 16 points. God damn it.
Arizona,
No, I think it's
14. Yeah, you're down to 14. It's only a 12. It's only a 12-point game.
14 points with
The
4 minutes
Zips
to go.
still hanging.
If they don't foul, we're good.
They get it close enough, they're going to start fouling tragically.
Oh,
Long
the
Beach
beach
State,
here?
tough
Oh,
layup.
Yeah.
No good.
No juice in them.
Here comes Arizona.
They run out of gas.
Open
Arizona.
three. Good.
Yep.
This game's over.
Good night.
55-37.
Arizona coming out on fire to start the second half.
Long Beach State's had to use 2 timeouts before even getting to the under 16. They only have 1 left.
I mean, it's been 4 minutes, not even 4 minutes into the second half, and
It's 55-37.
yeah, they've opened up 12-point cushion in from where they originally were at 16.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, 6 at halftime.
Get that pushed across here.
334 tip for Illinois Moritz. I like the over in that game.
North Carolina up 10 as well. Fighting for the loose rebound. Wagner gets it. Here
Melvin
come the
Council
Seahawks. Floating layup is no good, but
No.
there is a foul.
Attaboy, Melvin. Put the 5-on-5 in the map, sure.
Josh Reynolds visiting the Ravens.
Raiders?
Ravens.
Ravens.
The Lions going to let him go? It's been pretty solid for them. Jay said Creighton came alive at well. No doubt. John asks, do you two miss football season? I mean, yes and no. The offseason in the NFL is so fun as well that, I mean, the calendar works great. I mean, look, football season's great. Offseason's fun. When you really miss it, Rolly, is like
after the draft.
Well, and once the NBA Finals is over with, you have that, like, 6 weeks of, like, oh, this is brutal. Like, sure, you get NBA draft and free agency, but, like,
It's just MLB games.
you're waiting for, like, training. Once training camp's back, you're fired up again.
I will say this. I get the football itch right out of the draft because I just want to see the rookies take the field.
Yeah, that's true. Rookie minicamp's just a tease.
I mean, that's not really anything. I mean,
No.
sure, they're out there doing some
they're just
football
running
activities.
around.
It's not like they're actually playing ball, though.
No.
Harrison Ingram misses a little turnaround from North Carolina. Wagner's hanging around. I wouldn't expect anything crazy, but
Admirable first half.
down by 9 with 4 minutes to go is better than I expected. I thought it was going to be a nightmare for Wagner right out of the gates.
How about a little post-up game there? Nice take.
Oh, Harrison Ingram too small inside.
Yeah, I mean, Wagner, the lowest seeded team in the field, the 68th team.
Hershey and Marty, Long Beach will win just for you. I believe it.
We got you, Hershey. I don't believe it, but we will say
Jay
it.
Sowers says ACC, Big 10, Pac-12, and Big 12 overrated. I agree.
Every conference overrated.
Every Power 5 conference is overrated. The A-10 and the Big East is where, and Mountain West is where basketball really lives.
Not for Boise State. Not for Boise State.
And the
last night.
American.
The American stinks.
American is bad.
It's really bad. It was good briefly when UConn was in it, and
That was the dark side of the American. I don't want to hear of the American. All right, back in Creighton, Akron, it's 70-58. So I got.
should we key in on that one for down the stretch, or you want to keep it here, Arizona Long Beach?
Good miss, Kalkbrenner. 128, so I'm allowed 14 points. 14 points in 3.5.
You're in good shape.
I think let's go back to Akron, Creighton.
I think that's
Since
TNT.
that's the one closest to being finished.
That's TNT. So go up 1 maybe, and you're there. Yep. Akron and Creighton. The Zips have made a tiny push here.
Turnover by Creighton.
All right.
Now, also to note here, Harrison, Akron doesn't have a timeout left, and the spread in this game was 12.5.
Vegas
So
knows, man.
if you're a bettor like me out there, Akron is very much in play to cover, and the under is very much in play as well, which I have.
Zips inbound it. Thought about the 3 and it going to drive in. Tough shot. That should have gone. Offensive rebound. Wide open 3.
Kills the soul.
No good. Over the back on Akron.
Oh, they're in
That's
the bonus, though.
big missed opportunity there from the Zips. That 3 would have made it a single-digit game.
The Zips had 2 good looks, a nice little bank shot over Kalkbrenner that just was a little too strong.
Got to hit that three off
That
the
three's
offensive
got
board.
to
It's
go.
wide open.
That's got to
If
go.
you have any chance of pulling off the upset, you got to get that one to go.
2:59 to go in that ball game. I'll say this, by the way, Harrison. My biggest pet peeve is foul on the rebound. They get free throws.
I agree.
They don't deserve free throws.
Dude, there's nothing more brutal at the end of the game, too, where it's like a 1-point game and you're fighting for rebounds and 95 feet from the basket. If you foul the other team, that's stupid.
You should only get free throws if it's a foul while you're playing defense.
Yes. I completely agree. Because if we're going to do it that way, then a charge should be free throws the other way, but it's not.
Yeah. Trey Alexander at the line.
First one's good.
13.
Up 13, and Rolly has 13 points to play with.
13 points in 3 minutes is not out of the equation.
No, I'd say it's right at 50-50 right now. I mean, it really could go either way.
12.
Down to 12. 60-40. I'm just kidding. This feels like a big possession because if they score here, they might consider fouling, but
They won't foul.
if they don't,
Already,
not
but-
right. But if it's close enough
I will
with,
say something working for me here. A stop here, Creighton's going to burn clock.
yep,
Oh, this can't
this
go.
is a big. Oh, blocked!
Pull it out, Kalkbrenner.
Kalkbrenner.
Foul him.
Oh
Good
my
foul.
God, that was.
almost a block.
I'm not gonna lie, that guy just jumped 50 inches off the floor.
That was pretty
That
impressive.
was unbelievable.
That was impressive.
Holy, dude, that was close to a clean block. I need to see a replay of this. That was a hell of a
I mean,
block.
that's why he's the defensive player of the year in the Big East two
I
times.
mean, look how high this guy jumps.
Yeah, that guard got up.
That was unbelievable.
Guard got up.
Wow. Wisconsin better than Illinois. They just played. How
I don't know about that one, Jim.
Well, he's being sarcastic.
I'm wrong, by the way. 3 defensive player of the years for Kalkbrenner. I think he got his 3rd this year, and he missed the free
Oh,
throw.
missed the free throw. I think you're in.
Stop! Shut your goddamn mouth. You say that one more time, this stream's gonna be over because I'm fighting you.
Relax. Second one's good. We got 11 points.
11 points, 15-point
Is
lead.
it? Was it a half or could there be a push? Is it exactly 142?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Was it exactly 142?
In a
or was-
half.
Okay. So it can get to 142. 1-1 coming up for Akron. Can't be fouling 25 feet from the basket, I'll tell you that. North Carolina up 11, final 3 minutes of the opening half. Arizona has extended to up 20.
I was a little puzzled. If you missed what happened earlier today, Duquesne got a win, 71-67. They beat the 6-seeded Cougars as free throw good for Akron. 11 points?
Yes.
10 points, actually. Yes, 10 points. BYU falls, and Michigan State wins 69-51 as well. Those are the 2 games that have went final today. The early session is rounding out with Arizona Long Beach State and Creighton Akron as the Blue Jays hold a 13-point lead. 9 points to play with. Do not foul. Just get stops, Akron. Crane's got it. It doesn't look like Akron's going to foul. A bucket here probably ends this game.
Creighton getting to the paint here, lays it up.
Easy. Oh, he
my
missed
God, he
it.
goofed it, but
Kalkbrenner.
Kalkbrenner falls up. So what do you have here? 7 points?
Yeah, you fucked me.
Oh, stop.
You did. You did the one thing you never tell to a gambler and say you're good. Just so for the record, in the future, please never say that to me again. And I'm being dead serious when I say that.
Oh, I know when you're serious.
Okay.
3 is no good from Akron.
Okay.
So if I get proven right, what do I get?
You get nothing.
No.
But you never tell a bettor's bet is good.
Rolly's just threatening me on air.
I am.
And if I end up being right, I get nothing in return.
I am.
Classic Rolly negotiating.
You never tell anyone their bet's good. If you're a bettor in the chat, you know that. And now we got a Creighton player down. They're going to call a timeout. Love that.
Oh, man. Creighton gonna get it done here, so they'll avoid the upset.
John Street, your bracket is not busted if your Final Four is still intact.
Yeah.
I think that's where we draw the line with bracket busting because people use that term too much. In order for your bracket to be busted, you have to have one of your Final Four teams gone.
I lost BYU in the Sweet 16, but that's not going to bury me.
No. I would argue on day one, if you lose an Elite Eight team,
That's tough.
that hurts.
Definitely hurts.
But it has to be Final Four.
Definitely hurts. You're good, John. Your bracket's not busted.
See, people down below, I can tell who's a betting man and who's not a betting man.
You act like I've never bet before.
Well, then I would expect better etiquette out of you. Because if you're going to try to tell me that you do bet, then you don't know. You never say that. We could bring Smitty back in here. If I told Smitty that, he'd try to choke me out.
He doesn't bet. He's an addict. There's a difference.
I said, Smitty, if you're betting a game and you're talking about spread or over-under, the last thing you ever say as the person who did not take the bet is you are good. Yep. Thank you. Smitty's disgusted over here. And I got Harrison telling me I'm good on the over-under over here.
You are.
I have the under 142.5. I got 7 points to play with a minute 20. He told me I was good a minute ago.
It was not a minute. It was at the 2-minute mark.
I'm sweating this under right now.
Arizona up 21.
The beach is just disgusting.
Oh, man.
We're actually almost about to get underway with another game here. 2 minutes away from third-seeded Illinois getting ready to go against Morehead State.
I'm sorry, but these 5-minute reviews in a 15-point game with a minute left are ridiculous.
If they call this a flagrant, I'm actually done.
Oh, man. Like, let's
Is that Jeff Anderson?
Let's keep playing, fellas.
I don't think it is, actually. They're talking to the officials. I think they're calling a flagrant. This is devastating. This kind of stinks. I will say this. This is the dark side of March, is that when you have all these games on, but they all stink.
The Akron coach is not pleased.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I'm pretty sure they're calling a flagrant on this.
Flagrant.
So Creighton's getting free throw and ball.
2 free throws. Well, and the ball's actually good because they're just going to dribble out 30 seconds.
Three at the buzzer.
That would cut it to 2. You'd still be in the mix. Yeah.
Yes. 8 points.
8 points.
7 wins. It was 142.5. I'm on an over-under, Smitty. Yeah, I agree.
Y'all are
pushing.
First free throw's good. 76-60. We're on Rolly over-under watch.
This is also important. I will say this: if you had Akron plus 12.5, that flagrant. Absolutely.
So your logic is I caused the flagrant foul.
Absolutely. You telling me my bet was good is making it lose.
I still think you win here.
I think that's a fact.
I still think you win.
I have
here.
5 points to play with. A minute 20 to go. That is
tight. Made them both.
I'm done.
This is huge. If Creighton doesn't score, you're in a really good position. If they do, it's dicey.
Well, because Akron's probably going to hit a 3, and they're going to foul for no reason.
They're not going to foul. Not intentional. They just took their starters out. They're throwing in the white flag.
That's even worse.
The walk-ons.
We're gonna get hero plays out of the walk-ons.
That's bad. The starters will dribble it out with pride. Walk-ons.
Smitty, that's even worse.
It actually is.
Yeah, they're also bad players.
Smitty, by the way, have we not talked about this? The Akron coach looks exactly like Tom Curran.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wait, Steve Curran?
Right, inbound is in. 20 on the shot clock.
They took out most
some
of the
time
starters
here.
for Creighton too.
Use some clock here. Use some clock. Yes, they are.
Thank God Akron isn't pressing
Using
up.
clock. This is a critical shot here. Good defense by the Zip.
Don't reach. No need to reach.
Three
This kid's a
ball.
starter.
No good. Rebound. Minute left. Don't get a leak out. Don't get a leak out. Final minute of the game. Rolly's got 5 points to work with.
Dagger.
Tough shot here. No good.
Get the rebound.
Yes.
What?
Oh, my God.
Oh, just a substitution.
Oh, my
Just
God.
substitution.
I was like, I thought they were calling travel.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Illinois about to get underway. I'm sorry, but this feels more entertaining than if we tried to commentate these 20-point games.
Yeah. Rolly owes me half his earnings on this
Nope,
bet
because
if it goes
dude,
final.
if 2 shots go differently, I lose.
That was always the case. That's betting.
But you calling it over with 2.5
Think about how over it really would be
oh my
if there
God,
wasn't
that's
a
offensive,
flagrant.
sir.
Think how over it would be if there wasn't a flagrant. It wouldn't even be close. Not even close.
I know a lot of people in the chat were waiting for this Illinois game. I think we make that primetime after this finish. You know what? Jack, let's go to primetime Illinois
Yeah.
after this game ends.
All right, here comes Akron. Even if they hit a 3 here.
Yeah, it's just going to dribble out just to
Yep.
make sure.
Layup's no good.
Ball game. Creighton wins 77-60, and I move above 500 on the day.
The over-under, not even close in the end.
That's not true.
5? 5's not that close. 5's not that close on an over-under. I'm sorry.
I mean, it was always a sweat. And Morehead State early with a 3-point
I deserve
lead.
an apology.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't deserve an apology because even if I won comfortably,
Smitty, Rolly was threatening me
you
on
never
here.
tell
He
someone
said he
you're
would
good.
end the stream and fight me.
You never tell someone you're good.
You were, and you are.
I was not good.
The only thing that made it even sort of kind of entertaining was the flagrant. If the flagrant ever happened, it's really not even close.
6-0 lead early for Morehead State. I took the over in this one.
I'm up 17 right now. Let's go.
Smitty, did you take the over in this one?
Here comes Morehead State. Pull up 3. Go!
The Illini are in trouble early,
The
folks.
Fighting Illini down 9-0. I know we have a lot of Illinois fans in the chat, Rolly.
I'll say this. We do have a lot of Illinois fans in the chat. Illinois plays no defense. They're one of the worst defensive teams in the country, so it's not a surprise to me that they are giving up points.
They've also
left and right.
smoked about 3 layups already.
And Shannon
There's
answers
Terrence
with a
Shannon
triple.
with the 3.
Over 145.
Dare I say had to have it 2 minutes in there?
I didn't hate. Yeah, I don't hate that. You can't fall down.
You can't fall down double digits to a 14 seed early.
Yeah. Also, in my survivor pool, I
Yep.
picked Illinois today.
I remember when Morehead State beat Rick Pitino in Louisville about a decade ago.
Oh, if
I
that
missed
went
a
in,
3
we were
there.
going to have to have a
offensive
conversation.
board almost. Here
If
come
that
the
one
Fighting
went in, we
Illini.
were going to have a conversation.
Good drive, layup, foul.
You know, Terrence Shannon Jr., he works his way to the free throw line, Harrison.
Yeah,
Quite a bit, actually.
got a little hard into his game. He's a lefty as well. All right, settle in with some different scoreboards here. I think also we're about 20 minutes away from Oregon, South Carolina.
The 30 minutes, because that's going to be the Creighton-Akron game.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it'll be about 30. Terrence Shannon at about his 10th year of college basketball.
He has been here for a while.
Dude, he
hasn't
played at Tech for like 3 years.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Wasn't he on the? No. Was he on
He
the Tech team in
not on the
2019?
He was in the tech team that the tournament got canceled for.
Yeah,
2020.
that was his freshman year, I think. Yeah, I don't think he was on the national title team.
McClung was in that on the Natty team.
He was
Oh,
on
no.
the
He transferred the year
Oh,
after.
you're right, he
Transferred
wasn't.
the year after.
Shannon makes them both 9-5. He's 4th in the country in free throw attempts per game at just under 9.
He's got all 5 points for the Fighting Illini.
Morehead State.
I agree with Knowledge Untamed here. Morehead State has come out with some type of energy. Illinois has got to match it. I think they missed that. I thought he stepped out of bounds on the rebound, not called Illinois the other way.
Good defense.
Turnover, loose ball. But now
turn-
Morehead State turns it over.
Oh, and they're going to.
and
Oh,
then a
my
fumble.
goodness.
What is
What is
happening?
going on here?
Chaos.
This is March.
In Omaha, as we finished up with Creighton.
I love Big Cat, like when kickers miss chip shots in college. They're just kids. Make your free throws, kids. Morehead State, the Eagles. A classic mascot. Gets to the paint. Oh, the roll man was wide open, but no worries. Layup is up and good. The Eagles up 6. The Fighting Illini bring it across. Latham with the basket there. Ooh, Illinois thought about the deep 3.
Already 11.
Oh, that could have been an offensive foul. Oh, they're going to call a block.
Is that what they called? The official didn't really say anything.
I saw him do the little block signal. Definitely lowered the shoulder there. I would have gone the other way if I was officiating that.
What's up, Ricardo from Norway? 800 people watching. Make sure you like the video if you haven't already.
We just hit 400 likes. Let's get to 500. Let's get to 500. Oh, man. 3.5 minutes into this one. 11-5, Morehead State.
Did they call it on the floor? What's going on here? They did?
That should have been in the act.
I thought he made it too, didn't he? So that took away 3 points for Illinois potentially.
Can't remember if he made it or not. Inbound to
And-
nobody,
ooh, no,
but they do
Damas
get it
gets it.
back. Oh, good deflection.
Now it is. Nope, still not going to be turned
this
over.
this basketball's got Vaseline on it. Reverse layup is good. That was silky.
That was tough.
That barely hit the net.
That was as athletic as an up and under layup you will see from a big man. I tell you what.
4 minutes in, 11-7. What did you take on this one?
The over.
You're good.
See, no, we're done.
That's a joke 4 minutes in.
Doesn't matter.
Stop.
The betting gods will hear you. See,
They
now
heard.
we
They
got
did
Brick
last
City.
time, and I was right.
We got Brick City now.
Here comes Illinois the other way. Shannon lays it up and in.
God, his first step is so quick.
Lays it up and in.
He gets the ball in transition, and it's just a blur.
What was the over-under in this game?
145.5.
Okay. Already
was
at,
way too
already
low.
at 20.
Illinois plays no defense. Yes.
Oh, yeah. On pace guy. Morehead State.
That Arizona game, I got my eye to it a little bit here as
You are right, by the way. They play no defense.
Oh, they're horrible. That's why they will not advance. They're probably going to lose to Oregon next round.
I thought they played
Excuse me,
Duquesne.
not Oregon, yes. They play Duquesne. They probably will lose to Duquesne.
Oh, crossover by the big. Look at
Wow,
this
look
guy.
at this.
The
We got an
ball skills.
offensive clinic in Omaha. Omaha. You don't think Illinois does?
Good defense there, but no matter.
They're doing it.
15-11, the Eagles.
You know what would be a entertaining
Did Kenneth
game?
Fareed go to Morehead State? Yeah, they beat. He was a freaking wagon.
An Illinois Alabama
Shannon
game
from
somehow
mid-range.
would be electric.
If you told me Terrence Shannon hasn't missed a shot in 3 games, I'd believe you.
He missed his first couple today.
2 games ago, I think it was in the semis.
Let's make a goal. Can we get to 450 likes in the next 2 minutes?
If we get to 450 in the next 2 minutes, I'll chug the rest of this drink.
How about that? We need 33 likes.
It's more than half my drink. Morehead State on the curl.
I mean,
Good.
I have never seen anything so.
17 points in 6 minutes at the college level is ridiculous.
30 points as a crew in 6 minutes is ridiculous.
On pace for that. You're on pace for
Like 180 points.
almost 100 points at halftime.
Yeah. These two teams have come out on fire, so that 4-minute drought is going to hit like.
Yeah, it really
Knock 'em.
is. Oh, turnover. Illinois. Here comes Morehead State.
17 likes away. You got a minute to hit that like button. Make Harrison drink half his beer.
Let's go. Another curled pull-up J.
And
Rims
here,
out.
And here it comes.
The Fighting Illini cross the timeline.
14 likes away.
Tough bank shot, no good. Offensive rebound.
Kick it out.
Kick it out. Pump fake the 3. Shannon from deep. No good.
That's foul. Yeah.
Yep.
That was also our first TV timeout of the game.
That's been back
7
and
minutes
forth.
without a TV timeout's crazy. That's basketball right there.
Yeah.
It is 51-70 in favor of Arizona.
What's the over/under in that one? You're at 121. You're in pretty
8
good
likes
shape there.
away. 30 seconds. Can you get 8 likes in 30 seconds?
Here we go. Jay Wright's so good on set, by the way. Villanova is one bad year away from begging him to come back.
See, did we pick up the 8 likes? Waiting for the refresh. We're 1 away.
1 like away. I'll count it if next time
5
it
seconds.
Give me 5 seconds. 4, 3. There it is. All right, I'll take this bad boy down.
It's time to go to the beach here. Is that on CBS? TBS? No. Not on Spectrum. DirecTV.
Three of the 4 are right next to each other. It's 44, 45, 47. 44, 45, 47, and then 11.
We want to go to the Arizona game here as primetime Jack for a second. That's gross. It will always be 8 to me.
Well, it was 10 for me growing up.
Thank you. It's a 17-point game. Long Beach State is cut into a little bit because Arizona, if you are just joining us, jumped out to a wild start in this second half. Took a lead, I think got up to 21-22. Long Beach got it down to 15. Now at 17 as they just enter a timeout. Actually, all games are at timeout right now. It's unfortunate when those occur. UNC is up 12 at the half. Illinois is down 4 early. High-scoring affair in Omaha where those two games are taking place. And then you got the second-seeded Arizona Wildcats up 17 with 7 minutes to go.
Here we go. We need one of these games to tighten up, Rolly.
I mean, Illinois, Morehead State has the makings of a game
Could
that's
be a
gonna
good
go
game.
down to the wire.
Could be a good game. Can we get to 368,600 subs? Can we pick up 6 subs here? Come on. In fact, I'm going to sub-only chat until we get there because
I love that.
we got to keep growing here. And if you want us to go live tomorrow, we need more subscribers. Being told by the bosses that we haven't gotten enough subscribers today. So if we don't get more, we're not going to go live for day 2. So hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications. Let's make it happen here on the channel. 4 away, 3 away. If you want more March Madness live coverage, we also cover the NFL, the NBA, college football as well. There we go. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling.
Build on the momentum,
keep it
folks.
rolling. Keep it rolling.
You subscribe to the channel, your bracket will be good. Good!
It'll be good. Back to you, Nick.
There we go.
Love
Keep
that
on
push.
joining
Well,
the channel.
15 new subs there. Appreciate it.
Keep it
16
climbing.
new subs. Keep applying that full court pressure. Mississippi State tried it. It worked for about 2 possessions.
You want to talk about a difference here in this game. Arizona, 12 of 29 from 3. Long Beach State, 3 of 15.
That's a 27-point difference.
That will be the difference.
That is a 27-point difference there. Let's keep it rolling. 23 new subs.
Welcome to the channel. It's Ryan. We'll flash the Illinois game here.
We put out videos every single day here on Chat Sports.
Actually, we put out 2 videos a day.
NFL, NBA, college football. A couple videos a day. We go live a couple times a week, depending on the time of the year, either for NFL, NBA, sometimes college football during the college football season. March Madness Live special. We were live for the bracket reveal. Rolly and I were on Sunday. Still can't believe Virginia got in. We were proven right by that.
I was shocked they got in. I didn't think they were the most undeserving team of all time. It was just like I felt like there was more deserving teams out there. Ironically enough,
Out of all the teams on the bubble, they had the fewest Q1 wins with only 2. That's what bugged me.
yeah,
Like, they got in for, like, I feel like their raw win-loss record got them into the field, and I'm not a fan of that. 2 Q1 wins the entire season. Like, if you're going to go with that logic, reward Indiana State and put them in.
yeah, they were good.
They only had 1 Q1 win, but, like, I would have rather put them in than Virginia.
They were the 3rd team out, I believe.
Yeah, after Oklahoma and
Seton
Seton
Hall.
Hall.
Which, by the way, Seton Hall, I thought
They had 5 Q1 wins.
had a very deserving resume. I
Yeah.
was very surprised to see them above St. John's.
Their
though.
resume was very all over the place. Like, their metrics were low, but they were 13-7 in the Big East. They also had 5 Q1 wins. They had kind of a bizarre resume. I would have rather had them in than Virginia, though, because Seton Hall is at least a team that, like, in the right matchup could have won a game or 2. Like, I never felt like Virginia would get past the round of 64, and they didn't even get out of Dayton. So
Yeah. Caleb Love fouled while driving to the rim. He'll go to the line for 2 with 7 minutes to go.
Caleb Love on the day here.
Hasn't had his best stuff, I think.
He is, let's see here, 4 for 13, just 10 points, 2 of 9 from 3.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Never
watched
been the
him,
most efficient player.
I've watched him chuck up a lot of threes today.
Averages 18 a game this year, but only 42% from the field. Halftime officially with North Carolina and Wagner, 40-28. The Tar Heels. It's kind of been a slow death of many cuts. Wagner's kind of hung in, but never really been in it. Down by 12. Illinois and Morehead State could be a good one. That's been a high-octane affair early on. Love to the line for 2. First
Ooh,
one's
misses
no
the
good.
first. We already have it. Is this the guy's brother? Do you see this? Harrison?
Wild Card Kitchen?
No, Long Beach. No, what?
What are you talking about?
The game. Long Beach State. Triori just fouled out. Is that the guy's?
Oh.
Is that
I
the
don't
guy's
know.
brother from BYU?
Seems unlikely, but maybe.
I mean, how common is that last name?
Yeah, not very. Who knows? Fouled at the rim. Long Beach State would go to the line for 2.
Interesting spread watch in this one. It was Arizona by 19.5.
Long Beach kind of hanging in.
It looked like Arizona threw a wild knockout punch in it. It's hung around as they still up for 18, obviously, but they were up by 21 after only being up by 6 at the half. They came out on a, I believe, 14-2 run to start the second half.
By the way, Long Beach State not going with the beach jerseys. Big miss.
They should have also been wearing their black unis today.
Yeah, and it seems like they had the choice because Arizona rocked the white. They should have gone black, yellow, text, the beach. They would have had a better chance.
Monarch.
By the way, they have some sick baseball jerseys. I don't know if you've seen them.
That's a good program over there.
Yeah, good baseball school. First free throw is no good. Second one is up, and it is no good as well.
Can't be having that.
Not even close.
I mean, you simply just cannot be having that.
Caleb Love in control. Oh, my God.
Hard screen.
Big screen. Floater from Love is good.
That is as hard as a screen you'll find.
You're going to feel that one tomorrow.
It was also a legal screen.
It was
though.
legal. He was set. That's one of those that was legal, but you're almost surprised they didn't call it because it was such a big collision.
No. Beach is dead.
The beach is dry.
And now
Breakaway
they're dead.
dunk from Zona to go up 22.
I don't know if that's the largest lead of the game, but it's a
Feels like it is. And I think we may have to go back to Illinois Morehead State as our feature game here, as Arizona has just about put that one away with 6 minutes and change to go. 6 minutes and change to go.
19-16 lead for Morehead State. They've been hot offensively, high-scoring affair so far.
Someone in the chat saying Traore, a super common last name in Africa like the Ivory Coast. The more you know. Thank you for that little nugget. I do remember, for any Bears fans watching, Badora Traore, offensive lineman, undrafted a couple years ago.
By the way, this over's dead.
We're okay, but it has slowed down.
I mean, right now we're on pace for 140 points.
No. That's if the score stands a minute 10 from now.
Which it's going to.
Morehead State working on the post.
See, we can't even score when we have a big man getting guarded by Damask. Game's over.
Here comes Illinois the other way.
Looks like the second half for Wagner, North Carolina, is going to start soon. I mean, yeah, it's done.
Morehead State, the Eagles coming the other way. Good pass.
Always have the first minute of the game.
That's got to be a foul. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Terrence Shannon.
Breakaway dunk. Terrence Shannon
bad
on
team.
pace. We're back.
No.
We're back.
Yeah, technically.
The Eagles coming the other way, down or up a point. Shannon playing some tight defense.
Gabriel, I do sneaky think Samford
Deep three.
can beat Kansas.
No good.
Kansas super banged up. No Kevin McCullough Jr. today. Samford,
He's out for the tournament.
Samford plays very, very fast-paced offense. They like to run. They like to make it an open game. Much like this Morehead State-Illinois game, very fast-flowing offense. If they can control the pace, and Samford could get Kansas out and running, as they are such a not deep team with their injuries, they can be on upset watch.
Yeah, it's been a common pick. I stuck with Kansas. It felt too common to me, but
I did pick Kansas too, for the record, but I think Samford has a really good chance.
That's a big 3 for the program, Rolly.
Morehead State
Back to
with
160
a
pace.
I'm all about pace.
I know. You said it was 140 pace, even though there was 11:25 left. Deep three here.
Shannon. Take me to the promised land. See, I'm also a very negative sports bettor where I'm always thinking I'm losing.
You negative?
I always think I'm losing.
You negative?
Terrence Shannon Jr. has 14 points.
Yeah, he's on.
He has a chance.
We'll talk about on pace. He could go for another 40.
I don't know how.
He may have to if they're not going to play defense.
I don't know how long Illinois will last in this tournament, but Terrence Shannon Jr. is a very good pick for potentially being the most scoring player in this tournament.
In and out from three on this end.
Dead.
Once we get to a dead ball situation, we're going to do a little line change. I'm going to hop out. Tyler Jones is going to hop in. We can go ahead.
Well, I believe.
We could do that here if you want to go solo rolly for a sec.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm hopping off. Y'all may or may not see me later today. Again, subscribe, like the video. If you guys want us to go live tomorrow, we need more support. You want to knock out a quick PrizePicks before we do a little switcheroo here?
Yeah, we can do that.
Shout out to PrizePicks before we make our line change here. We appreciate them for sponsoring today's live show. March Madness is here, and this is the time to get going with PrizePicks. Daily Fantasy made easy. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. The action on the hardwood is heating up. And listen, you get a freebie out the gate. Caitlin Clark, new or returning customers, 98% off, just half a point. You take the more. You pair that with another entry or multiple up to 6-player entries there. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Points, rebounds, assists, combos, fantasy score, more or less than the totals, and you take one or the other. If you hit on your entries, you make money. It's very simple. The more players in your entry, the more money you can make. It's different every day. That's the beauty of PrizePicks. It's always changing. You don't have to have the same players all the time. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. Get started with PrizePicks right now. Link is in the live chat and in the description of this video. All right, I'm hopping off. Rolly's got it covered for a second, then he's going to be out of here as well.
Yeah, appreciate it, Harrison. Before we make that line change, Moorhead stayed another triple, 27-23. That game is quickly becoming back on pace for the over, which we like to see if you're Nic Rohloff. Moorhead State's been very good offensively. Illinois, one of the worst defensive teams in the country, but boy, can they put up some points themselves. They trail by 4 right now. Domask puts up a deep 3, airballs it. Moorhead State with the board. I tell you what, I don't think this is going to be a case of the underdog coming out hot and tailing off. This is just who Illinois is. I think this is going to be a ball game going all the way down to the end. They do get a stop, though. Quincy Guerrier, who has been in college for about 30 years, gets the stop, and then, oh my, Illinois had a wide-open layup, and he dropped the ball. So it's going back to Moorhead State as we still look around. Arizona leads by 23. UNC up 12. Is that second half just getting underway? Illinois, our featured game right now, leads by or trails by 4 with 7 minutes to go. I believe they're going to head to a TV timeout here. So that will give us a chance to check back in with Key EU with a super chat and check in with our Arizona score, which is 82-58 now, 24-point game. The Beach did not have a chance today. Busted on the first game. All my Bears fans are stressing over Illinois right now, LOL. KU, how did you get busted on the first game? Do you have Mississippi State going to the championship or something? Like it's impossible. We said this earlier, KU, and I know you weren't here, but I'm just going to say it again. We got to stop saying bracket busted just because you lose a game. That is not the actual case. The only time that your bracket is actually busted is if you lose any one of your Final Four teams. I can argue Elite Eight. I will argue Elite Eight, especially on day one. But come on, if it's not a Final Four team, it's not busted. Let's bring it in here as a group. Tyler Jones getting set up here as we wind down at the end of Arizona Long Beach State. Smitty, I might I'll hop off after this game concludes. Arizona. So just give me Arizona Long Beach State, and then once you come in. Yeah. Do you want me to have it be a 2-cam or just that? 2-cam. It is pretty close. The score is still 82-60 as they head to the Final Four. The reason why we're still talking about this game, while every other game is at TV timeout, Oregon and South Carolina slated to tip off in 8.5 minutes here. But a lot of implications on the spread right here, 82-60. The spread was Arizona favored by 19.5, so it's hovering right about that line. Matt asked, are you guys doing the Oregon game? Yes, Nic Rohloff, am going to hop off here on a line change. Tyler Jones and Tyler Smith are going to take over in just a second. And they will take over for the late afternoon games into the beginning, I think, or maybe just the late afternoon games. 6 Central time. So that probably takes you basically the end of these games. Because Dayton, Nevada still's got to tip off. Oregon, South Carolina still has to tip off. And then once those games conclude is probably when we're going to make the line, or probably end the stream for today. Yeah. All right, before we make the switch here, let's welcome on Tyler Jones onto the building here as we get this set up. Let's get the space there. And Tyler, welcome into the crew today.
There we go. Now
back.
you all can see me. Welcome in. Beginning of a brand new hour. March Madness Live. Tyler Jones, Nic Rohloff here with you. Rolly, so far we've seen some exciting action through this first window of games here. What's been kind of your early takeaways so far?
Well, don't bet against Tom Izzo. That was a mistake on my end.
My end too.
I told Smitty this, who's going to take over for me in just a second. I was like, this Michigan State team is so bad that if they win today's game against Mississippi State, I will officially declare never bet against Izzo in the
They
first
were
round.
only in the tournament because Tom Izzo was their head coach.
And
they didn't have the resume to get in.
They 19-14 record. They did it. They were good analytically, net, Ken Palm, but they absolutely dominated Mississippi State right from the jump. And outside of that, BYU, bad performance there from one of the Big 12 teams. That was disappointing. As you're a Big 12 purist, that wasn't good.
Not great.
Not great. 8-10, 1-0 against the Big 12. Thoughts, comments, concerns?
Duquesne will be out next round, and it'll all come crashing down. I think Dayton loses too.
I don't know, Jim. If Morehead State gets the win, Duquesne could be in the Sweet 16. They would get shit pumped by Iowa State, though. That'd be ugly. That would be ugly.
Scores right now, Morehead State up 27-23 on Illinois. Arizona dominating Long Beach 82-60. North Carolina leading Wagner 45-32. And then Creighton taking down Akron 77-60. In that game, it was pretty interesting for about the first half, and then Creighton kind of inserted their will in that second half, and that's a team I think really could be in the Final Four.
Yeah, they're a very sexy Final Four pick. Very similar to this Arizona-Long Beach State game as well, where the underdog hung around, made it competitive. It was a 6-point game at half in Arizona, 5-point game at half in Creighton, and then both the higher seeds just asserted their dominance like we expected them to by going on very deep runs to start where they went on 10, 12-0 runs to really separate themselves and avoid the upset as Arizona will be advancing to the next round. My national championship pick. Don't know how far you had the Wildcats going.
I got
Tyler.
them going all the way to the Final Four.
Okay, I got them in the Natty game. I got them, or actually winning the championship.
Okay, I got them losing to UConn in the Final Four.
Yeah, that was the one I was tossing and turning over. I originally had the first bracket that I put out as Illinois jumped out to a 20.
You're not a multi-bracket guy, are you?
No, one bracket.
Oh, okay, thank God.
So the one bracket I filled out, I originally had Iowa State beating UConn in the Elite Eight to get to the Final Four, but then I just thought the Final Four is in Boston. That's going to be a home crowd for the Huskies. There's no way UConn loses that ball game. So I had
Regional
them.
semifinal, you mean?
What do you mean?
Is in Boston.
Yeah, the Elite Eight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I was like, there's no way they lose that game. So then I changed it, had UConn in the Final Four. I still had Arizona beating UConn in that Final Four matchup in my bracket. Probably not going to happen if the two matched up, but I was like, my preseason national championship pick, folks, was Arizona. I said the Pac-12 was going out with a bang, and I picked the Wildcats to win it all, so I felt like I had to keep it going.
Well, and as they say, guards win in March. I really like what Caleb Love could potentially do for this Arizona team. You talk about where Arizona's been this year. You started off back in November defeating Duke at Cameron.
Big win.
Ran the table in the Pac-12 for the most part this year. Watch out. And Arizona's got something to prove after being knocked out in the first round last year by a 15 seed.
And that's what was my concern about the Wildcats, is Caleb Love just misses a 21-point game, is how were they going to fare if that game continued to stay close? Obviously, they pulled away to start the second half, and now they're only up by 19. Spread watch, everybody. But if this game was close late, did that flashback of the returners from the Princeton game last year in the first round creep in? I will say this is a different team. Caleb Love and Jaden Bradley transferred in from North Carolina and Alabama, respectively, but some guys still there, Larson, Omar Ballo from last year. So there are some – they've got a perfect blend, in my opinion, Tyler, when you're talking about the Wildcats, of returners from last year that saw a lot of success and lost early, but also some new blood that can really energize this team for a deep run.
And Caleb Love, he's been there, done that, played in a national championship game at North Carolina, lost to Kansas. That was one of my favorite championship games ever.
Wonder why.
Caleb Love, I think that this could be a tournament where he just kind of takes over.
Yeah, and how fun would it be, right, if we just look at things from a hypothetical standpoint? It looks like North Carolina is going to continue to do their job. An Arizona-North Carolina Elite Eight. Could you imagine the storylines? Hubert Davis trying to get back to the Final Four after he was just there a couple of years ago in his first season as head coach. Caleb Love transferring away from Baycott, R.J. Davis and the crew to then play them in the Elite Eight. The storylines would just be out of this world.
Oh, it'd be incredible if we got that matchup here. 82-63, that score. I was just reading, Rolly, that Long Beach State's AD said that he fired their coach to motivate the players.
Yeah, sure. That's definitely what the reason was.
Yes.
That is a funny storyline. Long Beach State here is they're going to lose, but it's all about the cover. 19, they're down 18. Their head coach is fired. If you didn't know, we've talked about it a couple times on today's show. Fired the Monday prior to the conference tournament. They end up going on and letting him coach. He wins the conference tournament and makes the NCAAs, but his Cinderella run at Long Beach State is going to come to a close here.
Yes.
Turnover from Arizona, though. This is very much becoming a cover for the Beach.
The way the Beach played in their conference tournament, he might end up getting a better job.
That's what Smitty said. Yeah, he said failing upwards.
Yes.
Duquesne lover in the chat says we need Duquesne to the Sweet 16. I didn't know
lover.
We had a Duquesne lover.
That's
YouTube
an all-time
name.
username right there.
I was rooting for the Dukes. I had him today. Yeah, Duquesne lover. I am a St. Bonaventure alum, so you're welcome for us shitting the bed in the semifinals in the A10.
He's not always a proud alum, though.
You are. He is more disgusted with the program than I am at this point. Pierce, I agree with you, Pierce. Auburn has a good chance of defeating UConn. I'm still taking the Huskies, but if you're going to talk about UConn getting beaten early, that is the team to keep your eye out for. Auburn's very, very good. They were underseeded. I thought they should have been on the 3 line. Ooh, boy, it's the 20-point game. Want to fix that time real quick, Jack.
90 seconds remaining. Arizona up 84-64. Long Beach State with the ball, and we are cover watching here.
It's a 19.5-point spread. They're down by 20. It's the only reason why we're still talking about Arizona and Long Beach State. Did they just foul?
I believe so.
Oh, what a joke of a program this is. Oregon and South Carolina is about to get underway, so we're going to have 4 games on for all of about a minute. And then Arizona will leave the floor for Nevada-Dayton, which should be a spectacular game. I agree. Greatest scoreboard to ever exist. How about that game quickly not becoming an overfest? That was disgusting.
And South Carolina wins the opening tip. Fascinating game between these two. South Carolina certainly overachieved expectations this year. Oregon, they've been red hot, won the Pac-12 conference tournament. They would not have been in the tournament had they not won the Pac-12 title. Can that momentum wave continue for the Ducks?
You got to just take a look at N'Faly Dante because he makes the Ducks go. He is an elite rim protector, an elite rebounder, and he knows how to finish around the rim. That matchup will be won and lost based on how Dante plays inside for the Ducks, and they get a stop right away with an easy block and are out and running. Dana Altman riding a 4-game winning streak, and now the Ducks take a 3-0 lead.
What a way to start. The bank is open for the Ducks.
I'll tell you what, could see another 6 seed going down. It might be the year of the 11 seed, folks. Oregon? That's wild.
Wow. It's bold strategy, Cotton.
Oh, yeah. Arizona can't gets the offensive rebound. Almost banks in a 3. Come on, Long Beach.
Back to a 21-point game with 109
Illinois
remaining.
and Morehead State, 34-31. That game is close.
What I find interesting with that game being close, Terrence Shannon's playing very well to
he's
start
been
this
terrific.
game. Yeah.
You haven't really got a lot from Damask, though, who's their second leading scorer. I think about 16, 14 points a game, somewhere in that mark. He has been very quiet early on.
KEU wants to know, Nick, did you take Texas or Colorado State?
I took Colorado State. The Rams are an absolute wagon. It was the biggest lock of all time that they were going to beat Virginia in the first 4. And if you guys didn't know this, there is a team, I think every year for the past, Smitty, 6 or 7 years, that have gone to the first 4 and have won at least one tournament game. The 2 teams, obviously, that are going to be under consideration for that is Colorado State and Colorado. The 2 Colorados get the job done. I think it's much more likely Colorado State beats Texas than Colorado beating Florida because I'm a big fan of the Gators.
Texas a little banged up right now, too.
Yes.
Not playing at full strength. They are led by Max Asmus, the former star at Oral Roberts, who took them to the Sweet 16 a couple years ago.
Yeah, I just trust, ironically enough, Asmus is a terrific guard, but in that matchup, I always like to pick the better guard. And ironically enough, Colorado State has the better guard in that matchup. Isaiah Stevens is a better basketball player than Max Asmus. Asmus might be a better fill-the-stat-sheet scoring guy, but overall, Isaiah Stevens, there's no one better than getting his teammates more involved than him. Selfish play from this big man. Could have kicked it out for a wide-open 3 and took a fadeaway with 3 people around him.
Final minute.
I am going to lose this by a half a point, and it's going to be my first heartbreak in March.
Let's see.
Which game? Oh, yeah, that was a lock. That game slowed down.
Puts it up.
That's what it was? Goaltending, sir. Get
No
a
call.
rebound. Score. Score for the memories. Long Beach State to the rim.
Can they do it?
Fouled.
No good. No foul.
Frick. All right, that's going to do it for my tenure on March Madness Live, folks.
And Arizona moves on 85-65 with the win over Long Beach
That's
State.
devastating. Losing by a half a point's crazy, especially when the line last night was 20.5, and I wanted to take it then, but I waited until today, and I took it at 19.5, and the point change hurts, and I lose.
Good teams win, great teams cover.
Great teams cover. Well, folks, it's been an honor. I appreciate everyone for coming and hanging out with me and Harrison early. I'm now going to pass it off to Tyler Jones and Tyler Smith. Nic Rohloff heading out. This is March.
We continue here on our live coverage of March Madness Round 1 as right now we have 3 games in progress. Arizona just wrapped up their win against Long Beach State 85-65. Illinois in a tight win with Morehead State 3 minutes till half, leading 36-31. North Carolina taking on the Seahawks of Wagner as they lead 54-36. Smitty going under the screen there. And then we also have Oregon just tipped off against South Carolina. 17 minutes remaining in that one as we're tied at 5 apiece there. That game going on in Pittsburgh here for day number 1 of the NCAA Tournament to this point. We're going to be joined by Tyler Smith coming up in just a moment as we continue with our live coverage of round number 1 of the NCAA Tournament, the big dance here on Chat Sports. Checking in on the chat, seeing what you guys are writing. Pierce wants to know, how do you guys feel about JMU? JMU's got a tough matchup there. I like what they did to win their conference tournament and everything, but not so confident they can get past the first round as far as that goes. Let's see. Knowledge says, but Illinois is number 1 in the whole NCAA in offensive rebounds, number 2 in second shots. That helps your D. Good point there. The only player says go Duke. Duquesne says Sanford is overrated. Evan says Auburn history run this year. We shall see. The Auburn Tigers, of course, made the Final Four just a couple years ago there in Minneapolis was the season that they made it as far as that goes. Some other scores today of the action that we've already seen. Let's catch up to speed on that as Creighton took care of business against Akron, a dominating second half from the Blue Jays as they ended up winning that one 77-60, outscoring Akron 38-26 in the second half. Duquesne beating BYU, the big upset of the day, as the 11 seed A-10 champions take down BYU out of the Big 12, 71-67. Meanwhile, Tom Izzo and the Michigan Spartans getting it done against Mississippi State, 69-51. A very nice win for Sparty. Never doubt Tom Izzo in the month of March. Those are the games that have happened so far. Coming up later on, here is what's also on tap today. At 4:45 Eastern Time, we'll have number 7 Dayton taking on number 10 Nevada. Then at 6:50 Eastern, we'll have number 7 Texas taking on number 10 Colorado. At 7:10 in the evening window, number 3 Kentucky will take on number 14 Oakland. At 7:25, we'll have number 5 Gonzaga taking on number 12 McNeese. At 7:35, it'll be number 2 Iowa State taking on number 15 South Dakota State. At 9:20 Eastern, we'll have number 2 Tennessee taking on St. Peter's. Yes, that is the same St. Peter's that went on that terrific run just a couple of years ago. Then at 9:40, we'll have the Texas Tech Red Raiders, the 6th seed, taking on the ACC Tournament champion, NC State Wolfpack, the 11 seed there in that matchup. And at 10:05 tonight, number 7 Washington State taking on number 10 Drake. And also at 9:55 tonight, the number 4 Kansas Jayhawks taking on number 13 Samford. So those are your games, your action tonight. A full slate, day 1 of the NCAA Tournament here, and we'll cover it all here on Chat Sports' live coverage of day number 1 of March Madness, round 1 underway here on this Thursday afternoon. Monitoring 3 games in progress. Illinois and Morehead State, 5-point game, 3 minutes to go till half. Oregon and South Carolina, that game in the first half tied up at 5 apiece. And then North Carolina leading Wagner in the second half, 13 minutes to go in that, with North Carolina up 54-36. So that is all your scores and everything you need to know about what's going on so far in day number 1 of the NCAA Tournament. We ready with Smitty?
I think so.
All right, we'll bring him in. Tyler Smith, a.k.a. Smitty, is in the house here with us. Smitty, put your mic cable behind you, if you will. Yep. There you go.
Why not?
There we go.
I'm a little new to this, folks.
Now we got him cleaned up a bit. 2 Tylers in the house. You hear him on Seahawks today and Celtics today.
Yes, sir.
Smitty, welcome to the madness. What's kind of your thoughts on what we've seen so far today?
Listen, I mean, you're getting your typical upset picks, like the 11 over the 6. It's something we see pretty often in this league, and I think Duquesne was a little bit overlooked this year because, they might have been overseeded. Some people say that they were seeded with VCU's resume there out of the A-10. They just needed to slot them in at somewhere in this tournament. And then people thought BYU should have been potentially a 5 seed. So, they were had they wanted to play on Sundays. Unfortunately, their religious beliefs prevented them from doing so, and they deal with the consequences. The Duquesne Dukes getting their first NCAA tournament win in over 50 years. It is quite the sight for Keith Dambrot and company.
Smitty, you're getting some comments in the chat about wearing this Duke gear. They don't even play today. What are you doing wearing this?
Listen, I'm in the spirit, baby. It's March, baby. The Dukies, they're playing the Vermont Catamounts tomorrow. It's going to be a barn burner. The diaper dandy, Jared McCain, he's unbelievable, baby.
Oh, see what we have to put up with every day with this guy? That's what we got from Smitty there.
Yes, sir. I saw
he'll be the obnoxious Duke fan here on this show.
The only player 10 I can tell here in the chat is a Duke fan himself. He's saying go Wagner, beat Carolina, and I heard him say go Duke earlier in the chat as well. So
Tennessee royalty saying never do that again.
Oh, come on. You got to love Dickie V, baby.
That won't be the last time we hear that today. I can promise you that much.
Oh, with Dookie. He must not be a Duke fan, and he probably is a Duke hater, as most college basketball fans are.
Very easy to hate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
You went to St. Bonaventure, but how did you become a Duke fan?
I just grew up. There's definite sidewalk alumni, no affiliation to the program or
like most Duke fans.
Like most Duke fans, yep, absolutely. Not a lot of Duke fans went to Duke. It's very difficult to get in, and it was the first basketball game I ever attended. Duke St. John's. They actually got blown out. Funny enough.
I've been down to Cameron Indoor. I've seen Jason Tatum's first game at Duke there at Madison Square Garden. It's just been my squad until I became a St. Bonaventure Bonnie. Shout out the brown and white.
But with St. Bonaventure rejecting NIT bids, he's back on the Duke bandwagon. So.
Evan Patton says, I'm 2 days into college and I'm 3 lectures behind. Shout out Jared McCain, man. He's a beast.
Let's,
But he doesn't do himself a lot of favors.
As Illinois, Morehead State is headed to half here. The score in that game, 39-38. Let's shift our attention to Pittsburgh, where South Carolina faces Oregon right now. South Carolina leading 11-7, 13:45 to go in the first half of this one. And I got to tell you, Smitty, I did take Oregon to win this game, but that South Carolina team is very good. They played way above their expectations for this year. I thought this was one of the tougher games to pick in that first round bracket.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina was looking like a force in the SEC all season long. I mean, their head coach should arguably win National Coach of the Year when it's all said and done. But Oregon, I mean, they've dealt with so many injuries. They were looking like they were primed to be an NCAA tournament team at the beginning of this season. They've dealt with a lot of injuries, including their best player, N'Faly Dante. He's the man in the middle. He can compete with any big man in the country, and it's a bad matchup for South Carolina, who is facing an Oregon team who arguably would have been in the tournament had they not faced injury in the season.
And there's a nice bucket there, so that makes it 11-9 with Oregon closing the gap there after the nice start from South Carolina. Combined, a little ugly from these two teams, 10 turnovers to begin this one. Right with the bucket for South Carolina that puts the lead back up to 13-9 for the Gamecocks.
Illinois and Morehead State go to the half. Illinois holding to a 1-point lead, 39-38. I mean, that game is a barn burner. Two very high-powered offenses. Terrence Shannon leading the way for the Fighting Illini, and then Riley Minix, the senior wing for Morehead State. He fills up the stat sheet for them, their leading scorer and rebounder. He's over 20 points a game, and he shoots the ball efficiently.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. Illinois, fascinating. Let's talk about them for a second here. This is a team, Brad Underwood, who has struggled to go very far in the NCAA tournament, kind of picking up a Rick Barnes reputation of sorts. And here they are, barely leading Morehead State at halftime. I wonder if that's going to go through the back of their heads of the fact that they've been in these positions before where they've played close to teams they weren't supposed to in the tournament here.
Listen, that is definitely, like, the mental game is half the battle in these one-game eliminations in March Madness. So you're absolutely right that they can be affected up in here, and they can affect their play on the court. Brad Underwood, though, I think he's very good at keeping his team sound and level-headed, low center of gravity. He's one of the best coaches in the country, and it shows.
Yeah, halftime there in Omaha with Illinois up 39-38. Let's head back to Pittsburgh. South Carolina and Oregon in action, 13-11. A little bit of a sloppy start, 11 combined turnovers in this game. Smitty, with that many turnovers, both teams a little nervous coming out here?
I think so. I mean, I think this game is always going to be sloppy, and I actually think that's the way that Oregon wants to muck this thing up. They want to play gritty and grimy against the Gamecocks, and they're getting there right now. South Carolina back down the other way.
Do you like Wendy's says Smitty hates court storming? True or false?
I do not hate court storming. It's very unfortunate that occurred with my favorite team, the Duke Blue Devils. South Carolina missed on the other end, and it's Dante down low, grabbing the rebound with force, and it's the Ducks crossing the
Tennessee
midway
Royalty
line.
says Smitty was definitely in a frat. Confirm or deny?
Unfortunately, no frats at St. Bonaventure, but listen.
Not allowed?
No, it's just too small of a school.
Okay.
Too small of a school. But we have a lot of love for our St. Bonaventure Bonnies, big school spirit. If you love March Madness, why don't you go ahead and hit that thumbs up icon. We're less than 15 likes away from 500 likes on today's stream. It's the easiest and freest way to help this stream out and get it out to more college basketball fans, more sports fans in general. It's March, baby. We all love it.
If
Hit
we
a thumbs
get to
up.
500 likes, we'll crack open some cold ones here. I got plenty of Happy Dads ready to go, but I do not have permission to open any of them until we get to 500 likes. We need 10 more. Like it up. If you love March Madness, hit that like button, and we'll start to get the boozing away on this Thursday afternoon. I mean, what better way to spend your Thursday than hanging out with us, drinking some cold ones? Sure beats a day in the office right now.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, And I know all you guys who are working right now are watching these games or watching this stream along with us in the office. I mean, it's the best time of the year, baby. Unbelievable.
Monarch wants to know, where is St. Bonaventure at?
St. Bonaventure is in western New York, out by Buffalo, New York, but except that's the closest major city I can give you, but it's actually about an hour south of Buffalo along the Pennsylvania border. So
now I get to open a cold one here.
Hey, we got to 500 likes.
Happy Dad or Mom, I guess you could call it, raspberry flavor. So happy March Madness to brackets not being busted, and everybody out there, cheers to you.
Oh.
Let's have ourselves a day.
You know, isn't it just the worst when all 4 games are at commercial? That's what we're dealing with right now.
You want one, Smitty?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take one. I won't crack it yet until we hit another mini milestone, so we can keep the people guessing. But I got myself a fruit punch, Happy Dad, as well.
What's your favorite flavor of Happy Dad?
I'm a big fan of the Death Row Records.
Me too.
The grape one. I am a big fan of grape beverages, and that definitely
You a
suits
grape
my fancy.
soda guy too?
No, I'm actually just not a soda guy in general.
Okay.
So I stay away from the fizzy drinks, unless it's a cold brewski. South Carolina and Oregon knotted up 13 apiece. As we look along at some of the other games here on tap, North Carolina in control against Wagner, the lowest seed in the NCAA tournament. Arizona and Long Beach State went final. Unfortunately, Coach Monson's tenure with the Beach comes to an end in a 20-point loss against Arizona. Shout out to those guys, though, for sticking by their coach and just ripping through the conference tournament there out in the Big West. I love when players play inspired basketball and they play for the guy who's calling timeouts for them and teaching them these lessons, because they deserve it, and he deserves that respect as well.
Well, and think about this too. I know that we're in this new era of college sports with NIL and the transfer portal and everything. For these guys at schools like Long Beach, you're not getting any NIL, if anything at all. And so you're really playing for your coach. You're playing for each other.
Absolutely, especially these small schools. I mean, a lot of those guys aren't getting NIL. I know my small school, St. Bonaventure, doesn't have the most resources to be throwing out 100K here, 100K there. You want a F-150, you got it. It's really not the case for the large majority of schools across the nation. So you love to see that rich history of college basketball displayed through these small schools.
I don't know what we have for weigh-ins, but I think we need to spam the chat with something.
I think we do. I think we're getting a little quiet here. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what we can find here.
We need to get this chat fired up. We need to get you popping here. We got 700 people watching. We could have more people with us if we just get the chat moving a little bit here. Let's do this. Which one are we going with, Smitty?
We'll go with this one.
All right. Let's ask you guys right now. Who's your pick to win the NCAA championship, to win March Madness? I want you to spam it as much as you can over this next minute. And the more times you spam it, the more likely your team is to win it all. Smitty's going to shout out everybody that spams their team over this next minute. I want to see it as much as humanly possible. Whoever spams it the most, better chance for your team to win it, for you to be the MVP today. So here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're getting a couple Tennessees. We got Mark saying UConn. We got 4GB saying Gonzaga. We got It's Gabe saying Houston. Shout out the Cougs. We got Jax Plays saying North Carolina. They're on right now playing Wagner. Raul saying Texas A&M. I like that. It's out of the box. Laura saying Villanova. Are you talking about the NIT? AJ Gear says Longwood. Listen, they're playing Houston. Longwood's a lot better than the 16 seed, I will say, but they don't got a chance against the Hoosiers.
I saw the Idaho Vandals in there.
Lewis Lee saying Michigan State. Hey, they've already committed half the battle. They won today. Solman 4 says Arizona. They've moved on as well to the round of 32. Jay Sauer 21 says Colorado State.
Faster.
The Rams.
Faster.
NBA highlights saying UConn. We're getting Kentucky from Gary Williams. Vibrating Higher says Duke with a thumbs down. I don't like that. Brian Post says Gonzaga. Me says UTEP. Are they in the CBI? I don't even know if they're playing in the postseason. Raymond Gordon says Vermont. That hurts a little bit. Iowa Hawkeyes from Brett Casey. They're also in the NIT. I love the love from I would hope some alma maters here of some teams not in the NCAA tournament. Lewis Lee keeps spamming those Michigan States. Kentucky from Ricardo. Mark Kimbrell says the Nuggets. That's wrong league, brother. Wrong league, brother. Purdue from Mark Kearns. And Cousin Roger's saying the orange. I don't know if he's talking about Tennessee or the Syracuse orange. They're definitely not in the tournament.
He said Vols in his next comment.
Oh, Vols. Okay, electric. I love Dalton Connect. He's an absolute stud.
10 more seconds.
Here we go.
Finish
Keep
strong, folks.
spamming your champion. Jordan says Iowa State. L. Forrest says go Irish. They're not in it either. They were pretty rough. Buffalo says 4GB. They're definitely not in it. Oregon from Joshua Hampton. Listen, they're a sleeper. And Nova Ranger with Northwestern. Shout out Boo Booey. He can make some noise tomorrow.
By the way,
against FAU.
That was the best the chat's done all day by a mile. So great job by you guys. Who's the early MVP? Who did you see the most?
I think my good friend who was spamming Michigan State, Kewersley, or however you say his name. It's not regular. Kewersley. He was spamming those Michigan States. I love Tom Izzo, baby. Come on. Got some Dukes coming in from Brian Post, an AEW top guy. I know AEW top guy. I've seen you in a stream or two before. Tennessee royalty. I wonder who you're going with.
Tennessee.
Oregon knots things up at 14 apiece. Just over
And
10 minutes into this ball game.
At the charity stripe. Free throw, no good. Off the iron. And South Carolina's going to take over. Knotted up 14 apiece. Just over 9 remaining in the first half. So far, we've seen 4 ties, 2 lead changes in this one. I think this game's coming right down the wire.
I agree. I think it's going to be one of those lower scoring battles. We're seeing less than 3 points a minute scored right now. So they're definitely it's going to be
wide
a
open
defense.
3. Bang!
Ooh! South Carolina takes the lead.
3-point lead for the Gamecocks now, under 9 remaining in the first half.
We have Nevada and Dayton coming up shortly here. They're set to tip off any minute now. Another A10 team, 2-bid league this year, as Duquesne was a bid stealer. Oregon
Another 3.
answers with a triple, no good.
Other games in progress right now. Illinois up 39-38 on Morehead State at the half. North Carolina inserting their will on Wagner. The Wagner Seahawks, that is.
That's right.
75-56, 5 minutes to go in that one. North Carolina, despite being the Duke guy you are, you're pretty high on the Tar Heels.
I am pretty high on the Tar Heels. I think they have one of the easiest paths to the Final Four of any team as South Carolina nails another triple. They've opened up a 6-point lead. Gamecocks out in front. Wow. Listen, South Carolina's been counted out by a lot of pundits and the public in general. They've kind of all assumed that Oregon's going to move on because Dana Altman has never lost in the round of 64 in his Oregon career.
Pretty remarkable on that front. There's another 3 on the other end. Now the bank starting to open with 3 straight triples going back and forth.
Listen, man, the Ducks are a good team. This is going to be one of my most anticipated games of the first round here, Oregon and South Carolina. 2 heavyweights in their respective conferences.
7.5 remaining. South Carolina up by 3. Here in this one. Live coverage of round 1 of March Madness. We're following all 3 games in progress right now. South Carolina taking on Oregon 20-19. 7 minutes remaining in the first. Illinois leading Morehead State 39-38 at halftime. North Carolina leading Wagner 77-56. As that game's down to about 3:20 remaining till that one wraps up. Our man, Armando Bacot, with a very good game today. 20-plus points for the All-American big man. North Carolina missed the tournament last year. This year had a nice bounce back. Won the ACC regular season title. They did lose in the ACC Conference Championship game to NC State, but here they are. Back on track in the big dance. Smitty, I'll say this about North Carolina, too. When they went to the Final Four a couple years ago, they went as an 8 seed. This is the first time that we've talked about North Carolina in the NCAA tournament in a few years with high hopes and expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year, they were the preseason number 1 coming into the regular season. They missed the tournament completely. The year prior, obviously, you mentioned that Final Four run as the 8th seed. They knocked off Baylor, Duke, en route to a national championship appearance, but they ran into your Jayhawks and looked like they were going to win that game, actually, and the Jayhawks stormed back there in that second half. So high hopes for North Carolina this year. They got a great squad, and I think they can run with just about anybody in their region.
Let's make sure you guys subscribe, as we have over 600 people watching here on Chat Sports. Want to make sure that you join us for around-the-clock coverage of some of your favorite sports, from college football to the NFL, the NBA, college basketball, and more. If you're a sports fan, you got to lock us in as we bring you daily content, our live shows. We also have our shorts, our daily videos at the channel as well. So much stuff that really, Smitty, is for everybody. We got everybody covered in some way, shape, or form here at Chat Sports.
I mean, I think we had and now we don't cover a ton of college basketball as during the regular season and whatnot. But like, if you look at something that happens like that's major, like I remember when Bronny James suffered that terrible heart injury early before the season. We made a video on it. We go with the breaking news. We go with what's hot and what's not. NBA and NFL, obviously, the mainstays. College football as well. But hey, listen, if there's a story in sports, we're going to cover it here at Chat Sports. That's why you subscribe. It's 100% free. Daily news and rumors about all your favorite sports teams and more here at the channel.
Spin the wheel of subs. Sub now and make that number go up, 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 and we'd certainly appreciate it. 20-19, South Carolina leading Oregon.
Turnover battle is close. Oregon's got 7. South Carolina's got 6, as Dana Altman's on screen now.
I don't know how I feel about these in-game interviews.
I don't love it, but this is obviously pre-recorded. This is before the timeout. So 7 turnovers today for Oregon. They average only 10 a game on the year. So they got to keep this thing a little more cleaner.
And their average is the lowest in the Pac-12. So this start is really unlike them.
Absolutely.
All right. North Carolina looks to be in good shape, finishing off Wagner here 3 minutes ago, up 82-58 in that game. You mentioned North Carolina's path. That region, I think it's going to come down to just them in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, listen, don't sleep on the St. Mary's Gales. Randy Bennett, he's been around the block enough times now. He's one of the elite coaches in college basketball. You know, the guy gets paid $2 million a year at St. Mary's out there. He is very well respected, and I think this could be the year of the Gales. Look out for them to be a competitor for North Carolina at the top of that bracket.
Raul wants to know, guys, you think McNeese pulls the upset tonight? Smitty, I don't think they quite pulled off, but I think it's going to be a great game.
I do think it's going to be a great game. I do have McNeese +6 in that one, so I think it's going to come down to the last minute or so. But the difference is going to be Graham Ike down low for Gonzaga, as South Carolina is fouled on a 3-ball after Oregon took the lead there. And I just don't think McNeese has the big men, the front court depth to kind of compete down low with Ike, who's phenomenal shot blocker, a phenomenal rebounder, kind of reminiscent of N'Faly Dante here on Oregon. So him and Ryan Nembhard, the Creighton transfer, just following his brother to Gonzaga. And their pick and roll is going to be very, very good. I anticipate an elite game between McNeese and Gonzaga. Will Wade, he might have one foot out the door, though, so who knows how engaged they might be.
Yeah, his name, of course, up for the Louisville job among a number of jobs.
Maybe Michigan, who
out
knows?
There. Let's talk about that for a second. The job openings. Yeah. You got Louisville, Michigan.
Ohio State.
Ohio State just filled.
They
promoted their interim.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that, actually.
Oklahoma State, West Virginia.
Yeah, West Virginia's sneaky great job. Sneaky great. Bob Huggins kind of made that job what it is today. It's very highly valued.
I think West Virginia is going to go for a guy like Andy Kennedy.
I could see that. I mean, did Andy Kennedy get himself a higher position after a nice run there at
he's done a good job at UAB.
At UAB. I mean, listen, my thoughts on UAB are they are a bad basketball team. They got caught in a bad conference tournament there in the American. FAU stinks. USF fraudulent, and Memphis, we all knew that they stunk too. UAB just happened to be the odd man out in the American Conference. I don't know. I like what he's done with the team though. He's been there a little while now.
Yeah, he was fired from Ole Miss. He took Ole Miss to the dance a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've seen him turn around that UAB program. He'll probably get another Power 5 job here soon. 6 minutes remaining in the first half between South Carolina and Oregon. And we get a little dead ball here. This one tight, 22-21. And something that we expect to go the whole way between these two teams.
North Carolina nearing a 30-point win over the Wagner Seahawks. I don't think this is going to be the year that a 16 knocks off a 1 again. I think we've seen it maybe a few too many times in the past 5 years with FDU and obviously UMBC the first time around against Virginia. I don't think we're going to get that again this year. I actually, a hot take, don't believe we're going to get a 2-15 upset either. 3-14 potential for some of those teams. But hey, who do you guys see getting upset in this tournament so far? I know Illinois and Morehead State hasn't exactly come back yet. So let's ask you guys a question here. Who do we think?
When you say tournament, that's when the New York accent comes out.
Yeah, I am a big NCAA tournament. Tournament, all right? March Madness. Oregon puts up a 3 short again. They've been short on a lot of threes as they're going to get called for a foul there on the rebound.
Which team gets upset today?
Or tomorrow, whatever you guys think.
Who is getting upset? Tell us in the chat right now. Get your predictions in of who that team is, and we'll shout you guys out.
John Street says Kentucky. They're playing the Horizon League champion Oakland Grizzlies. Trey Townsend, an elite stat sheet stuffer there for Oakland. I love the Horizon League personally. I think they have a chance against Kentucky, but it's gonna come down to missing some jump shots at the end.
The most popular upset pick among the 1 through 2 seeds in ESPN's Bracket Challenge is Marquette getting upset by Western Kentucky. What do you think about that possibility?
Don't sleep on the Hilltoppers. They have the fastest pace of any tournament team in the field. They can run up and down on you. If they get out to an early lead, I'm not sure how Shaka Smart and company are going to respond as Oregon takes back the lead there inside for 2.
There's 2 I really like of teams that potentially get upset. I'm seeing some Kansas in the chat. We might have to block those. I think Grand Canyon's got a good shot against St. Mary's.
Yeah.
That one intrigues me. That's at the end of the night.
That's a late
tomorrow.
Night game. That's late night.
I'm jumping on the bandwagon of a lot of folks that feel this way too. I'm all in on New Mexico beating Clemson.
I mean, listen, one thing I will say about tournament upsets is hype does not equal, they will lose. Like just because a team is hyped up to upset a team does not mean that team is magically just going to lose because of the hype. New Mexico is a better basketball team than Clemson, straight up. All right, you look 1 through 5, they have more offensive firepower, more length, more depth. Clemson is very one-dimensional, and they don't have a lot of depth as far as teams in the field go. New Mexico can get it done. They have the better coach as well, Richard Pitino. Brad Brownwell, he's terrible. Brad Brunell, he's so bad.
North Carolina just went final 90-62. Hubert Davis' squad moves on to the round of 32 as they now have a 33-2 record all-time in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Asking you guys who gets upset today or tomorrow. Raul says Gonzaga. Cactus says Kansas. We got Mark saying Grand Canyon over St. Mary's.
South Carolina.
Saul saying Houston. Jay Sauer 21 says New Mexico all day. Mark says New Mexico. Raul says New Mexico to the Sweet 16. Mark says St. Peter's over Tennessee. I know that some folks, you look at St. Peter's and that grabs your attention based on what they did a couple of years ago. But that's a much different St. Peter's team. I think Dalton Connect's going to have his way with St. Peter's.
I absolutely agree. St. Peter's, listen, they actually have some tournament blood still in this dance here from their last run of the March Madness. Fousseyni Dramé was actually the starting big man for the Duquesne Dukes, who just beat BYU. So they had tournament experience there in Pittsburgh, and as well as a guy like Darrell Banks III who put 27 up on Kentucky. I mean, that's St. Bonaventure Bonnie. That's my guy. So this St. Peter's team is not the same. Doug Eddard, obviously, he went on to Bryant and has since graduated. This St. Peter's team is a lot different. I'd argue they weren't even close to the best team in the Metro Atlantic in the regular season. They just got a little bit hot. They are, once again, in the conference tournament, and I think they're going to get, honestly, probably clapped by Tennessee today.
Yeah. Tennessee, what I wonder for their long-term prospects, we know Connect is one of the best scorers in all college basketball, but the guys around him have been so inconsistent. Can they get enough offense from everybody else to make a deep run?
I'm not exactly entirely sure because you got a guy like Vescovi who's kind of lost his way offensively. Zakai Ziegler is definitely a defensive-oriented guard. And outside of that, I mean, you're not getting much from this Tennessee offense. They're going to play through Connect as long as they can. Whether that ends in the Elite Eight or the Final Four, who knows? But they just don't have enough offense, in my opinion, to win a national championship. One guy cannot bring you all the way. You got to be balanced.
Exactly. Do we have a super chat menu? Okay. So we're making deals. All right. Smitty, let's negotiate with the folks out there. What do you guys want to see? Let's ask that first.
Yeah, what do you guys want here?
I mean, I'd be willing for a beer bong.
Okay.
I'm willing for a beer bong. I'm down, but you guys got to make it happen. Here's what I'm willing to offer for the folks out there. We can make a beer bong happen for a $20 super chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling very generous. It's one of the best days of the year, but it's up to you guys to make it happen. $sign next to the chat box if you want to make that happen. I'll get out the beer bong, but we need a $20 super chat. So any of you out there that want to take me up on that, I'll give you 10 minutes on the clock. I feel like I'm being very generous here, Smitty.
Mm-hmm.
10 minutes. Over the next 10 minutes, we get a $20 super chat, which would be almost as much money as we've made all day today. Then I will do a beer bong here on today's show. That's my deal I'll offer.
Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. I like that. Listen, if we get a $5 super chat before South Carolina and Oregon go to half, 4 minutes left, I'll crack open this beer. Or crack open this Happy Dad, I should say. Oregon answers with a triple of their own. Got it. Thanks. Thank you, Jack.
Three-pointer. Off the mark.
Jack, would you mind switching the featured, the little things there down low, the order, to put Oregon and South Carolina there? So we have Morehead State and Illinois. They're having a back-and-forth affair.
Morehead State leading.
Yeah, I think we got to go to Morehead State here in Illinois.
40-39, started the second half underway. That game in Omaha.
Let me see if I can get to this channel. What channel is Morehead State in Indiana?
truTV.
truTV, nice.
There it is.
There we go. Let's see Terrence Shannon and company. Marcus Damask. Nevada and Dayton has also tipped.
So we got 4 games on at once now.
This is March, officially 4 games on at a time. You love to see it. The Wolfpack, the Flyers, Mountain West, Atlantic 10, pure mid-major madness in March, baby. Let's go.
If your cable company doesn't offer you the quad box today, you're missing out.
100%. 100%. You need the HD sports mix or whatever you call it there on DirecTV. I know that's what I have at home. Morehead State at the line right now. They sink their first free throw.
We want to welcome our viewers checking in from the Cowboys report.
Oh, wow.
Tom Downey's gang over here hanging out with us now.
Hey, shout out to Celtics Today, long-timer Noah Rubin saying, "What's up, Smitty? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you."
Who you got in the second half? Morehead State or Illinois? That's our new poll question that's up on the channel right now. 81 votes, 80% going Illinois, 20% going with Morehead State to pull off the upset.
Morehead State knocks down their second free throw, up 2 now. Here in, where are they exactly? Are they in Omaha?
Let's see.
Where is Illinois and Morehead State playing?
That game, my friends,
Terrence Shannon
is
Jr.
taking place in Omaha.
Hey, that's good. It's a good pull by me.
The CHI Health Center.
Nice. I'm sure they have a lot of events there all year long.
Yes, I've been there a few different times.
It's like when they have the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. Like, nothing goes on there besides a concert for 11 months of the year, and then they get the Big 12 tournament.
At that arena, I have seen Blake Shelton in concert.
Okay.
Also, that is where the U.S. Olympic swim trials are at for the Olympics.
Yes.
Iceman's got the right idea.
Illinois misses the free throw. Morehead State still leads 45-44 here. Just over 16 minutes left remaining in the second half.
One thing we're seeing out of Illinois is they're struggling to get to the line, something they typically do a lot more of. Usually about 23 free throw attempts per game. They've had a single-digit amount so far in this one. And there's a foul. Speaking of getting to the line, Terrence Shannon was going up for that shot. I believe he's going to have 2 free throws here.
Oregon has opened up a 7-point lead. Now 9-point lead for Oregon.
KU says took the Illinois live bet.
Shot will not count.
What was the live bet you got, KU? I want to know, what did you get Illinois at on the live bet?
Illinois live bet. Yeah. What's the line on that? Because I might need to tinker a little bit. I think I had Morehead State plus 11 in my bookmakers.
KU says got them minus 255.
Still minus 255. I mean, that makes sense. They were originally about minus 750. So, still that's a good line to get, but that's eating a lot of juice. You took the money line. 45-44 here. Morehead State leads by 1. Did I end up taking that, or did I take Dayton? Oh, I ended up taking Dayton. But I also took Morehead State plus 11. What a great pull. Okay. Great.
Dayton and Nevada underway. Dayton leading Nevada 7-4, 16.5 to go in the first half. What an impressive year for the Mountain West Conference. 6 teams in the NCAA tournament, the third most of any conference. And Nevada, led by Steve Alford, who we've seen him have success in the tournament previously at Iowa, UCLA, New Mexico, just to name a few. And here he is now with this Nevada program, and a very good game between 2 mid-major programs.
Absolutely. And you know what? This is one thing I hate about the committee, even though we get some great games out of it, as we're going to ask you guys a good question here. Who do you have between those 2 mid-majors? Type NEV for Nevada. Type DAY, D-A-Y, for Dayton. This is one thing I hate about the committee is they love to get the mid-majors out of the tournament early. I know that's great for viewership and finances of the tournament later on in the Elite Eight, Final Four, what have you. I know we had some craziness happen last year with 2 mid-majors in the Final Four. Unheard of. But the committee loves pitting these schools against each other early in the tournament. You got San Diego State playing UAB. You got Nevada playing Dayton. You got, in years past, it just happens all the time. You know what's funny? When my State Bonaventure Bonnies made the tournament, they put us against LSU. They didn't want us to play a mid-major. They wanted us out immediately. Ridiculous. They knew that the result of that one was going to be. We did not fare well. In the chat right now, Jay Sauer saying NEV, Brian Post saying Day, Raul saying NEV, Mark saying NEV, Brian saying Dayton, Asiptic saying Dayton as well. Sophia Saxton says Morehead State all the way. Dayton has opened up an 11-9 lead there 5 minutes into action. Oregon holding on to an 8-point lead in the first half. Minute and a half there until that one goes to the break. And Morehead State in front of Illinois by 1 possession.
So the big upset of the day so far, BYU losing to Duquesne. It wasn't the first time that BYU students have struggled to score.
Absolutely. That is ridiculous, but I love it. This is March. One thing about Duquesne is, we've always talked about the 6-11 is a hot upset pick or upset for what it's worth. There's really not that much of a difference year to year between the 6 and 11. But Duquesne was definitely the underlooked one of the bunch. You got Oregon, who's a power conference team. You got New Mexico, who just won the Mountain West. One of the best conferences in basketball this year. So those are 2 of the hotter picks there at the 11 seed. Is NC State, who's got the big man in the middle, and they just won the ACC. So all 3 of those picks of 11 seeds are definitely more popular than picking the Duquesne Dukes. And look who got it done. Keith Dambrot and company.
Yes.
The A10, the mighty A10.
The mighty A10 indeed.
Illinois takes the lead with a triple on the other end.
And then a bunny. 46-45.
Marcus
the
Damascus
Illini leading now.
dumping it down low for the easy layup. Sorry, it was not a triple. It was a free throw and then an easy 2 points. Morehead State down. Takes it. Kicks it. Corner. Takes it down low. Nowhere to go. Three ball up. Air.
Good.
That's going to be a
got an offensive board, though.
Is that not a shot clock violation?
No, shot clock's still going.
Shot clock's still going, but it doesn't matter because Illinois gets a turnover. Can they extend their lead here Kind of assert their dominance. What a move. They going to call a hook and hold there? Oh, okay.
Foul called there.
A little foul called on Morehead State. Listen, when he gets that much separation, why are you calling the foul if he's getting full separation on the baseline? It was going to be an easy layup. Why are you rewarding the guy who's fouling him?
It's one of my gripes with the college game is the officials do not hesitate to blow that whistle.
I know. It's crazy, and especially for a team like Illinois, a guy like Terrence Shannon who gets to the line a bunch.
Here's the inbound.
Into Damask in the corner. He's sizing up the defender, takes it into the middle of the key, jump stop, up over the defender, offensive rebound Illinois, and a monster slam! That's a man's jam! Illinois takes a 3-point lead.
thunder jam, and Illinois takes a 3-point lead with just over 14 and a half remaining.
Oh, man. Dania is a big boy down there for the Illini. Let's see how Morehead State can respond. They've been able to do it all game long. But are they running out of gas? Who knows? That's why this is March. Big 3-ball right in the grill of the Illinois defender. Morehead State ties it up with 14 minutes remaining.
We got a ball game, folks. 3 ties, 5 lead changes in this one.
This block of games might be the best ones we get all day. Who knows?
Maybe so.
Illinois
There's another bucket for Illinois.
And it's the Nia down low. They don't really have a guy who can match up with him in the middle. I think they should feed him pretty much the rest of his way. Play your offense through the low post.
Sophia wants to know, Smitty, how much do you want to bet that Duke is getting out of the first round?
I don't want to bet any money on that because that would be disavowing my favorite college team growing up. I would very much like them to advance past the first round. I'm actually
No. I think Sophia is saying that Sophia thinks Duke's not going to advance.
Listen, Vermont, I will say this about the Catamounts. They win the America East nearly every season, and they get absolutely screwed with whatever matchup they're giving. A couple of years ago, they got Arkansas, who went out to go beat Gonzaga and go to the Elite Eight.
Yep.
So Vermont always gets a terrible draw. I feel bad for the Catamounts, but listen, Duke is another one of those bad draws.
All right.
Illinois leads 50-48 here, 13.5 left. Got Oregon holding on to a 6-point lead with a minute left in the first half. Dayton back in front over Nevada. And North Carolina, who just went final, they won by nearly 30 over the last team in the dance, the Wagner Seahawks.
Final minute in the first half, that Oregon-South Carolina game. Oregon with possession, up 32-26. I'll say this, as I believe we got a foul called there, or timeout, one of the two. That Oregon-South Carolina game, I know Oregon's the 11th seed, but the way they've been playing, it almost feels like they're the favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Oregon actually, I believe, was favored in this ball game just by about a point or two. So, listen, they come in with a...
Yeah, line closed with them, Oregon favored 2.5.
Yeah, so look at that. Oregon was favored as the 11th seed. That's not the only 11th seed that's favored in this dance. New Mexico also a 2.5-point favorite over the Clemson Tigers. And if you don't know, Tyler, historically, that trend says could be a blowout for that 11th seed over the 6th seed. If the 11th seed is favored against the 6th, more often than not, that 11th seed wins by double digits or more.
Clayton Lockhart says he didn't know that we were being hosted by the law firm Tyler & Tyler, attorneys at law.
Smith and listen, and the two most generic names in the English language, Smith and Jones. So, hey, what happened there?
What?
Uh-oh.
10 seconds till half. Oregon with the ball.
Here we go. Step back
Three-pointer.
triple. Are we getting a half-court shot?
Throws up a prayer.
Oh! South Carolina at the buzzer from
half court.
3/4 court.
Cooper.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that?
And Illinois has opened up a 7-point lead over Morehead State to 7-0 run.
So at the half, Oregon with a 34-29 lead.
Oh, if I was the Ducks, I would not be entirely happy that went in. That's a huge momentum boost for the Gamecocks.
How do you do?
And Illinois is up 9 now. This is becoming a slaughter.
A big run for the Illini. with 12 minutes to go till half. Illinois
Jack, we just go
cooking it up.
full screen for PrizePicks? Or are there photos in here?
57-48, the Illini lead. We'll get a TV timeout.
All right.
Did you have Morehead State? Oh.
That's electric. That's electric, Chipper. That is, yeah. St. Peter's. What was the other ones?
Morehead State.
Fairleigh Dickinson. Yeah. Oral Roberts. That's right.
I can't deal with the Duke shirt.
I did not go to Duke. No, I did not. Tyler, why don't we tell them about our friends at PrizePicks?
Let's do PrizePicks, the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 or more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points, maybe it's rebounds in basketball, home runs in baseball, goals in hockey, all sorts of different categories to choose from. Go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS, for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. And Smitty, we got to start talking about the star of March Madness, Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, not in the men's tournament. This is in the women's bracket. She starts
The most popular player in college basketball right now.
100%. It's not even a question. Caitlin Clark, listen, I know there's a lot of jokes about, oh, you could do this, you could do that in their sleep. I legitimately think Caitlin Clark could be sleeping and score at least 2 points in a basketball game. So take the more than
This one's free
0.5.
money.
This was absolutely free. Here are some other projections throughout the tournament as well. You got North Carolina, Cormac Ryan, obviously. I hate Cormac Ryan, but hey, you can take the more or less on his stats. You got Cam Jones, the lefty sniper, and 3-level scorer from Marquette. You got a lot of options here at PrizePicks. They have just about every team in the big dance. The action on the hardwood is heating up here. So go play PrizePicks. Get a $100 deposit match and have a lot of fun watching these games.
And you can find some deals with some of these demons and goblin bets as well.
Absolutely. The demons might be a higher pick, but a higher payout. The Goblins give it to you a little easier of a number, and then but it pays out a little bit less. So be cautious with those. Play PrizePicks, $100 deposit match with code CLNS.
Link going in the chat right now if you would like to participate and start with that freebie with Caitlin Clark and go from there. All right, let's now catch up to speed on where we're at. We get 3 games in progress right now. Illinois starting to pull away from Morehead State in the second half, up 57-48. At halftime, Oregon leading South Carolina 34-29. Dayton leading Nevada 15-14. 11 minutes to play in the first half in that matchup here. Smitty, looking at these 3 games here, what kind of stands out to you right now?
Listen, the fact that Illinois can turn it on at any time, which they have over the last couple of minutes here, with just under 12 left, they have gone on a 9-0 run that is virtually out of nowhere. Morehead State kept answering all the scores that Illinois was bringing at them. Brad Underwood's club just said, let's flip the switch right now and get some buckets, which they forced another Morehead State miss. Can they answer here and make it a double-digit deficit for Morehead State? Let's see what goes on. He got to Mask at the top of the key. He's sizing up the defender, gives it down low to Dania. Dania high post, just takes his man one-on-one, and he gets fouled because, listen, he's too little. Mouse in the house. Come on. Illinois, that'll be the under 12 timeout. Are you kidding me? Oh, just a terrible sequence.
From one commercial to the next.
Terrible sequence of commercial breaks there on truTV.
Paying the bills.
Absolutely. Let's see quickly. I'm not going to make it the featured game, but I'm just going to check real quick what's going on in Nevada-Dayton, as they are at 10 minutes left in their first half. 9.5 minutes remain.
17-16, Dayton leading that one. The Flyers, if you recall back in 2020, would have been a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament had not the pandemic happened. And that team, they haven't been in that position, haven't been able to replicate like what we saw of what that 2020 team was going to put together.
Yeah, they were projected to be the number 1 team in the Atlantic 10 this year. They ended up coming in third in the regular season. And listen, they still have one of the best players in college basketball this year, Deron Holmes, a perennial 20-10 guy for the Flyers. They have elite guard play and a guy like Kobe Brea, who's damn near 40, 50, 90, or 50, 40, 90, excuse me, across the board. He's just under 90% free throw shooter, but he is over 50% from the field and over 40% from three. Makes a lot of great decisions. Dayton doesn't turn the ball over. They are a very sound basketball team, but they haven't really been playing well down the stretch.
Yeah, we'll see what Dayton can put together. Close game there with Nevada right now.
Now, Dayton lost to Duquesne in the quarterfinals of the Atlantic 10. St. Bonaventure, my school, obviously went on to lose to them in the semifinal. But, hey, Duquesne has beaten teams in the field, and now we see them beat an actual team in the round of 64 at BYU. So very exciting days ahead for the A-10.
A good start to the tournament for the Atlantic 10 Conference. There.
You know, they usually do have some decent tournament success. Obviously, teams who are in the conference now have made deep tournament runs in previous years. I remember VCU, when they made the Final Four, they were in the Colonial. George Mason with Jimmy Larinaga way back in 06. They were in Conference USA, I believe. So the A-10 is a breeding ground for a lot of tournament success. Just 2 years ago, Richmond was a bid stealer, and they ended up beating Iowa in a 5-12 matchup that I know my boy Tom Sipe was very, very upset with as an Iowa Hawkeye fan himself.
Oh. J. Sauer 21 says Colorado State should have been a higher seed to begin with.
Agree. The fact that the last team in was criminal. The Mountain West got screwed. They were the last team in the field.
Yeah.
That's terrible. They were seated below Virginia.
Yeah.
Are you
we saw
kidding?
What happened there? Let's see. KU says, speaking about the mouse in the house, y'all see the Anthony Edwards poster?
Yo, that was crazy. That was honestly one of the best in-game dunks I've ever seen from anybody in history. Like, at any level. Yeah, the history of athletics ever. Thank you, Jack Lauderay. We have a guy looking like Robbie Avila in the crowd here. Yeah, that was one of the most athletic feats I've ever seen in any sport. I mean, did you see where he took off from, how high he got, the force that he came down with? It was beauty. It was it was Ant-Man.
We mentioned Duquesne earlier, by the way. Great story. They are getting, after they just won their first tournament game in 50 years, they're getting a brand new $45 million arena there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it actually I thought it just opened. It's already open, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's already been open for a season, I believe, a season or two. I'm not sure, but it is a really nice facility. Not exactly, 20,000 seats, which Duquesne does not need. Let's be frank here. But it's very state-of-the-art. I love the way it looks, and Duquesne looks good playing there. I'm sure they're going to have a lot of packed games next season, even though their coach is retiring, Keith Dambrot.
That'll be a program to watch for the many years to come. Another basket by Illinois. Now they're off to a 10-point lead, their largest of the second half.
Yeah, Morehead State answered with a triple to cut it to 8, but hey, Illinois right back there. Marcus Damask, he is having a quiet game in the scoring column.
Only 4 points.
Only his fourth point of the game there. So something to watch. He needs to step up for this Illinois team to have a deep ceiling in this tournament. And another steal for the Fighting Illini. They're back the other way. Terrence Shannon Jr. wants to run, but they're going to call a foul in the backcourt. Want to make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. Free NBA, NFL, college football, live streams just like this. There is so much content to be had here at Chat Sports. Videos every day, multiple videos every day. And you're not going to want to miss a thing. If there's breaking news, we're going to cover it here at the channel. We have a ton of team channels if that tickles your fancy. But right now, we are ripping college basketball. March Madness, the NCAA Tournament, the Big Dance, whatever you want to call it. Onions. Let's ride. Subscribe to the channel.
Baby.
It's awesome, baby. Unbelievable. You know, it's funny. You know, it's a funny fun fact. It's not really actually that funny.
Us.
But Dick Vitale, the great, has never announced an NCAA Tournament game.
Yes, that is true.
Very loyal to the worldwide leader, ESPN, who has never had the rights.
What's fascinating is ESPN has given him permission, and Turner/CBS has reached out.
Yes.
But out of loyalty to ESPN, he said he wouldn't feel comfortable holding a microphone for another network.
Listen, you got to respect the hustle. He wears an ESPN polo every day. Illinois hits another
That's what we call a
three.
company man.
Illinois hits another triple here to extend their lead to 13, the largest lead of the game for the Fighting Illini, as they force another miss, and they're out and running. Terrence Shannon Jr. goes baseline up and gets the foul, I believe.
Good adjustments by Brad Underwood at the half.
I mean, listen, he's one of the best coaches in the country for a reason. Probably, in my opinion, the best coach, aside from Tom Izzo, in the Big Ten.
So the second best coach in the Big Ten.
Well, Tom Izzo's reached legend status at this point where like he leaps beyond conferences, beyond judgment of other coaches. He is legend status. Yes. It's like Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z doesn't put out much music anymore, but he's obviously considered one of the greats. You got a guy like I don't want to say this guy's name here on stream, but whatever. Screw it. A guy like Kanye West who's still releasing music. He's a musical legend. Don't have to agree with what he says. Because it's something like Kendrick Lamar. Thank you, Jack Ray. I was blanking.
It's too late.
I was blanking, baby.
He already said it.
It's March, baby.
Terrence Shannon with 24. He hits on PrizePicks.
He does. And he's already hit his normal line as well. I know his Goblin line was only 17.5. That obviously lets you win a little bit less cash, but it's an easier pick to win. Illinois forces another miss, I believe, but it's going to be Dania stepping out of bounds there on the baseline. Going to be back to Morehead State, down 15 now with 9 minutes to go. I mean, this was a back-and-forth affair for 25 minutes. And Illinois just opened this thing up real quick.
Kind of inserted their will here and really locked in defensively this second half.
They really are. Dayton up 4 points here, 7 minutes left in the first half. If this game gets out of hand, I think we might go to Dayton or Oregon, South Carolina if that one comes back from the half. And
nice
what a block by the Illinois Fighting Illini. My goodness, they are inserting their will, like you said.
Shannon, nice pass inside the bucket, good.
Too little.
And the lead is out to 17 now for Illinois with 9 minutes remaining.
Got over 750 people watching. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel. We'd really appreciate it.
For Illinois, based on where this was at halftime, this is going to turn into, if this holds, a pretty nice win for them.
I think so. I think so as well. And listen, they're going to match up potentially, if things hold, with a Duquesne Dukes who are, red hot. They got good guard play, pretty stifling defense down low. It's going to be very interesting. I do think Illinois outsizes them a good amount. But Duquesne, hey, listen, they're a team of destiny at this point with the retirement of Coach Dambrot looming after their tournament run.
Oh, no, you're a team of destiny guy?
Oh my God, of course. In this tournament, are you kidding me? Teams are always teams of destiny. Think St. Peter's making the Sweet 16 wasn't team of destiny? They beat Purdue and Kentucky.
Oh, God. Illinois, if they win this, they would face Duquesne. And you get this, I think you're talking about Illinois being a lock for the Sweet 16.
I will say Illinois would be heavily favored in that game. I do think that their scoring output is much higher than a BYU's. I just think they're more athletic than BYU. They match up a lot better with Dukes than the Cougars did earlier.
All right.
Illinois now up
54 with that one. Illinois shooting 55% from the field now.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If you're shooting 55% from the field in an NCAA tournament game, it's going to be very difficult to lose that ball game. Unless you're letting up more, a higher field goal percentage. 68-54, Illini lead with 8:42 remaining. Dayton still up 20-16. They're at the under 8 timeout in the first half, and Oregon still up 5 on South Carolina. They're at the break.
So there's where we're at right now.
And it's going to be another score for the Illini, 70-54. This game was tied 48-48.
Not too long ago. I
believe it was a 9-0 run from there. It was 50.
Well, and I think this is going how we thought that Morehead State was going to keep it close early, but Illinois would pull away late. That the way Illinois plays, that Morehead State wasn't going to be able to keep up.
When Nic Rohloff and Harrison Graham were on here just a little bit earlier, Illinois, I said to them when they were going back and forth in the first half, I said, I don't think Morehead State wants to run with Illinois. I don't think they can go shot for shot with an offense like Illinois. So obviously that ended up becoming the case as Illinois has opened a 16-point lead with under 8 to go in the second half.
Thought about the three. Now steps back.
Oh, what a bounce! What a bounce!
A 19-point lead for the Fighting Illini. 7.5 remaining. Illinois in complete control.
It is a 25-6 run by Illinois here over the last 5 or so minutes. 19. Wow. Thought this one was really going to come down to the wire. I have Morehead State plus 11. What the hell?
Coleman
That
Hawkins
was low-key
with
a
that
travel.
last three, and there he goes again.
21 skunk, just like that. Morehead State looks deflated. Wow. Dayton opens up a 7-point lead there over Nevada.
8 straight field goal attempts made by the Illini. Coleman Hawkins coming along looking good the last couple of possessions.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're going to need more than just Terrence Shannon to really advance far in this tournament. Then they have a decent draw now as they do foul Morehead State on the other end. 21-point lead. And, man, got a feel for Morehead State because they really had it going. You thought they had a lot of momentum there. Even into the early second half, I mean, Illinois just turned it on. Flipped the switch completely.
Yeah, Illinois has come out really just clicking and beyond just Terrence Shannon. Terrence Shannon was playing well to start this game, but wasn't getting much help. Guys like Coleman Hawkins and others started to get this in gear for this team here in the second half.
Why don't we, as Illinois and Morehead State go to the under 8 media timeout, why don't we go to Dayton and Nevada here? No problem, Jack. Take your time, take your time. We are all good.
This game in Salt Lake City at the Delta Center.
Just say push when I push.
Home of the Utah Jazz.
I'll see the clock go away. Yep.
Dayton leading 23-16.
Good.
With 5.5 remaining here in the first half. Nevada struggling from the field. Just 2 field goal attempts made.
What a graphical jinx there that just happened. 1 of 12 last field goals immediately layup for Nevada.
So here we go. Dayton with the ball.
Who do you guys got in this one? Type NEV for Nevada. Type DAY for Dayton.
I took Nevada in my bracket.
I took Dayton in my bracket. I had to go A10. I couldn't not
Did you pick every A10?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't pick Duquesne. I had BYU.
Okay.
I had BYU. Luckily, I only had BYU winning that one game, but I couldn't not have one A10 team winning, so I ended up going with Deron Holmes and the Dayton Flyers, who my Bonnie's actually beat in my last college home game
three-pointer,
of my career.
Nevada down by 4. Coleman with the 3.
Nevada
4.5 remaining in the first.
Nevada a little banged up coming into this game, facing a little bit of injury, but they do have Jared Lucas, if you guys remember, an Oregon State Beaver legend when they went to the Elite Eight just a few years ago.
Looks like the majority of the chat saying Dayton.
Well, it's very easy to say that when they're up, boys.
And it's the higher seed, too.
And the higher seed. Oh, we're going to get an offensive foul. Going the other way for the Wolfpack.
Lucas called for the offensive foul there.
He took the charge. Yeah, Brea. Yep, can't extend the elbow. 25-21, Nevada taking it back down the other way.
4 minutes till half. And a couple Dayton Flyers in foul trouble. Jack with 3 fouls, Santos with 2.
Nevada trying to get something going. Their offense, they get it to Lucas in the corner. He swings it back out. And Coleman with the ball now. Lucas, who switched sides of the court, he's got it back on the right wing, driving. Fadeaway jumper. Good! Jared Lucas.
Jared Lucas with the 2-point basket. We got a 2-point bowl game here in the first half from Salt Lake.
Take 2 off, add 2, Jack. It's 25-23.
Ah.
Yes, sir.
Three-pointer.
No good.
Off the mark. And another opportunity ahead for Nevada.
No problemo.
Going coast to coast. Draws contact.
They're going to get a foul. Wow.
And this will be a media timeout, under 4.
You know, we kind of look like a Dayton Flyers channel right now with the red on the bottom, the blue background. They hold on to a 2-point lead here as Nevada's got some animated fans there in the crowd. Get a lot of Dayton in the chat. Do we have any Dayton fans in the chat? Let me know. Do we have any Dayton fans?
Have you been to Dayton?
I have been to Dayton. Bonnie's winning the Atlantic 10 championship back in 2021. The whole school traveled out there. It's about 1,000 Bonnies in the 25% capacity
What was
arena.
Dayton like?
Dayton was a great time. We actually, listen, don't sue the city of Dayton, but we partied hard during COVID. It was like about a whole calendar year after COVID began, and they were letting us clubbing. It was ridiculous. It was the first return to normalcy that I'd ever seen. We packed a whole bar, ran up a $12,000 tab. Oh, it was wild.
When you escaped that hellscape in New York, then you saw freedom.
Yeah. It was a long ride to freedom as well. It was about a 6-7 hour drive to Dayton from Olean.
I want to know, who is your team you're rocking with in the NCAA tournament? Who is the team you're rooting for? I'm a diehard Kansas Jayhawk fan. I went to school there and everything, but I'm not feeling so confident right now. I'm hoping that Smitty, my Jayhawks, can just get past Samford tonight. Maybe get past Gonzaga or McNeese on Saturday and a Sweet 16. I'll be content.
Listen, they don't have a very high ceiling in this tournament. But
no Kevin McCullough.
Arguably the best player on the roster.
And they had issues before McCullough and Dickinson's injury.
They've had depth issues before that injury. I mean, they didn't have a lot of scoring to begin with.
I apologize for the ASU propaganda in the chat.
What's up? What? Who's saying ASU? What the hell?
This Michigan fan is typing ASU in the chat.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Our own Jack Lotteray, that is his alma mater. Gotta love Bobby Hurley.
Who's
Bobby
your team?
effing Hurley. Yes, sir. I'm a Bobby Hurley guy. What's funny is he wanted out. He wants out of there. He wants to go to DePaul, baby.
Spam it. I want to see as much as you can over this next minute. Smitty, shout everybody out. Let's see who's going to be MVP.
Who's your favorite team? I got Brian Post, who's been here, been in the chat, been active. He loves the Gonzaga Bulldogs.
Spam it as fast as you can.
I
Who's
like him
your
today
team?
as well. Creighton in trouble if CSU gets to the Elite Eight. Listen, if Colorado State gets to the Elite Eight, I think Creighton will be fine. I know they did lose that game by 21 earlier in the season. KEU says Auburn and Texas Tech. I like that. I like having two teams. One team you grew up liking, but then your alma mater as well. Alma mater comes first, though. Always comes above. Unless it's work related. Oh my goodness, Jack! How did that occur? What? Crowd noise. This is not a Duke lacrosse. This is not a Duke.
Whoa.
This is not a Duke lacrosse. This is Duke basketball, my friend. We are not lacrosse fans. Lacrosse is
Lotteray had to go to the Cronkite School of Journalism.
Listen, the Cronkite's very esteemed. Wait. D1 Joey says Penn State and Nova, but I'm Auburn, Florida, South Carolina, and A&M.
How many teams is that?
What does that mean? It's Coop. Jeffrey Cooperstein burner. Cactus 5 says Grand Canyon. I love the Antelopes. Bryce Drew doing a great job.
Keep spamming in the chat with your team.
Lopes up. Don't sleep on Grand Canyon. He's got him in the Sweet 16. They got a bad matchup with the St. Mary's Gales, my friend. I would have taken Grand Canyon just about against any other 5. Brian Post, definitely the MVP of the chat right now. He's got Gonzaga. And as we are coming back from half, Oregon has opened up a 9-point lead over South Carolina. It was 5 at the half after that three-quarter court shot that South Carolina kind of stole points there at the end of the first. Dayton leads 25-24 here. Nevada goes 1 for 2 at the line, couple trips down.
2.5 to go in the first half in that one. Also, Oregon and South Carolina second half underway. Ducks up 40-34. Illinois looking to finish off Morehead State.
Big shot from Nevada, taking the lead, 27-25.
Illinois leading 81-58, 3.5 to go in that one.
Wow.
Lucas with a big shot there, the second team All-Mountain West Conference selection. Nevada on a 9-0 run over the last 2.5 minutes.
Dayton needs a score badly. They're not a team that exactly scores in bunches. They need to be able to control tempo. Both of these teams. Oh, crossover, pull up three. No, doesn't get the bounce. Nevada will rebound and they'll take it down the other way. Passing the midcourt line now. Up 2 with 1.5 minutes left in the half. Could Coleman put down another bucket? He swings it into the corner. 3 up. Good. It's good. 3 ball for Nevada. They take a 5-point lead.
5-point lead. Davidson with the basket. And the Wolfpack lead it with 90 seconds remaining in the first half. A good run from Nevada.
Wow. Oregon at the line here. They nail one of their free throws to be up 41-34.
That 3 from Davidson puts him at 8 for this game. Coleman with 8 so far as well.
30-25, Wolfpack.
Oregon up by 8. Just over 17 to play. I believe this is their largest lead of the game.
This is their largest lead of the game. For Nevada?
For Oregon.
They were up 9 at one point.
Well, now it is 10.
Now it is 10. That's the largest lead for the Ducks against the Cox.
Shellstad with the 2. He's got 7. 3 of 6 from the field.
What will South Carolina respond with?
There's a turnover.
They'll respond with a turnover. It's going back to the Ducks.
That's
Dana
the 5th
Altman.
steal of the day for Oregon.
Dana Altman aligning Rubik's Cubes as we speak.
Aligning Rubik's Cubes.
Yes. He's Dana Altman, and he aligns Rubik's Cubes. It's a Rothsteinism.
I think you might be Rothstein's love child.
Listen, we sleep in May. Bobby F. and Hurley, Mark Schmidt, more with less. Come on. I can do this all day. It's going to be South Carolina driving down low. They dump it in the paint. They're going to get a foul.
I'm so glad that my cousin Vinny made a return.
Oh, Nate Oates, my cousin Vinny.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
He should have embraced that even further last year with the Brandon Miller situation.
41.
41, yes. Iconic tweet.
That was Rolly's fantasy college basketball team. 41. What a time, man.
What a night. Brandon Miller's innocent. That's the opinion of Chat Sports.
South Carolina trying to bring it to a single-digit game. They're not going to here, missing the first of 2.
Lotta Ray, are you a big Brandon Miller guy?
We don't. No, don't comment on a ongoing.
Well, it's not ongoing. That's over.
Is it over? They already did all that?
He's clear.
Well, I know he's clear, but like the other guys definitely.
Well, we're just talking Brandon Miller.
Oh, well, yes. Then Brandon Miller is clear.
Did Brandon Miller do anything wrong? Why for yes and for no?
Oh, God. Illinois up 24 here with 2.5 left. That one's wrapped up. Morehead State just didn't have enough in the tank.
Tom says you're a diaper dandy.
Where's Tom at? Oh, Smitty, are you serious? Tyler Smith, the diaper dandy here on March Madness Live here at Chat Sports. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're bringing you content like this all March long, live streams. It's the first time we're ever doing this here at the channel, so happy to be a part of it. Happy everybody's joining us here. Absolutely wonderful news from my boy Jack Lauderway. We will be back here tomorrow.
We'll run it back.
Tyler Jones will be here. Harrison, Nic Rohloff. They'll all be in town. I do have the luxury of being...
Coverage begins tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time.
1 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, we will see you then. About halftime of the first game, beginning of the second game. Absolutely electric. This is March. Illinois going to move on to the second round. They will face the Duquesne Dukes of the mighty Atlantic 10. I mean, listen, I know we're saying that Illinois is a lock for the Sweet 16, but are they?
Yes.
I don't know. Day-Day Grant and company, Fusini Drame, he's got Sweet 16 experience, baby. I think Duquesne can get it done.
My TV stopped working.
YouTube TV doesn't want us to win.
There we go. Now we're back.
We're back.
Had me nervous there.
Oregon now up 14 over South Carolina.
We got March Madness bots in the chat.
Are you kidding me?
Type B to block the bots.
Tom Sipe says, Smitty, if Dayton wins and the A-10 has 2 NCAA tournament victories today, does this make him a powerhouse conference again? I'll hang up and listen. Listen,
No.
Tommy. Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does. It puts them on that elite pedigree of the Mountain West.
Get some help.
It leads them above the nasty American Conference. They are terrible. They're going to have 2. The American's going to be 0-2. The A-10's going to be 2-0, baby. Let's go. Block the bot, spam B.
To call the A-10 a power conference is insulting.
It's not a power, Howard. We never said power conference.
That was the question.
We said
power conference.
Powerhouse conference. We're rolling through
please.
power teams.
Please.
Are you kidding?
Get those F. Smitties in the chat for that A-10 propaganda.
Listen, I love being the villain. Either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Which is funny because John Rothstein also like to say when things begin, and here we go. Heath Ledger, circa 2008, the Joker.
12-0 run for Nevada in the last 4 minutes. They lead by 5. Final minute before the halftime break.
Shout out my guy Noah Rubin. He says, I love you, Smitty. I can never say that. Samuel, or Tyler, I'm your biggest fan. That's funny because there's 2 Tylers here. Could you please specify?
Samuel, clarify. Or
Please
do you
clarify.
like both of us?
Tom Sipe says January, February, Izzo. Jack, could we get a couple more final scores here from throughout the day? Oh. Hands up. Don't shoot.
Whoa.
Well, just in general. Oh, okay. I see. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, my good friend.
KEU wants to know, Jack, which Tyler is better?
Hey, I appreciate
So
that.
are you saying we're your children?
My buddy Tom Sipe said January, February, Izzo. They showed it today. Tom Izzo taking no prisoners in an 18-point victory over Chris Jans and Mississippi State there, 9-8. Is Michigan State going to give North Carolina a run for their money? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Duquesne Dukes taking down the BYU Cougars. They didn't want to play on Sunday. They suffer the consequences of the Atlantic 10. Creighton making easy work in the second half of Akron after that thing was a little close there in the first. Same with Arizona. They were up only 6 at the break. They ended up winning by 20, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. Because now the leader in the clubhouse for biggest blowout is North Carolina there, a 28-point victory.
28 over the Wagner Seahawks. Normally we don't like when the Seahawks lose, but this is fine.
Yeah, and we didn't really talk much there down the last minute of the first half for Nevada. They open up a 9-point lead into the half against Dayton. Dayton only scored 25 points in the first half. That's rough.
You can't do that in March.
Can't do that in March. You have to be balanced. You have to be able to win the ugly ones. And Dayton I don't think has enough offensive firepower to do so right now. They haven't really been getting much from Deron Holmes down low. So, Tom Sipe saying his name is Dana Altman and he aligns Rubik's Cubes. I also saw Illinois Morehead State is final 85-69. Illinois does cover the 11-point spread there. And
well, we know what team will be getting Morehead tonight.
Yeah, definitely not them. Definitely not State.
Only one game at the moment. That is Oregon, South Carolina. Oregon with a strong second half performance so far, leading 54-37, while Nevada and Dayton are at the half with Nevada up 34-25 right now in our continuing coverage of day number 1 of March Madness here on Chat Sports. Which one do we want to go with?
You want to do a prize picks?
Let's tell them about prize picks.
Why not? Give me just a little quick second here, my friend.
We are big winners on prize picks, and you can be too this March Madness. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry, you can choose a number of different sports, from college basketball to the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL, golf, NASCAR, and more. And here's what we're looking at here, folks. Smitty, we have plenty of different options to choose from of games going on today and tomorrow with all sorts of deals that PrizePicks is offering that folks can take advantage with. You start with the Caitlin Clark deal.
Absolutely.
She has to get half a point. And
look at this.
That's easy.
She could do this in her sleep.
And then there's plenty of others to complete your entry with.
Absolutely. Just about every team in the tournament field. I mean, listen, even the final team in the field, the Wagner Seahawks, had picks available to go with on PrizePicks. So sign up now, $100 deposit match, prizepicks.com/CLNS. I mean, you're going to be glad you did. You can make March a whole heck of a lot more fun by getting individual with these players. It's a lot of fun to do. Pick more, pick less. It's very easy. Action on the hardwood is heating up. NBA playoffs are coming up. March Madness is here. You're not going to want to be the one that isn't on PrizePicks. And take advantage of this Caitlin Clark deal as well. She plays on Saturday. That deal is open until about an hour before her game begins this weekend. So take advantage of it. They're basically giving you a free square here. Win up to 100 times your money with new Demons and Goblins there at PrizePicks. Get a $100 deposit match using code CLNS.
Yes. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for that $100 deposit match. We continue here as we're in a little timeout at the moment with Oregon and South Carolina second half. This game was close in that first half, but Oregon has come out of the gates firing here in this second half.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of the game I expected to see from Oregon, kind of just making easy work of South Carolina. I think it's a matchup nightmare for the Gamecocks, and I also think that South Carolina was a little bit overrated to play this season. They got a lot of big wins, I must say, but they weren't great away from home. Which, it's crazy because South Carolina doesn't have a historically great home court advantage.
Right.
But they were not great on neutral sites. They were just really good in the SEC play when they played inferior opponents, and they got a couple wins to get an at-large. I think Oregon, had they not been injured earlier in the season, they would be an at-large team as well, and South Carolina probably wouldn't be in this predicament right now.
So Tom is asking, who is winning a head-to-head bracket challenge between you and I? Smitty, we got a big...
We will find out. Yeah, we'll find out who knows more ball.
I'm not off to a great start, if I'm going to be honest with you.
When it's all said and done.
But you don't win bracket challenges week one.
No.
You win it based on who you get down to the Final Four.
Absolutely, but I know, Tyler, you are a big proponent of these Houston Cougars. I'm sure you have them winning it all.
I do.
And these games now matter for this little battle right here because I also have the Houston Cougars as well. So
who is your Final Four? Let's start there.
My Final Four is, I put it in days ago, right? And I don't tinker around my Final Four. Once I got my Final Four, I'm in. So I have, at the top of the bracket would be Auburn. I have them knocking off UConn in the Sweet 16. Houston, and from the South, from the Midwest, I have Creighton. And from the West, I have North Carolina.
Okay. I have a very similar bracket.
Okay.
My Final Four, I got UConn, I got Houston, I got Creighton, but I have Arizona.
Oh, but I don't have UConn. We only have two of the same.
Okay.
What's your final?
I got Houston and UConn with Houston winning it all.
So I have Houston over Carolina with Houston winning it all.
Okay.
57-40, Ducks open up a 17-point lead once again. Just over 12 minutes left in the game, but is that Dante on the floor holding his hand? Or was it neck or hand? What happened? I guess it was might have got the wind knocked out of him there.
Noah's got UConn, North Carolina, Houston, Purdue. So Noah's just going with the 1 seeds.
Listen, that wouldn't be a bad strategy considering how much chaos we saw in last year's Final Four. I just don't see that happening again. I think we're going to get at least 2 1 seeds in the Final Four. I think this year's top seeds are clearly above those at the bottom.
Mr. T saying Tyler Jones is the GOAT. Much appreciated, Mr. T. When you got a legend like Mr. T in the chat.
I mean, listen, I pity the fool who is in the sports chat.
Oh, that's good stuff. Danny says Creighton is going to win it all. Creighton looked good in the second half today.
Creighton did look good today, and I love Creighton. Trust me, if they met every metric, I probably would have had them as my national champion. They were actually my preseason national champion last season. I'm about a year early on Creighton, but about them, they do not meet a key metric. They lost their first game of their conference tournament in the quarterfinals to Providence. So No team has ever won the national championship after not winning a conference tournament game.
So Knowledge Untamed says, Houston is a well-run program, football and basketball, you name it. Whoever the head of athletics is should get a job at a top school. As far as the football thing goes, they actually had a bad first year in the Big 12. They ended up firing Dana Altman. I do like the hire they made of Willie Fritz from Tulane to be their next football coach. But
Tulane's been good the last couple of years.
That athletic department, though, now you got that Big 12 money rolling in. We've seen what Houston basketball is doing. I think they hired the right guy in Willie Fritz. There should be a lot of optimism as a whole for Houston going forward.
Absolutely. I believe it. And listen, with the success of their basketball team, we all know Houston is a basketball school at heart.
Yes.
But if they can compete in this new Big 12 on the gridiron, then they're going to be one of those schools that we're talking about as the top schools of all athletics. KEU says this Auburn team was built for March. Bruce Pearl, best coach in the country. Listen, Bruce Pearl is definitely up there in the upper echelon, and I see a lot of shades of the 2019 Auburn team that went to the Final Four. That's why I decided to go with them up in the East region.
Let's talk Bruce Pearl for a second.
Why not?
They kind of rode out the tidal wave of sorts of that FBI investigation, kept Bruce Pearl there.
Yeah.
And aren't they glad they did? They took a postseason ban one year on their own, self-imposed. And after weathering that storm, here they are now. Bruce Pearl ended up staying at Auburn throughout that time.
Yes.
He could have gone to a number of different places. Really just resilient for a school that's not known for their basketball program. What they've done the last 5+ years, a remarkable story.
I think that Bruce Pearl has vaulted himself into the conversation to be, best coach in the SEC at this point, right? With Calipari not really having as much success as he was used to there in the early 2010s.
You like him better than Nate Oates?
I do like him better than Nate Oates. He's had more tournament success, clearly. Nate Oates hasn't made a Final Four. Nate Oates isn't perennial Elite Eight every single season. Nate Oates was the number 1 overall seed last year, and he went kaput. Not a fan.
Yeah, I like Bruce Pearl. I would put him at least, bare minimum, top 10 coach in college basketball.
I think so as well. And he's an excellent recruiter as well. I mean, he's recruited NBA talent up and down the board. You think about a guy like Jabari Smith a couple years ago.
Just be careful if you go to his house for a barbecue.
That's true. That's true. Is he start fires? I have no idea.
His firing at Tennessee started from a barbecue.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yes.
South Carolina
on screen right now. North Carolina with a big win over Wagner, 90-62. Illinois over Morehead State, 85-69. Nevada at the half, leading Dayton 34-25. Oregon dominating South Carolina here in the second half, up 57-43. What does South Carolina need to do to get back in this game?
I mean, they just need to hit outside shots, it seems, because they're not going to get a lot of action down low. Oregon winning the points in the paint battle, 12-2. It's going to have to be a jump shooting comeback for South Carolina. Luckily, that's how most happen. Obviously, force a couple turnovers, hit a couple of threes, you're right back in the game. 14, you're not out of it, especially with a little under 12 minutes remaining.
Still plenty of time.
As we look at the other scores who have went final today, obviously top seeds, Arizona took care of business against Long Beach State. Shout out Coach Monson. He is done with the beach. Unfortunate, but he'll get another job at somewhere. Creighton wins by 17, pretty clean win. They took over in the second half against Akron. Duquesne, the lone upset of the day so far, one lone true upset of the day. They win 71-67 over BYU because BYU don't want to play on Sundays. And Michigan State, Tom Izzo, a 9 seed, defeats Chris Jans and company, Tolu Smith, and Mississippi State. It was pretty much easy work. They controlled the whole game there. And it's looking like Tom Izzo is going to have a matchup with the North Carolina Tar Heels in the round of 32. Very exciting.
CBS is probably excited about that.
Oh, my God. Of course they are. 2 of the biggest brands in the sport. Why not? I'm pumped as well. That game will be on Saturday. Not sure when just yet. We'll find out soon enough.
Yes, we will. Oregon and South Carolina back in action now. As we have under 12 remaining with Oregon leading this one. And they're going to the free throw line here. Evans, 2 points of the day, 5 boards, make it 3, makes the first. Lead up to 15 now.
Yeah, I just thought Oregon was the overall better team. And like I mentioned, that historical trend earlier, when an 11 seed is favored over a 6, more often than not, that 11 seed is going to win by double digits.
Right.
And it looks like that's the case right now as Oregon takes a 16-point lead. They're second largest of the game. They were up 17 earlier.
And back to the action now. 11 minutes to go. South Carolina trying to find a way back into this game. Nice bunny there. Down to 14.
Yes, sir. 59-45, 10:50 remaining in the ball game. Like I said, 14, you're not out of it. Once you get to 18, 20, you lose a lot of wind in your sails. A lot of morale is lost once you get past that 20-point mark.
This is March.
This is March. We've seen comebacks happen before.
Spins, throws it up. No good. Fight for the loose ball and a foul called.
It'll be on South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. 10.5 left. Ball will go the other way to Oregon. Didn't get a clear look there.
Let's see.
Monarch says, I'm still perfect, but we'll see. Do you have Oregon? You have Oregon in this one. Let us know in the chat.
I can't wait to see the number at the end of the day of how many perfect brackets remain.
There'll be a good bit. If South Carolina nails a 3, it's an 11-point ball game.
10 to go.
10 minutes to go. Can the Gamecocks make this one close?
Do you think there's going to be any perfect brackets left by the end of the weekend?
Yes. Yes, there will be. 100%. It happens every year. They always have some crazy mid-major taking it really, really far, and that's what breaks their bracket up. 11-point game with 10 minutes remaining. Can South Carolina make this a ball game?
This loss would be bad for the SEC.
Absolutely.
The SEC got 8 teams in the tournament, and 6 seed South Carolina in big trouble right now. There's a 3, and the Ducks extend the lead.
Yeah, the Ducks needed that one.
Back to 14.
They needed that one big time. That's a momentum killer for South Carolina.
Jermaine Cousinard. And there's a foul called.
If you guys have not yet, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. We are confirmed to run this stream back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Going to be about halftime of the first game, beginning of the second game. Going to get a little bit of overlap going on. We love it. March Madness is the best time of the year, and you're going to want to find it all here at Chat Sports. We really appreciate everybody who's joined us today. You can find NBA, NFL, college football, and more videos on the channel. Multiple videos posted every day, plus our large assortment of team channels as well. Stick with us right here. We're going to be with you all March long. You're going to want to hang out, have a good time, party with us, have a couple beverages. You know, you name it. Subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate it.
I need to open up another cold one. I'm going Happy Dad. Going fruit punch. Not my favorite flavor, but I won't complain.
I don't mind the fruit punch. I think it's pretty good. It's definitely better cold than the lukewarm way it is right now.
It's been sitting out for a bit.
It's been out for quite a bit, but we really appreciate everybody tuning into the stream with us today. South Carolina now only down 12 against the Ducks. Let's see what we have here. We do have a foul. It'll be Nafali Dante heading to the free throw line.
He's kind of dominated inside.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's just a bigger body than anybody else in the court. Absolute matchup nightmare. And he was a guy who was injured for Oregon all day long. He's got 17 points. Won't add to it. Missing the first of 2 free throws. 9:30 left. Oregon clinging to a low double-digit lead, up 12. I swear, have these half times felt really long to you? I mean, where are these guys going? Are they going to In-N-Out Burger down the street, getting a meal or whatnot?
They're sitting watching commercials.
I guess so. I mean, it gets the legs a little tired, no?
Let's look at the rest of the games today. Beginning at 6:50 Eastern Time tonight, Texas takes on Colorado State. Then at 7:10, Kentucky takes on Oakland. At 7:25, we'll have number 5 Gonzaga, number 12 McNeese. 7:35, number 2 Iowa State, and number 15 South Dakota State. At 9:20, we'll have number 2 Tennessee and number 15 St. Peter's. At 9:40, number 6 Texas Tech, number 11 NC State. At 9:55, number 4 Kansas, number 13 Stanford.
Oh my goodness, Dante.
And then the nightcap tonight, 10:05 Eastern, number 7 Washington State, number 10 Drake. Smitty, what games do you like to stand out to you this evening?
Oh, I cannot wait to see that Washington State Drake game. Unbelievable. Tucker DeVries, you're going to know the name from Drake. He's the coach's son, but he ain't no nepotism, baby. He absolutely lights it up from deep. I'm very excited to see McNeese Gonzaga as well. Gonzaga maybe underachieved this season for some, but they've been playing better as of late. They got a win over Kentucky. That's an interesting matchup for a McNeese team who didn't play anybody out of conference. Their best win, or their best opponent, really, was Michigan or VCU, depending on how you draw it up.
I'm very excited about NC State Texas Tech tonight. That's a game I could see going either way.
I am as well. Obviously, you got Big Boy down low. I think Texas Tech, though, is just the better team than NC State. And
DJ Turner can't do it all.
DJ Turner, I mean, listen, he can't do it all. NC State's going to have to hit jump shots, which they did to advance the NCAA tournament against Virginia, send that game to overtime, and then obviously Turner took over. And I don't know. Can all 4 11 seeds win? They got New Mexico obviously tomorrow, but 3 11 seeds are playing today. Or is New Mexico tonight? I forget. No.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, New Mexico's tomorrow. So 3 6-11 games today and only 1 tomorrow. Interesting because I don't think all 4 11 seeds have ever won before. And
no.
with Duquesne winning, with Oregon winning, the other 2, I mean, are popular picks, New Mexico and NC State.
Lead now back up to 15 for Oregon with 8 minutes to go.
They've been able to weather the storm, and because they're getting points down low in the paint, and
Here's
Dante,
tomorrow's
a big reason.
slate of games. They include number 8 Florida Atlantic taking on number 9 Northwestern. That game gets started at 12:15 Eastern. Number 3 Baylor taking on number 14 Colgate. That will start at 12:40 Eastern time. Number 5 San Diego State taking on number 12 UAB at 1:45 Eastern. Number 2, Marquette taking on number 15, Western Kentucky at 2 o'clock Eastern time. At 2:45, number 1, UConn and number 16, Stetson. Number 6, Clemson taking on number 11, New Mexico at 3:10 Eastern. At 4:15 Eastern, number 4, Auburn and number 13, Yale. At 4:30 Eastern, number 7, Florida taking on number 10, Colorado. That's the afternoon slate. Let's start there. Smitty, what do you like from the afternoon slate tomorrow?
I mean, FAU Northwestern is going to be a barn burner, isn't it? I mean, Boo Buie and John L. Davis, elite guard play in that one. Obviously, you got a guy like Vlad Golden down low who could create matchup nightmares for Northwestern. I'm very excited. Can you Kentucky Oakland, is that today or tomorrow?
That is today.
That's today. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening too hard that I have to go back and look at the schedule now because I was just changing some things.
Yeah, we're talking
here
about
on
the
the
early
screen.
slate of games tomorrow.
Early slate of games tomorrow. Obviously, FAU Northwestern. I know that kicks things off. Watch out for Colgate Baylor, though. That could be upset alert. Baylor gets out to
I feel like I've been hearing about Colgate upset for 5 years now, and it doesn't happen.
They're finally going to break through, baby. The Colgate
Why is this year
Raiders.
different?
I think because of the matchup, actually. Usually Colgate gets matched up with a very formidable opponent. And this year, Baylor, they actually are in a situation where they fall behind very early in games. They let up deficits. And for a Colgate team who can light it up from beyond the arc, I think that proves trouble for a Baylor team that struggles to defend at times.
Let's go to the evening slate tomorrow. It includes at 6:50 number 8 Nebraska and number 9 Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
Then at 7:10 Eastern time, number 4 Duke and number 13 Vermont.
Yes, sir.
Number 1 Purdue taking on number 16 Grambling at 7:25. Number 4 Alabama taking on number 13 Charleston at 7:35. Number 1 Houston taking on number 16 Longwood at 9:20 tomorrow. Number 5 Wisconsin taking on number 12 James Madison at 9:40. Number 8, Utah State taking on number 9, TCU at 9:55. And the nightcap tomorrow night, number 5, St. Mary's, and number 12, Grand Canyon. What do you like of tomorrow's evening slate?
All eyes are on the 12-5s tomorrow. JMU and Wisconsin might score 200 points. I mean, JMU absolutely blew through the Sun Belt Conference. And the nightcap, St. Mary's, Grand Canyon, is a West Coast battle that a lot of people are going to want to stay up for.
There you have it. That is the remaining first round slate of games.
Sounds good.
For today and tomorrow. And, you know, I love the whole tournament as a whole. Don't get me wrong. But these 2 days are definitely the best part.
Absolutely. I think this whole weekend is very good as well. I mean, you get overlap in the round of 32 on Saturday and Sunday, so this whole weekend is phenomenal. Even last week, the week prior, conference tournaments, the whole month of March is just absolute madness. It's not limited to the NCAA tournament.
If you love it, you got to like the video.
If you love it, you got to like the video. I'm gushing over these basketball games right now. I mean, this is the best time of the year, the best sporting event this country has to offer, and we're in it right now, baby. Let's go! Like the video, and if we get to 600 likes, I'm going to crack open this Happy Dad real quick.
Smitty, this is your Super Bowl.
This is my Super Bowl. There is no better sporting event in the world. I can't stress that enough.
Checking in on the chat. Let's see. Fletcher's calling South Carolina miracle comeback. Still time. Joey official says Houston has scoring issues. That's the one thing that concerns me about Houston is their offense can get quiet, and that's a recipe to get upset if your offense is inconsistent.
Yeah, the offense can be inconsistent for who you said Houston?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're obviously built on defense, but again, they are top 40 in offense. They're at least top 25 in offense, I believe. They're top 25 in KenPom in both offensive and defensive efficiency. That is the blueprint to win a national title. I think the Houston Cougars have it. They give me a lot of 2021 Baylor vibes, just absolutely in your face, defensively swarming you.
They beat Baylor in that Final Four.
They lost to Baylor in that Final
Four.
Four.
Lost them, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Baylor won it all that year.
Yep,
yeah.
Baylor won it all that year, and this team with Jamal Shedd at the head, they actually have one of those Baylor Bears on the team, LJ Cryer.
Yes.
So listen,
their leading scorer.
Their leading scorer, and this team just gives me major 2021 Baylor vibes. And I think they really have a good chance at knocking it off this year. As we do enter the second half of Nevada-Dayton, Nevada extending the lead back up to 11, a double-digit deficit for the Flyers.
Got that, and now South Carolina had a 10-point game going. Oregon answers with a 3. Back to 13, 6.5 to go. Cousinard's got 32 points.
32? My goodness! He's a flamethrower!
What a day.
He can't be stopped. And for South Carolina, who has inched this game back to 10 points, to 11 points, Oregon always has an answer. And they're feasting on the inside. Another major block down low. The Oregon front court is swarming the Gamecocks down in the paint. They can't get anything. 2 points in the paint at the half.
Brutal. Shout out Big Tex.
Shout out Big Tex. Brutal.
If you know, you know. Fight for the loose ball. Are they going to call that a jump? I believe so.
It would go to South Carolina,
Cooper's
and it will.
holding his ear.
It'll stay with the Gamecocks, or it'll go back. It'll go back to the Gamecocks.
I hate the possession arrow. We need to go back to a jump ball in college.
Absolutely not. The possession arrow is electric. I love it.
What's not electric about a jump ball?
Screw that, because you usually get a mismatch.
It's exciting. Make the men battle.
Possession arrow is
you
the fair.
Want it? Fight for it.
Possession arrow is fair.
Jump ball is fair.
No, it's not.
Yes,
a lot of the time, it's not.
It's fair every time. Mano y mano.
Mano y mano. South Carolina does inch it back to 11 there with another close shot inside.
Being outscored in the paint big time today. Oregon 28-16 advantage.
And they might get another one here. Dante. Oh, on the corner. Oh, South Carolina forces a turnover, but they get called for a foul. Oh.
Greg wants to know, will a mid-major ever win it all? Ever? At some point? Probably.
There was one in the national championship last year.
I don't think this is the year, but at some point, yes.
If San Diego State doesn't run into UConn in the national championship, they probably win the title. They were very, very good.
Yes.
They swarmed everybody. UConn has had the defense of their own to limit San Diego State to about 60 points, I think, in that national championship game. Not a lot of offense coming from the outside.
How do you define mid-major as well? Because I could argue.
Don't you dare say it.
San Diego State is a high mid-major.
Oh, absolutely. I was going to say, I hope you don't say Gonzaga is a mid-major, because they are not. They are not. And I will go to my grave saying that. The last mid-major to win a national title, you're going to have to go back a lot of years.
Butler went to back-to-back but didn't win it.
Yeah. Yep, that was Truman Major because they were out of the MVC at that point, I believe, right?
Horizon League.
Horizon League, excuse me. That was Truman Major.
And that's one of the best stories, I think, in the last 20 years is them going to back-to-back, the NBA talent they produced, Sheldon Mack and Gordon Hayward.
Yep.
And then working their way up the conference ladder. They went from the Horizon to the A-10. Now they're a Big East powerhouse.
Yeah, they had some short stint in the A-10. That is electric. South Carolina back to 11, 72-61,
and
4.5 left.
At Hinkle and everything. I think Butler's one of those stories that gives mid-major programs hope.
Absolutely. Hinkle, funny enough, is the site of the Final Four and championship of the NIT this year, bringing it to a basketball haven there in Indianapolis.
I love it.
It's great. I mean, listen, if it's not going to be in the Garden, put it somewhere where people care about hoops, man. Oregon, again, extends the lead. Wow. They are fantastic.
Not putting the NIT in, not another Vegas tournament again.
There was no juice. There was a terrible decision by the NIT committee. Taking it away from Madison Square Garden should be malpractice, and those guys should be arrested.
Didn't they get kicked out by MSG? I thought MSG wanted to have tournament games.
Maybe that's what it is. But the NIT, that doesn't even matter because the NIT is literally during the week. There's no weekend NIT.
But they're still going to mix in their Knick games and such too.
Send the Knicks on a road trip. Send them on a road trip, whole month of March. 2-week road trip, West Coast it.
NIT, not in the tournament.
Stop that. It's a national invitation tournament. It should be respected and dealt with class.
No one's even in it.
Seton Hall's a nobody? They should be in the dance, baby.
Oh, stop it.
Seton Hall
Johnson at the line. It's good. Back to a 12-point game.
Seton Hall, one of the worst snubs I've ever seen. They beat the number 1 overall seed.
The Big East got big-time disrespect.
Terrible. So did Mountain West. The Mountain West criminally underseeded. This is the beginning of the end of the NCAA tournament. Mid-majors are getting killed. And I'm not even saying Big East is mid-major, but that's not Power 5. They don't got money.
Also got somebody asking about Indiana State.
They were a snub for sure. One of the highest net ranking to never be
they
not
were
be added
a
to the tournament.
good team that lacked resume, basically.
Mm-hmm. 1-4 in quad 1 victories. I know you could say Auburn didn't have many quad 1 victories either, but Indiana State is a team that needs those opportunities to go their way.
A little further, kind of to add to that discussion here, Smitty. You know, I'm sure we have a lot of college football fans watching, and there was much controversy about what happened in December with Alabama making the playoff over Florida State, who was undefeated in the ACC. And the argument we heard was the best 4 teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the playoff pushed. The NCAA committee doesn't go by, supposedly anyway, the best teams argument. Those are supposed to be best resume.
Yeah.
But you look at the teams they chose, they didn't even abide by their own standard of best resumes.
Nope. Virginia did not have a resume that was worthy of the NCAA tournament. Michigan State did not have a resume that was worthy of the NCAA tournament. If Michigan State doesn't beat Baylor, they're not even in discussion for this tournament. Not even in discussion.
It's like they let the College Football Playoff Committee choose the NCAA tournament.
JMU arguably had a better resume than Michigan State. They beat Michigan State in the opener of the season.
They did. On the road.
On the road in East Lansing.
On Big Ten Network. Let's go over some scores of what's happened
why
in
not?
Today's action so far. Let's break these down piece by piece.
Started things off with
kind of get your thoughts. North Carolina beats Wagner 90-62. Armando Baycock with an incredible game today, 20 points, 15 rebounds.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's gonna be a matchup nightmare for a lot of teams, and then you got good guard play coming out of R.J. Davis and Cormac Ryan. Tar Heels poised to make a deep run.
Arizona beats Long Beach State 85-65, 20-point win, outscored Long Beach State by 14 in the second half. Boswell played good. That Arizona team's solid.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb Love, obviously, he's doing his thing. They're on a collision course, it seems, with Carolina to meet in a little bit of a revenge game of sorts for Caleb Love and company. Tommy Lloyd making the easy work of the beach of Long Beach State.
Creighton takes down Akron 77-60. And how about Cracklebrenner with 23 points, 8 rebounds, 3 blocks. Good day for him.
Kalkbrenner is absolutely another one of those guys. This might be the year of the big in college basketball. Obviously, you got Edey. You got a guy in this Oregon game right now, in Nafali Dante, who's a force down low. You got Baycott. You got so many dominant big men this year that it just makes it kind of we're kind of turning back the clock in college basketball. Kalkbrenner's elite. Shireman's elite. Trey Alexander. They make up a really good big three for the Blue Jays.
Illinois with a strong second half performance as they beat Morehead State 85-69, outscoring Morehead State by 15 in the second half. Terrence Shannon looked really good in that first half, but he didn't have much help. He got that help in the second half.
Definitely did. Dania, the boy down low, he was a force in the paint. Morehead State really didn't have an answer for him, and for a team that is high-powered, high-paced offense like Morehead State, is just a bad matchup to go against the Fighting Illini.
Duquesne with the biggest upset of the day so far, taking down BYU 71-67. That was a back-and-forth game the entire way, but Duquesne hit some big shots when they needed.
The mighty Atlantic 10 in Keith Dambrot's retirement season. He made the dance and said, "I'm good." They made it happen for him in the round of 64 and defeated a BYU team a lot of people might have had in their Sweet 16.
And then Michigan State, the first game of the day, taking down Mississippi State 69-51. And for Michigan State, a team that many thought did not deserve to be in the tournament, here they are, Tom Izzo, winning games in March again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, how can you bet against January, February, Izzo? The guy just wins, and he makes easy work of Chris Jans and Mississippi State. I mean, that was never really a game. They controlled it the whole way.
It is just past 6 o'clock on the East Coast, 3 out west. Welcome in to the beginning of a brand new hour of March Madness Live here on Chat Sports. He's Tyler Smith. I'm Tyler Jones, because 2 Tylers is better than 1.
Why not? T squared.
We are following 2 games in action right now. Oregon leading South Carolina 75-62. 3 minutes remaining in that one. Meanwhile, Nevada leading Dayton 43-61. 14 minutes remaining in that ball game there. So far, what we've seen this Oregon-South Carolina game, Smitty, Oregon has really just kicked it in gear.
Yeah, they lead by 11, 3 minutes left. I wouldn't call it over yet because it is March. Anything can happen. We could get some major onions. But it looks like Oregon's kind of had an answer for whatever South Carolina has thrown at them in this comeback attempt.
Meanwhile, Nevada up 12 on Dayton in that one. Steve Alford's crew, it was back and forth for a little bit, but they're starting to come into their own here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what Dayton can do. They are an efficient three-point shooting team, but they are one of these offenses that runs really slow-paced. Nevada as well, but it's just a battle of wills in that game, and it seems like the Wolfpack is coming out on top.
All right, 3 minutes to go. Oregon leading South Carolina by 13. 3-point attempt.
Oh, good. And
off the mark.
Can't get a rebound. It's going to be Oregon Ducks going the other way, and they're going to take their time. 13-point lead for the Big O.
Work the clock.
Absolutely.
It's like a team in football running the ball.
Yeah, it really is. Just some dribble handoffs, move that thing around, make sure we don't stagnate. Oh, my God. Dante almost went big ups there. He gets blocked at the rim.
No foul.
No foul called. South Carolina, you got to pull that. What are you doing, baby? Oh, what a bad
turnover.
A bad turnover. You can't have that with less than 3 minutes to go.
So here's Oregon back with possession.
78 check.
A total of 21 turnovers in this game.
Good trap by South Carolina, but they are going to be called for the foul here. Oh, man. Looks like this one's all but wrapped up. Once we get to a little bit under, maybe we'll just go to it now. I think this one, Oregon, listen, if it becomes a 5-point game, we'll come back to it, but I think this is a good time to transition to Nevada-Dayton as our featured game here.
I'll say this. I picked Nevada. I picked Oregon. It does feel nice, Smitty. There's no better feeling in the world than when you pick an upset correctly.
It is a good feeling. It is good. I wouldn't call Nevada over Dayton a huge upset, though. I mean, a lot of people argued Nevada was one of the most underseeded teams in the field. Wow, I mean, Dayton can't buy a bucket. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Is that N1?
It's the under 12 timeout.
Oh, I believe they did call a foul inside. So it is the under 12 time media timeout. So,
Greg picked Dayton and Oregon. Greg, your Dayton pick not looking great right now.
of course, once we go to a game, we go to commercial, right? That's just the luck of the Irish that we've been getting this. Yep, all games at commercial right now.
There is no basketball going on anywhere in the world right now.
So why don't we tell our friends about PrizePicks?
Let's do. Smitty, you're a very active PrizePicks user.
I am. I've been an active member longer than Chat Sports has even been affiliated with them. I mean, back to 2 NFL preseasons ago, I am a PrizePicks truther, and let's tell you why.
Are you up on PrizePicks?
TBD.
That means no. But you can be up on PrizePicks if you go to prizepicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. Choose 2 or more players in any given category. Get the choice of more or less. Maybe it's rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey. Maybe it's home runs in baseball. Whatever you choose, PrizePicks has got you covered. They got a great deal that they're offering for the big dance. On the women's side, the one and only Caitlin Clark. They have more than half a point. That's easy. Caitlin Clark's got that. Meanwhile, we also have plenty of other entries to choose from in the men's college basketball world. Smitty, I know you're playing PrizePicks. What are you thinking already on PrizePicks? I already won on PrizePicks with Terrence Shannon to have more than 17.5. What caught your eye?
You know, you see one on screen right now. Dalton Connect in that bottom right corner. More than 2.5 3-pointers made against those St. Peter's Peacocks. That might be one of my favorite picks on the board. You obviously got other matchups like Arizona and Long Beach State here. I mean, listen, I believe Caleb Love ended up going on the Moore side there. So a lot of these games have gone final, just like UNC and Wagner had. But listen, they have Wagner Seahawk props. That means they have every team in the tournament field available on PrizePicks. You can get as many players and picks as you want. Choose 2 to 6, and you can win up to 100 times your money on a lot of entries that use goblins and demons that make things a little harder or a little easier depending on the line they give you.
Link is in the comments and description of today's video. Also in the chat right now. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. Life on Earth is asking, is the Pac-12 considered a mid-major starting next year? Life on Earth, I hate to break it to you, but in the college basketball world, the Pac-12 will not exist next season, as Washington State and Oregon State, the 2 remaining members of the Pac-12, will be affiliate members of the WCC next year and play for that conference title. I know it's sad to see the Pac-12 go, but what a pickup for the WCC.
I was just going to say.
Had a good year this year. We've seen Oregon State have some success. You already got Gonzaga and St. Mary's.
Wazoo's
That's going to be a fun West Coast league.
Wazoo's in the dance right now. I mean, the WCC is going to be elite. I mean, we've seen San Francisco have success. Obviously, St. Mary's and Gonzaga are perennial tournament contenders. Like you mentioned, Oregon State a couple of years ago, they made a deep run. So the WCC, I mean, Mountain West, they're going to be competing for, like, who is the best conference of that region over there. I think it's seriously going to be some consideration for the WCC.
Speaking of conference realignment, as we see Dayton hit a free throw there, make that an 11-point game with 11.5 to go.
Can we get a close game? We haven't had one close finish on this stream, me and you.
We have not had that luck yet. And Dayton's missed 9 straight layups.
Dayton's hacking in the backcourt.
Of conference realignment, Smitty, what do you like of what we're going to see in college basketball next year?
Well, I think we've already seen it, actually, a little bit with the teams entering the Big 12. Houston entering a power conference was necessary for that team. They needed to go to the Big 12.
And they won the league.
They dominated. They dominated. Kelvin Sampson knows he was above the rest. He had to just prove it when the lights got bright, and he has so far.
Yeah, that was great for Houston. And then next year, adding Arizona, Colorado, both tournament teams.
Big 12 is going to be by far and away the best conference in college hoops.
They've been the best conference for a decade, and that's only going to continue.
I agree. Let me think about the ACC as well. I mean, they're not adding.
You had Cal, Stanford, SMU.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, they don't get much better. You know what I like most about conference realignment is that my Duke Blue Devils are going to come to Dallas, Texas, and play SMU.
Yes,
they are coming here next year too. Actually, funny. So
and then you have the SEC adding Oklahoma and Texas. Texas has been solid the last couple of years. Oklahoma with a lot of pressure on Porter Moser going into next year.
A storied program, though.
They had 8 tournament teams this past year. I think that's a big deal for the SEC to get those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's definitely a football move for those two
Right.
schools. But hey, they've both been very competitive in basketball in the past decade, couple of decades. So
They'll add
definitely,
depth.
definitely will add depth to an already emerging conference in the SEC.
The Big Ten, you add Oregon, USC, UCLA,
Which is huge.
and Washington to the mix.
Yeah.
Oregon, we've talked about, they're leading right now against South Carolina. That's a solid basketball program with Dana Altman. We've seen USC have some success. Washington, historically speaking, good basketball program.
And obviously,
and then
obviously
UCLA, of
UCLA,
course, is a blue blood.
Yeah.
Big Ten, I know it's been 20-plus years since they've won a national title, but those four are all get solid track records in hoops.
And obviously, those schools are just going to help the overall conference recruitment and whatnot, and just elevating the rest of the teams in the conference as well into potentially being national championship contenders.
Yeah, certainly so. I'm excited with realignment here.
Dayton down 13 here.
And our poll question just now ended with 64% going with Oregon over South Carolina. That feels pretty good with less than 2 minutes to go, Oregon up by 11. And with Oregon likely moving on and getting that win, barring something crazy happening in the last 2 minutes here, that will send the Ducks to round number 2 to take on Creighton. Oregon-Creighton, Dana Altman taking on his former school. That should be a good game.
That should be a great game. I mean, that's definitely, as far as the guy who has Creighton in his Final Four, I'm a little bit scared of those Oregon Ducks. Definitely down low with that matchup with Dante and Kalkbrenner.
Now, none of those players even remember Dana Altman at Creighton.
No.
But
It's been a while.
the fan bases remember.
I was going to say, yeah, it's been at least over a decade, I believe, since Greg McDermott took over for the Blue Jays. I believe he took over in 2010. And
That's correct.
Nevada has jumped out to a 15-point lead. Do you think Dayton can make the comeback? I know a lot of you in the chat were spamming your days earlier. What do you think now? Dayton's down 15 with under 10 minutes to go in this matchup. What do we think, boys?
Can Dayton make a comeback? Down 51-36, 9.5 to go
Oh, boy.
in the half.
Deron Holmes, the rebound. He's going to take it up himself. You know, Holmes, at the beginning of his career at Dayton, not a traditional stretch big. He has expanded his range and become a pretty solid three-point shooter at 38%.
3-point attempt. Got it.
You need it to go. You need it to go. Come on, A-10. 12-point ball game.
12, 9:05 to go.
Who do you got? Monarch Ace saying more like Byton. I mean, that was a terrible joke. Terrible joke. I don't even know why I gave you the time of day.
Boo.
Boo. KU says I'm a delusional sports bettor. You're looking at one here.
That's accurate.
That's me. What school will hire Will Wade this offseason? Potentially Louisville, potentially Michigan.
I think he's getting a big job.
I think he's getting a big job, though. He's already got one foot out the door at McNeese. I don't think he wants to stay there any longer.
Will Wade just wins wherever he's at.
Nevada back up 14 here, and they're going to get an offensive foul on Dayton. Going to go back to Nevada. Just when you think that Dayton's going to have a chance to cut into this lead, the Wolfpack make them pay. 9 minutes to go here. Oh, just so unfortunate. I want to see my Atlantic 10 succeed, but Dayton was always fraudulent this year, man. They really were.
Who do you got, Nevada or Dayton? Type NEV for Nevada, DAY for Dayton. Get your votes in. And so far, 56% of you going with Nevada.
Did he just – okay. I was about to say, did he just smoke the layup for fun? Because I think they called a foul before. And that might be a could it be a clear path?
Let's see.
Oh, that's totally clear path, no?
I believe that's going to be the call.
Sounds good. That –
8:20 to go. Nevada up 53-39. Smitty's going to hold things down here for a second.
All right, here we go. Dayton airball and like baby jumpers. That is embarrassing. My goodness. Nevada down the other way. 8 minutes to go. Who do you got? Type it in the chat. NEV for Nevada. DAY for Dayton. Holmes defending down low. It's going to be Lucas back out top. Nevada taking their sweet time. It's what you're going to want to do in these scenarios. They quick swing it to the corner. Thought about the jumper. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Lucas, step back. He's got to put it up. Oh, it's good! Nevada takes a 17-point lead. That might be the kill shot for the Wolfpack. Dayton is looking demoralized here after a wild shot from Jared Lucas, the Oregon State Beaver legend. Holmes spin in the post, and he just goes up and gets fouled. And we're going to go to the under 8 media timeout. Let us know. Oregon is about to go final. Yes, they did win a double-digit victory over South Carolina. Shout out my guy Tom Sight because Oregon was my survivor pick today. Noah Rubin says Nevada all the way. Steve Alford, guess what? You know the last team Steve Alford lost to in the NCAA tournament? It was the St. Bonaventure Bonnies, baby! In the first 4 back in Dayton in 2018. That is my alma mater for those who haven't realized that. Oh, you said I got to stop the Dickie V? Oh, okay. Uh-oh! A baby tally for me and my Dickie V impersonations. You got to love it. Dave Valensky says Nevada all the way as well. And then Brian Post says Dayton all the way. Brian Post, you're a Gonzaga guy, aren't you? KU says, do you hosts just stand for the 3 hours you were on stream? Absolutely, yes. I have been standing the entire time. It's been a little over 2 hours now. But listen, it's my first time doing the stand-up ordeal. I'm glad everybody's having a good time, watching some March Madness. Oregon has gone final. They did win 87-73 over the South Carolina Gamecocks. Kind of a bad draw for South Carolina overall because Oregon riddled with injury all year. South Carolina potentially a little bit overseeded there on the 6th line. Might have thought of them a little bit as a 7. And I just thought they were just a bit overrated overall this year. I just didn't believe in them too heavily as far as a team with a high ceiling goes. And Oregon is one of those teams who just you never really knew what you were going to get because they were injury riddled. Then they go off and beat Arizona twice, I believe. So they're a team that's primed for March, ready to roll, and they're proving that on the big stage right now. Gonna let you guys in on a little secret here. We post videos every single day covering the NFL, NBA, college football, and more. And listen, when it's in season, we're doing the thing like we call March Madness here at Chat Sports. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get to 368,700 here. Let's pick up 15 subscribers here before this game goes final, at least, right? I mean, that's asking for like a piece of candy on Halloween. You know you're going to get it, right? And so we do this all the time. This is our first year doing March Madness live streams. We've already got the okay that we will be ready to go for tomorrow, starting at 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 Central, noon Central. We'll be back here. Harrison, Nick, Tyler Jones. I myself will not be around tomorrow, but I'm very glad to have this opportunity to be with you guys all today. KEU says Nick also went to St. Bonaventure, right? Yeah, funny enough, Nic Rohloff and I were co-radio hosts, co-sports directors of the St. Bonaventure College radio station way back when. So love the guy. He's a big reason why I'm down here in Dallas at Chat Sports. And he's a big reason why you guys should subscribe as well. He does a lot of great content with our NBA stuff. 10 subscribers away from the next 100 that we hit. Let's hit it here as Duron Holmes is at the free throw line and might have already missed one. Dayton has a little in the basket, man. Yep, yeah, he must have missed the first one there. 16-point game here. Nevada leads 56-40. And with 7 minutes left, and Dayton only have 40 points, man. I mean, it's going to be very tough for them to come back in this one. They got to hit a couple of threes, got to get a couple of stops in Nevada because they really haven't been able to do that too often tonight. These are two of the slowest paced teams in the field. Let's see what Dayton can do down the stretch to make this one close. And Nevada's left open, wide open for a three. Short, though. Holmes with the rebound. He's going to bring it up himself. Duron Holmes gets it over to Kobe Brea. Kobe Brea, one of the smartest players in this tournament. We're going to need some threes, though, from the Flyers if they want to have a chance in this one. What will we have? Gets it in down low to Holmes. He's got to make a move. He gets doubled. Swing it around. 3-ball up. 3-ball. Good! Dayton down 13 with 6.5 left. They're not done yet. Nevada on the inbound. Dayton with a full court press. Oh, they might throw it away. Oh, they do. It's a turnover for the Flyers. They're down the other way. Here we go. Deron Holmes. He's got a mismatch down low, or at least one-on-one, which is most times a mismatch. Holmes, hook shot up and good! Dayton down 11. The mighty A-10 making a mighty comeback. Dayton down 11 with 5:40 to go. Who do you got, Dayton or Nevada? Can Dayton mount the comeback? Offensive foul! Going the other way! Dayton gains possession with 5.5 left, and they're looking to make it a one-digit ball game. Do you believe in March Madness? Tyler Jones rejoins me now.
Falcons Today's also joined us, too. We want to welcome all the viewers from Falcons Today.
Absolutely. We much appreciated for all the Falcons Today viewers. My guy,
fans.
Matthew Peterson, he's an absolute legend. Love working with him.
Falcons have had fun off season.
Absolutely they have. I mean, getting a guy like Kirk Cousins, how could you not have fun if you're a Falcons fan?
Let's continue the fun for the Falcons fans that have joined us here.
Absolutely.
As we got 5:40 to go. Nevada up by 11 against Dayton here. Oregon just went final against South Carolina with a dominating second half, 87-73. This is the final game left here of this window before we get to the night window here, and looks like we got a super chat.
Got a super chat rolling in. Let me refresh here. See if I get that one up. My guy Ev. Ev, thank you for the $1.
Every dollar counts. Thank you, Ev.
We really appreciate you.
Much appreciated, my guy. Thanks for sending in that $1 super chat. And you too can be like Evan, get on screen too with the super chat. $sign next to the chat box if you would like to contribute. We got a little review going on here, Smitty.
Yeah, I think they might be looking at a flagrant foul here. They called offensive in favor of the Flyers. My guy Gene Steratore back in the mix. You gotta love Gene, baby.
So I don't know how many people know this, but Gene not only was a former NFL official, but also a former college basketball ref.
There's a lot of crossover. Maybe not exactly NFL to college football, but officials love to get their feet wet in other sports. My father's an official. He coaches high school basketball, football, and now lacrosse. So they love to be multi-sport athletes there in the referee industry.
Yes. And Gene Steratore, I think he's one of the better rules analysts on TV, too.
He does kind of call it down the middle. He doesn't always side with the officials, doesn't always side with the ruling on the court. So I love to see that unbiased take from Gene.
All right, here we go.
He ain't Steve Javie, I'll tell you that much.
Steve Javie's terrible.
He's terrible. He's bought and paid for.
Like politicians.
Yeah, he's the most political rules analyst in all of sports.
5.5 remaining. Dayton with the ball down by 11. Can Dayton make a comeback? It's our poll question right now. And so far, 61% of you have Nevada, 39% going with Dayton.
5 on the shot clock, into Holmes inside. He gets the step, and he's fouled with 3.4 on the shot clock. Deron Holmes got to be able to make free throws. Make your free throws.
Free throw awareness month.
It is free throw awareness month. You better hit them. These kids getting paid now. You better hit them. 5:13 remaining in the ball game. Holmes, 13 points today, 9 boards. See, he just hasn't gotten a ton in the scoring department as he nails the first free throw.
Up and good. Lead down to 10. Second attempt on the way.
Thank you, Brian. Says you guys are the best. We really appreciate you. Holmes, second one up and good as well. It's a one-digit ball game, single-digit deficit. Nevada only up 9.
All right. Struggling to get the inbound in, and Nevada's.
They need a timeout. Dayton's got the pressure on him in the backcourt.
Good defense from Dayton there. Timeout called, 5:13 to go
They are.
in
I
the
think
half.
they are too.
With Nevada up by 11 over Dayton.
Nevada's on their heels right now. Who do you guys got? Type NEV for Nevada. Type DAY for Dayton. I want to see those DAYs in the chat for my mighty Atlantic 10.
Or be more realistic and go with Nevada and type NEV. Get your predictions in now. Who do you got? Noah says Nevada. A Cryptic says Dayton. Ryan says Nevada. Brian says Dayton. Noah spamming for Nevada. Elbo's just kind of feeling like we are. It's a good day to be watching basketball.
It's a great day to be watching basketball. I can't wait for the rest of this glorious day.
Evan says Dayton is winning this bowl game. Joseph says Nevada. Good day from Australia.
Spam those DAYs if you're with me and you want the A10 to be 2-0 today.
Smitty, I was thinking, we were talking about just how special this Thursday first round action is.
Yeah.
Remember that COVID year when they tried to experiment with the Friday through, what was it, like Monday thing? Like, that was weird.
Didn't they have a game on Monday? Didn't they have games on Monday that year?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I actually don't really remember that a ton because, I was probably still mourning my Bonnie's loss. But, yeah.
I'm glad they went back to this format.
I forgot about that, to be quite honest with you.
Noah says he disagrees with Smitty on this one.
I know. I'm being a little bit of a homer here, and I actually hate. Listen, in the season, I despise Dayton, but on the national stage, you gotta love it.
Dave says just for wearing a Duke shirt, I'm going with Nevada.
Dave, I didn't mean to become the villain. I'm sorry. I know it's easy to hate, but I grew up a Duke fan. Listen, you can blame my father, Rob Smith. Nevada trying to cling to a 9-point lead here. 5 minutes left. A lot of time. I mean, these two teams aren't the most high-paced offenses, but certainly enough time to make some big shots in a month in a game like this.
By the way, update from March Madness. They've tweeted out themselves. 5.6% of brackets remain perfect.
Okay. So, 1 in 20. That seems fair.
94.3 or busted.
That reminds me, Chipper came in here earlier and said, "Oh, I got Morehead State." He has 12 brackets.
Oh, he's that guy?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh, you can't be that guy.
You can't be that guy. Don't be
that
guy.
One bracket only. Dayton on an 8-0 run in the last 2 minutes, down by 9. Can they complete the comeback? 5:13 to go.
Who do you guys got? Let us know in the chat.
This game in Salt Lake City.
My guy Monarch saying put some respect on Duke's name. All right. 24, 23.
They get the ball cross court.
You got to guard for less time in the half court now that they took 10 seconds off the shot clock in the back court. No fouls.
Let's see.
7 seconds on the shot clock.
They're taking their time, being patient.
They're going to force him into a jumper.
Three-pointer. And that one's off the mark.
That was a huge bounce. We've seen a lot of bounces go in, luckily, today, but that one rimmed out. Dayton back the other way. This could be a huge possession if they can hit a triple or something of that sort. Just get a bucket. You got to score.
Three-pointer from long three-point range, and it's good. The lead is down to 6
from the parking lot.
With over 4 minutes to go, an 11-0 run in the last 3 minutes for the Flyers.
Let's go Flyers!
Loose ball, fight for it. Who's got it?
Yeah, I think Nevada got a timeout off in time. Luckily, it was in front of their bench, so they were able to hear it. The officials. It's their second to last timeout, I believe. Yep, they have 1 remaining. Wow, they got lucky because Dayton had the possession arrow in their favor.
Wow. What a sequence of events there.
Are you kidding me?
Dayton on a big run and a timeout called. 6-point game. 4 minutes remaining. Who do you got? NEV for Nevada, DAY for Dayton.
Agreed.
We are getting close to our next milestone of 369. Nice. 1,000 subscribers on the channel. Smitty, why should people subscribe?
We upload daily content around the NFL, the NBA, college football, and more. Whatever's hot in sports, you know Chat Sports is covering it. Multiple videos a day, every single day of the week. And we're coming at you with different things as time goes on. This is our first time doing March Madness live streams, and we're having a great time where we have a rotating panel of hosts for the streams, and you don't want to miss it. You're going to have all of the constant updates, play-by-play analysis, and more here at Chat Sports. We do live streams, VODs, giveaways, the whole 9 yards. Are going to want to be a part of it as we pass 368,700 in subscribers.
Keep going.
Keep it going.
Keep going. Run up the score. Let's get to 369,000.
Spin the wheel of subs. We're doing March Madness live streams. It seems like all month. We will be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. Tyler, I know you'll be back here on the stream tomorrow. Harrison, Nic Rohloff. I'm sure I'll be back here at some point.
Jeffrey Cooperstein will be here tomorrow.
Jeffrey Cooperstein, Allie Barefoot will be involved as well. Some of your favorite Chat Sports creators. And, yeah, we're going to have a great time. I mean, this is the best sporting event this country has to offer, and we're going to cover it for you day in and day out here at Chat Sports.
All right, so I got a question for you, Smitty. You outed Chip earlier for having multi-brackets.
Mm-hmm.
Who else in the office do you know of that's guilty of this?
I don't know, actually.
I would guess that Jeffrey Cooperstein would be one of those guys.
I guess that he would be a one bracket guy. As I see Rebel Montana in the chat asking for Marshall
Rebel
Green.
Montana, Marshall Green, go home.
Go home, Marshall. Go home.
Go home, Marsh.
He's got a Knicks game tonight. He's with Patrick Seatman.
Get the F Marshies in the chat.
Knicks versus whoever the hell they're playing. Evan Norton said, first time here, just subbed. We appreciate you, my guy.
Thank you, Evan.
Thanks for joining, becoming a real one. We really appreciate you.
Cryptic has 13 brackets.
That should be illegal. You should be prosecuted.
Straight to jail.
Dayton starters shooting 12 of 33. Gross. Yeah, that's kind of been their MO all season. They really haven't been able to put together strong offensive outputs.
EV's got 5 brackets.
Baylor winning in 3 of your 5 brackets. EV, we appreciate, or Ev, we appreciate your super chat from earlier. Come on, don't be delusional now. The Colgate Raiders are taking down the Baylor Bears.
I like what Evan said. He did 1 bracket.
I'm a 1 bracket guy. And he's still perfect, he says. Who do you have in this one, Nevada or Dayton?
Dylan's got 4. That's 3 too many, Dylan.
Less than 10 on the shot clock. Oh, he lost it out of bounds.
Turnover.
That's going to be Dayton ball.
Dayton takes over with under 4 remaining here in the second half, down by 6.
I don't know. Looks like the momentum's in favor of the Flyers.
What a run here over the last couple minutes for Dayton.
Oh, boy. Oh. What a flop.
Kicks it out. 3-pointer.
Good!
A one-possession ball game with 3.5 to go.
Are you serious?
We got a battle.
0 points for Nevada in the last 4 minutes. Oh, Harrison's got big bets on Nevada.
Oh. How far did you have Nevada going?
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Jack, we cannot jinx this yet. The mighty A-10 needs to go 2-0, baby.
Here we go.
I picked Dayton as well. Oh, they called it a 2.
They took away the 3-point basket, called it a 2. Oh, now they put it back.
What are they doing?
Make up your mind.
We're supposed to have the pros.
Deep 3. No good. Offensive rebound.
It's over. We're good.
3-point game, 3 minutes to go.
Is that a foul? Dayton has just entered the, or Nevada, excuse me, just entered the bonus. Dayton has 16 fouls. It was a knock out of bounds from the Flyers. Less than 10 seconds left on the shot clock.
Here we
Gets
go.
it to Lucas. Swings it back top of the key. They're going to
thinking about the 3. Takes it. No good. Rebound by Dayton. Dayton with a chance to tie it up on this possession. Kicks it out. 3-point attempt.
Oh!
And
we are tied! We are tied!
With 2:40 to go.
Who do you got?
Run by the Dayton Flyers.
Who do you got, Nevada or Dayton?
2.5 remaining.
Go, Flyers.
Defense!
Nevada
Oh, that's a good shot.
with the jumper.
Yep.
Good.
Damn. Jared Lucas, you beast.
Nevada ends the 17-0 run.
17-0 is crazy work.
Back up by 2. 2:05 to play in the second half.
Oh,
Going
Monster
inside.
Jam!
Count it, and the foul. A chance for a 3-point play. The Dayton Flyers with a chance to take the lead.
Deron Holmes II. Know the name, respect the name.
What a move. Just manhandled him inside. And now Dayton will have a chance to take their first lead of the second half.
Wow.
Trying to complete the 3-point play
Oh my God. Is he going to convert?
the old school way. And it's good. Dayton takes a 1-point lead, 2:01 to go. Timeout called. Their first lead since 3:15 in the first half.
Wow, and that's when Nevada went on that big run to end the half. They were up 9 into the break.
There's a party in Dayton, Ohio right now.
Unbelievable!
What a comeback fueled by a 17-0 run here over a 4-minute stretch for the Dayton Flyers. You got to subscribe if you're having a great time with us right now.
Let me tell you, we're doing this all March long. If you ain't subscribed, you ain't alive. Spin the wheel of subs. Run up the score like the Dayton Flyers. Be subscribed to Chat Sports because we're going to be with you here all NCAA tournament long.
This is the place to be. Sum it up. Let's get to 369,000 subscribers. Less than 300 away.
What a comeback.
Little game reset. 8 fouls on Nevada, 6 on Dayton. Possession belonging to Nevada with 2:01 to go. Down by 1.
This is fantastic for the game of hoops. 2:01 remaining. It's going to be Wolfpack ball under their own basket. They got to
Here's
go
the
the whole
inbound.
length.
Pressure from Dayton's defense. They get it across half court.
Now they're defending in the half court. That's been Dayton's MO, is take 10 seconds off the shot clock, frustrate Nevada's offense here in the half court.
Try to find an opening inside. Spins, puts it up. No good.
Oh, my goodness.
Rebound going the other way.
Can Dayton get a score here? It's been a 20-2 run over the last almost 6 minutes.
90 seconds to go.
They're letting them play, too.
Fight for the loose ball. Nevada comes away with it.
Oh, my goodness. This is crazy. We asked for a close game. We got it.
Here we go.
Minute and 10 left.
Spins. Puts it up inside. Got it. And
Oh,
Nevada
my goodness.
takes the lead up by 1. Final minute.
Who do you got, Dayton or Nevada? Spam it in the chat.
It all comes down to this.
Flyers do have 2 timeouts.
Nevada with 1.
They've come alive offensively. Holmes with the ball. Kicks it out. Swing. Down low.
Goes up.
Good!
Dayton
Dayton back in
top.
front.
38 seconds remaining. Dayton up by 1. Nevada bringing it up. Timeout called. Dayton leading. Nevada calls their final timeout with 31.6 to play. Who do you got? Nevada or Dayton? Type NEV for Nevada. DAY for Dayton. Who's going to get it done? Who wants it more? Who wants to advance to the second round of the NCAA tournament where Arizona awaits?
Let's go, Flyers. I mean, this is awesome, man. It's awesome, baby, with a capital A. I mean, this is the mighty A10. This is March. This is madness. I won't say the O word yet, but we might get it down the stretch of this one. 31 seconds left. Are you kidding me?
Let's finish this in regulation, please. Let's finish this in regulation. 31 seconds remaining. Timeout Nevada, their final timeout as they trail by 1.
Let us know in the chat. We're getting a lot of Dayton. We're getting a lot of Dayton in the chat.
If you're Nevada, what kind of look are you trying to get here?
Oh, man. I mean, you got to. The issue is they haven't been able to get things going in the half court. Dayton has frustrated them in their bringing of the ball up, taking 10 seconds away, and is limiting the opportunities that they have there in the half court set. So I'd say I try to get something, swing the ball around, maybe a jump shot, because Deron Holmes is quite the defender down low.
Dayton still with 2 timeouts, the possession arrow in their favor,
Which is huge, massive.
and here we go. 31.6 to go. There's the inbound.
Imagine.
8-second difference between the game clock and the shot clock.
What a finish we have upcoming. Holmes defending.
Lost the ball, turnover. Dayton's got it, and a foul.
Let's go Flyers! Yeah!
So Dayton will go to the line with a
not
chance
react
to
over there.
extend the lead.
I don't need any reactions coming from that peanut gallery. Yeah. That's fair. So do I.
Here we go.
I have,
Two
I
free
have plus
throws.
one, but it was on free play, so why didn't I just take money line?
Nate Santos, 2
15.
free throws at the line. Sub for Dubs.
Sub for Dubs. Sub for Dayton Flyer Dubs. We're a Dayton Flyers channel now.
First free throw up, and it falls through.
Make your
Dayton extends the lead to 2. 15 and a half remaining. Second attempt. Here we go. Second free throw attempt up.
good.
And it's good. Up to a 3-point
goodness.
lead. 15 and a half remaining.
Coop, don't leave.
No timeouts
no
left
timeouts.
for Nevada.
Is
This
Dayton
could
gonna
be
put
the last
pressure?
possession.
Dayton's got to put the pressure on here, right? It's worked for them this entire run. Yes, I mean they've been killing it. They've been throwing a full court press at them, and it's been taking them so much time to
Do
get
you
set in their
foul to
offense.
prevent the 3?
Yes, you do, but you don't foul for a couple seconds here. You gotta take a couple seconds off the clock. Yeah, let him try to get off the court. Sub for Dubs. We are here for March Madness all tournament long, and you're not going to want to be anywhere else other than Chat Sports. You're going to see all the reactions, all the analysis, all the highlights here at the channel. Stick with us. We're about to hit another milestone here shortly. Over 1,000 people watching. If you ain't subscribed, you ain't alive. For this March Madness run. Let's ride.
Here we go. So Nevada will have the ball down by 3, 15 and a half remaining.
And they are putting on a full court press. Nobody guarding the inbounder.
Here's the inbound.
Will they foul?
They'll bring it up.
They
Clock
should.
running. Down to
Especially-
8.
Especially, you got to foul.
3-point attempt. No good. Offensive rebound. Still got a shot.
Oh, my God.
Going for the 3. No
good.
Game
Dayton
over. Dayton
wins.
The Flyers move on. They will face Arizona in the second round.
Spam DAY in the chat. Spam DAY in the chat. The Dayton Flyers of
What
the
a
mighty
comeback.
A10.
What a comeback. A 17-0 run
Oh, my gosh.
late in the second half, and Dayton
win.
survives in advance to round number 2.
What a win.
This is March Madness.
This is March. We sleep in May. And KEU with a little super chat saying, let's go, Dayton. He was never worried.
What a win for the Flyers
I mean, listen,
to keep their tournament hopes alive. A second half comeback of the ages.
Dayton, I must say, they have an opportunity here to knock off an Arizona basketball team that plays a much different brand than them. Dayton, a slow-paced, punch you in the mouth, grit and grind team. I mean, 120 points scored in this game. They want to tire you out. Arizona, they want to get up and down. Whoever dictates tempo in that game will be the deciding factor. I like Dayton's chances, but Arizona's really good, man. Battle of red and blues, too, which is always a good jersey matchup.
Very good jersey matchup.
Oh, man, that was exhilarating. What a comeback.
Deron Holmes finishes with 18 points and 9 rebounds. He was electric there at the end.
Absolutely.
Big win for Dayton. They will advance. The evening window coming up next.
Yeah.
As Texas is about to tip off against Colorado State. Colorado State got a big win the other night against Virginia.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
All right, so to recap, here's what happened so far today. Smitty will recap these games one by one here. Dayton just taking down Nevada 63-60. What a comeback for Dayton.
What a game. That was definitely game of the day so far. Maybe you could argue
Yes.
Duquesne earlier, but that was definitely game of the day, ending of the day.
Oregon with a dominating second half over South Carolina. They win 87-73. Good adjustments by Dana Altman's crew there in half number 2.
Absolutely. I mean, Dana Altman, he aligns Rubik's Cubes, known for adjustments.
Meanwhile, Illinois with a strong second half against Morehead State. They win 85-69. Terrence Shannon really got things started in the first half. His teammates came together in the second.
He's going to be the engine that makes that offense go this entire tournament run, but he's going to have to get some more help from guys like Damask and company.
Armando Bacot and the North Carolina Tar Heels with a dominating 90-62 win over Wagner. They look like the 1 seed they are today.
Yeah, I mean, I think North Carolina is as formidable of a top seed as any in this NCAA tournament. Ton of experience. They can get back to the dance.
Arizona with a strong second half against Long Beach State, outscoring them by 14. They win 85-65. Good showing from the Cats.
Yeah, I mean, just a high-powered offense. I never thought that game was particularly in doubt.
Creighton, they win against Akron 77-60, outscoring Akron by 12 in the second half. They really made some nice adjustments there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a one-possession game or even tied up at the halftime break. But Ryan Kalkbrenner proved to be too much of a matchup nightmare for Akron and the Zips.
The upset of the day, Duquesne taking down BYU 71-67. Really good performance from start to finish from Duquesne.
Absolutely. You got an absolutely elite guard play out of Day Grant and company. Keith Dambrot in his retirement tour here in the NCAA tournament. Let's see if he can make a Sweet 16.
And then the first game of the day, Michigan State. Tom Izzo getting it done in March with a 69-51 win over Mississippi State, and that'll set up quite the matchup between Michigan State and North Carolina.
I cannot wait. 2 pillars of the college basketball game. Izzo, Hubert Davis. I mean, it would be cool if it was Roy Williams, but still, Hubert Davis has been in a national championship before. 2 heavyweights going at it. Can't wait to see how that one goes.
Smitty, this is day 1 in the books for us. But there's plenty more March Madness coverage ahead beginning tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time. People got to subscribe. Make sure they join us tomorrow.
You got to subscribe. We're going to be back, like you said, 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 Central, excuse me. You can go about 10 Pacific if you want to do the math there. But we have a ton of games coming at you tomorrow. The early slate is fantastic. You got FAU and Northwestern. You got Baylor and Colgate. A lot of fun offense and games and shot making to be seen tomorrow. If you ain't subscribed, you ain't alive. Stick with us here at Chat Sports for March Madness coverage.
Been a fun day here. Day number 1, round 1 of the NCAA tournament. We'll see you again tomorrow for continuing coverage. Round 2 right here on Chat Sports. For Jack Lotta-Ray, Tyler Smith, I'm Tyler Jones. So long for our entire crew. Have a great night. Enjoy the madness. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time, right here on Chat Sports.
This is March.